The point of view of the symptom from Warburg toward Freud. Warburg's undertaking is as modest as it is arduous, as honest in its found at the owns as it is dizzying in its realization, going against the grain of all of art history in its positivist, schematic, and idealist guises. Warburg simply wanted to respect the essential complexity of its objects. This entailed a willingness to confront intrications, stratifications, and overdeterminations, for Warburg probably considered art history's every object to be a complex pile, fascinating and dangerous, of moving snakes. Figure 76. How can one describe the moving skein of time, going beyond the notion of history conceived as a continuous strand of Vassarian filiations? How can one describe the moving skein of images, beyond those activities, so walled in and prudently hierarchized, that our academies call the Beaux-Arts? It was to respond to these questions that the notions of Nachleben and Pathos-Formel were introduced. They were meant to allow the historian studying Renaissance visual culture to better comprehend what overdetermination means, to grapple with the polyvalence and plasticity of images, and to undertake intense work in the realm of things and symbols. The word survival allowed him or her to grasp the temporal overdetermination of history, and the expression emotive formula made it possible to grasp the meaningful overdeterminations of the anthropomorphic representations that are so familiar in our Western culture. In both cases, a specific type of work on the part of memory, that sovereign Mnemosyne engraved on the facade of the library in Hamburg, tangled and untangled the threads of this moving skein. One could formulate the overdetermination of the phenomena Warburg studied in terms of a minimal condition describing the oscillating flutterbattements, the eternal pendulum, figure 25, of things that are always acting on each other in states of tension and polarity, impressions interacting with movements, latencies with crises, plastic processes with non-plastic ones, forgettings with rememberings, repetitions with contretemps, etc. I propose that symptom is the right term for the dynamic of these structural flutterings. One symptom would then designate that complex serpentine movement, that non-resolved intrication, that non-synthesis that we have previously approached in terms of the phantom, and then of pathos. Symptom would then serve to designate the heart of the tension-laden processes within images that, following Warburg, we are trying to understand the heart of the body and of time. Heart of time as phantom temps, phantomen of body as pathos, core pathos. Along the dynamic border region where deficient representations, such as the quasi-invisibility of the wind in the hair or the robes of Ninfa, meet with excessive representations, such as the quasi-tactility of the bruised flesh of the Laocoon. The paradoxical temporality of the Nachleben seeks to grasp is really the temporality of the symptom. The paradoxical corporality of the Pathos-Formel seeks to grasp is really the corporality of the symptom. And, according to Warburg, what the paradoxical meaning of the symbol seeks to grasp is really the meaning of the symptom understood here in its Freudian sense, that is to say, in a sense that subverted and contradicted all the existing medical semiologies of the period. With this proposition, our reading obviously enters a new stage. While Tyler's survivals, Burckhardt's vital residues, Nietzsche's Dionysian primitive effective forms, and Darwin's general principles of expression constitute indisputable sources, among others, of Warburg's notions, Freud's symptom formation constitutes, rather, an interpretive device. Interpreted, it can help us, it seems to me, to clarify, and even to develop and to unfold, the temporal, corporal, and semiotic models Warburg employed. It seeks to express what those models sought to grasp, which is a way of giving them a practical value that they seem to have lost long ago. It is also a way of admitting that this reading will be oriented in a certain direction, and therefore debatable, and polemical as well, since it questions or disputes the dominant orientation concerning Warburg's heritage, namely the Neo-Panofskian one. In this interpretive orientation, therefore, we are measuring the ambition of Warburg's science without a name by the yardstick of its own incompleteness. The theoretical construction of the Nachleben was interrupted during the years 1918 to 1929, which were marked by Warburg's psychotic experience but also by the writing of the fragmentary theoretical remarks known as the Grundbegriffe for fundamental concepts. And this was just the time when Freud developed his concept of symptomatic interruption, a veritable theory of the unconscious contretemps and counter-movement, which Ludwig Binswanger communicated to his patient, who was also his intellectual interlocutor, and who remained so until the end. The Freudian notions, re-examined in part by Binswanger, clarify and open up the notion of the Nachleben, in that it aimed at a metapsychology of time, and of the Pathos-Formel, in that it aimed at a metapsychology of gesture. One understands better, in this connection, why one can say that Warburg was a historian of images only inasmuch as he sought to examine history's unconscious as an unconscious of images. To settle this question, It is not sufficient to say that Warburg had an ampere FECT knowledge of Freud, which is what Gombrich asserts, as a crucial precaution, at the very beginning of his intellectual biography. 3. Nor is it enough to say that Freudian concepts did not enter into Warburg's system, as Berndrock has written more recently. 4. Theoretical convergences are not necessarily doctrinal affiliations, especially in a type of thinking that insistently refused to take the form of a system. Now, analogies clearly exist, as Gombrich himself occasionally observed. 5. As have other commentators, sometimes with a certain embarrassment, as expressed, for example, in this assessment by Willibald Sauerländer. Warburg comes close to Freud, whom he never seems to have appreciated very much. 6. What this embarrassment expresses is doubtless nothing other than an intimate tangle, in Warburg himself, of familiarity and strangeness in the face of Freudian psychoanalysis. The familiarity, what brings him close, can be recognized at first glance. Warburg and Freud both studied culture by examining its discontents, its dark continents, its areas of anachronisms and of survivals, and therefore of its repressions. That is why Warburg never ceased to call for a psychology of culture whose privileged materials would be figurative styles, beliefs, and symbols. 7. Freud, symmetrically, accorded crucial importance to the extensions of his theory of psychopathology into the domain of the history of civilization. 8. As early as 1929, Thomas Mann discerned the common element in Warburg's and Freud's undertaking in speaking of a form of modern irrationalism that is unequivocally resistant to any reactionary misuse one makes of them. 9. This irrationalism, the ambiguity of Thomas Mann's own formulation could be debated here, is nothing other than a rational attempt to understand the sovereign, obscure work of something for which Warburg, like Hegel, moreover, sought throughout his life to find an adequate vocabulary from the will as conceived by Schopenhauer and the will to power according to Nietzsche, up to the unconscious of psychoanalysis. Why, then, would Warburg never have appreciated very much his Viennese contemporary? Because, Gombrich tells us, he disliked and rejected the Freudian way of sexualizing the psychological at every turn. 10. There remains an easy way, but it is, of course, a bad solution, to keep the psychoanalysis and reject its inventor. One just has to invent a Jungian Warburg. Gombrich, in this regard, writes that Warburg wanted to have nothing to do with Freud, whereas Jung's approach was certainly not uncongenial to him. And did Warburg and Jung share a common interest in myths, beliefs, and the transmission of symbols? Undoubtedly, though this interest was shared by many others as well. Did they share a common explanation of these phenomena in terms of the notion of archetype? Certainly not. Gombrich himself admits he never found a single citation of Jung in Warburg's work, neither in the unpublished manuscripts nor in the published writings. 12. It was Fritz Saxl who first steered the understanding of Warburgian survivals in the direction of Jungian archetypes. 13. The most notable result of this was the acquisition and incorporation of the archives of the Irenos Jurabucher in the photo collection of the Warburg Institute in London in the 1950s. This, it seems to me, wrongly orients the study of Warburg's heritage, simplifying to the point of trivialization the models of time implied by the notion of the Nachleben. When Saxl, in 1947, elucidated his own temporal models, it became clear that the Warburgian polyrhythms, impurities, and discontinuities had given way to a simple game of continuity and variation in the history of images. Where Warburg sought out the symptomatic tenacity of forms or formulas at the heart of the gaps in meaning that he discerned, the famous dynamic inversions, Saxl looked for continuity in the meaning of images, which was a way of linking survival with the archetype, on the one hand, the atemporal side of continuity, and with revival, on the other, the historical side of variation. 14. The affinity of Warburg's science without a name and psychoanalysis lies elsewhere. Looking for the direct sources is useful but insufficient. 15. Less useful would be to look for this affinity in common topics, for example, trying to compare what Warburg and Freud said about Leonardo da Vinci. One must look, rather, at the fundamental level of the construction of a point of view. Why is it that an anthropology of images had to take into account the work done by unconscious memory? Why did it need, at a certain point, something like a metapsychology? How did it come to use a particular, and paradoxical, model, the symptom in the Freudian sense, that turned Kulturwissenschaft in general and art history in particular into a veritable psychopathology of cultural objects? These are the questions that we must now try to answer. There is, to be sure, nothing extraordinary about the fact that Warburg approached the problems of cultural history from the angle of psychology. It is a characteristic of his period, that is to say, of that period when the human sciences were developing an internal critique of positivism, a critique which would give rise to modern psychoanalysis and historical anthropology. Here again, Warburg's teacher was Karl Lobrecht, who, already in 1886-87, instilled in his pupil the certainty that every historical problem, at a given moment, has to be posed in psychological terms. Lamprecht invented, within the study of history, the notion of the psychic field, Seelische Vita. He considered the monuments of the past to be relics of the work of memory, i.e., of a psychological faculty, and as such requiring an analysis of their symptomatic value. 16 This point of view was put forth at all levels of analysis and used to characterize history in its most general sense down to its most specific objects. Whether it was Georg Simmel establishing a whole philosophy of history with respect to conscious or unconscious motivations or, 50 years later, Mark Bloch affirming that historical facts are, essentially, psychological facts. 17 In all these cases history in general is called upon to construct a psychological point of view for itself. One therefore understands that, a fortiori, the history of art and of images cannot be undertaken without employing such a point of view. Thus, Hubert Janicek, whose courses Warburg attended in 1889, was already calling his studies on Italian Renaissance art essays in social psychology 18 as Fulfine, Berenson, Schmarso, and Weringer. They all took as their point of departure in aesthetic psychology, namely that of empathy, in setting forth their own fundamental concepts. It is thus not surprising that, right from the start, Warburg called himself a psychohistorian. Like Lamprecht, and like Riegel with his Kunstwollen, he wanted to render operational a trans-individual notion of the psychological in the study of images within a cultural field, a notion that would not wind up restricted to novels about subjective intentions, whether heroic, in the manner of Vasari, or simply ego-centered morgues like the psychobiographies of artists that are so common in art history, but rather one that could be seen working at the level of the forms themselves. More often than not, this search was carried out in the margins of the artistic representations involved, whether in the purely graphic effort of a child's drawing in which a psychological state is so well conveyed or, on the contrary, in the obsessive precision of certain medieval ornamenta. 19 Warburg's attention to accessories in motion derives directly from this research into the symptoms displayed by forms. 20 In 1923, Warburg wrote that I keep in mind a particular notion of my library's purpose, namely as a primary collection for studying the psychology of human expression, eine Erkundungssammlung zur Psychologik der menschlichen Ausdruckskunde. 21. This can also be said of his work in general. What, then, is the science without a name invented by Warburg if not a vital metamorphosis of traditional art history, seemingly a history of objects, into a history of Theopsyche as it is found incarnated in styles, forms, emotive formulas, symbols, phantasms, and beliefs, in short, in everything that Warburg meant by the term expression. Ausdruck? A metamorphosis in which historical psychology profoundly alters the positivist view of history, and in which expression profoundly modifies the idealist view of art. Historical psychology? That means that the time of the survivals is a psychological time, a hypothesis that must be considered on several levels at once. First, the motifs of survival are naturally linked to those of great psychological power, highly emotional representations, dynamograms of desire, moral allegories, figurations of mourning, astrological symbols, etc. Next, the domains of survival are those of style, of gesture, and of symbols inasmuch as these are the vectors of exchange among heterogeneous times and places. 22 Finally, the processes of survival can only be understood on the basis of their connaturality with the psychological processes in which the presence actualité of the primitive is manifested, whence Warburg's interest in the instinctive or phantasmal characteristics, whether latent or urgently expressed, of the pathos formal. It is highly significant that at the very period of writing his thesis on Botticelli, in which, moreover, he was making a place, discreetly but most carefully, for the topics of the dream, unconscious desire, erotic pursuit, erotische Verfolgungsszene, sacrifice, and death, Warburg undertook a vast fundamental work, which was never completed, on the psychology of art. In the approximately 300 pages of this manuscript, written between 1888 and 1905, he was already elaborating an entire psychological and philosophical vocabulary, though one could not call it a system, designed to stimulate questions as difficult as those of art and thought, the relationships between form and content, the theory of the symbol, the status of anthropomorphism, the association of ideas, images of thought, and so on. 23 And when he began this in 1888, Warburg was only 22, and all these attempts to develop a psychology of art, which continue up through the Allgemeine Ideen of 192,724, the vocabulary of expression remains omnipresent. If all of history is based in psychology, then, according to Warburg, The entire history of images is necessarily based in the psychology of expressione. We still have to determine what such a formulation is aiming at, which is something I have already begun to indicate. It is aiming at a psyche that is not confined to the usual heroic novels centered on the artistic personality. It aims, therefore, at a more fundamental and broadly conceived psyche, more impersonal and transindividual. It is a question of revealing the existence of a psychological state of the kind usually referred to in discussions of body and soul, word and image, representation and movement, and the like. Anthropologically speaking, this state is central to the concept of imitation in classical aesthetics, which, however, usually winds up giving a rather impoverished account of it. This implies not only that the Nachleben should be conceived as a psychological time, but also that the pathos formal should be understood as a psychological gesture. Gertrude Bing was aware of this basic characteristic. What the pathos formulae make visible is not a quality of the external world, but a state of the emotions. And she concludes with the following observation, which is that of a historian somewhat frightened by the swamps of the psychological domain in which she has just dipped her toe. We are here treading on dangerous ground. 25 But Warburg's requirement was just that, despite the potential danger, the pathos formal should not be translated in terms of the semantics, or even semiotics, of bodily gestures, but in terms of psychological symptomatology. The emotive formulas are the visible symptoms, bodily, gestural, explicitly presented, figured, of a psychological time irreducible to the simple schema of rhetorical, sentimental, or individual vicissitudes. But where does one find the theoretical paradigm capable of meeting Warburg's demands? This, over the long term, was the goal of his obstinate research. No doubt its vocabulary remained that of expression, but its point of view was definitely that of the symptom. For expression, according to Warburg, is not the reflection of an intention. It is, rather, the return in the image of something that has been repressed. That is why the Nachleben appears as the time of a contretemps in history, in the sense of the development of styles, and why the pathos formal appears as the gesture of a counteractivity in history, in the sense of the story are represented by an image. Thus we need the term expression. But why call it a symptomatic expressione? What type of symptom is involved? Symptom of what? And, above all, in what way is it a symptom? Warburg looked first, without being too sure of really finding what he was looking for there, in the area of medicine. Early on, in 1888, it is the medical metaphor that comes to his mind when he wants to signal his desire to go beyond the epistemology accepted in his field, as well as his desire to be done with the aestheticizing art history of connoisseurs and of so-called cultivated amateurs. Sajanadjabilite. We of the younger generation want to attempt to advance the science of art so that anyone who talks in public about art Kunstwissenschaft, without having specially and profoundly studied this science, should be considered just as ridiculous as people who dare to talk about medicine without being doctors. Diese Übermedium zu reden getrauen, ohne Doktoren zu sein. 26 When Warburg later comes to speak of his desire for epistemological displacement, it is again medicine which, along with anthropology, will help him dismantle the judgments about taste offered by aestheticizing art history. He needed ethnology, via the trip to Hopi country, to teach him what primitive means, and medicine to teach him what symptom means, in order to be able to replace traditional art history with an anthropology of images capable of organically grasping the stylistic and symbolic phenomena he studied in the context of the Florentine Renaissance, and then of the German Reformation. Aside from this, I had developed a downright disgust with aestheticizing art history, Ästhetische and Kunstgeschichte. The formal contemplation of images, not conceived as a biologically necessary product als biologisch notwendiges product, situated between the practices of religion and art, which I understood only later, seemed to me to give rise to such a sterile trafficking in words that after my trip to Berlin in the summer of 1896 I tried to switch over to medicine. I did not yet have any notion that this American journey would make so clear to me precisely the organic interconnections between art and religion among primitive man, and that I would so distinctly see the identity, or rather the indestructibility, of primitive man, who remains the same throughout all time. Die Unzerstörbarkeit des Primitiven mentioned zu alien Zeiten, such that I would be able to demonstrate that he is an organ in the culture of the Florentine early Renaissance as well as later in the German Reformation. 27. In fact, Warburg, in Berlin between December 1891 and March 1892, had already taken the psychology courses designed for pre-medical students. Thus, it is clear that in the eyes of the young historian of images, medicine meant first of all medicine of the soul. Starting from this point, which is accepted by most of those familiar with his work, 28 the question arises of knowing which psychological, or rather psychopathological, framework Warburg needed in order to establish his stylistic analysis and symptomatology of Renaissance culture. It seems too vague simply to speak of an attempt to discern the symptoms of a state of the collective soul. 29 There is even less justification in linking the question of the symptom to that of finding a meaning in history in Hegel's sense, as Gombrich does. And there is little point in trying to explain Warburg's recourse to the psychopathological paradigm by reference to Tito Vignoli, an evolutionist as obscure as he is original. 30 It was only starting in 1918, from the depths of his psychotic breakdown, that Warburg began to perceive how close his intellectual project was to that of psychoanalysis. By excluding this episode from his biographical account of Warburg, Gombrich has wound up censoring an important epistemological aspect of the latter's work. 31 It was a question, once again, of leaving the demons of the Freudian unconscious, like those of Nietzsche's Dionysian world, under the ancient parapets of a Mitteleuropa in ruins. It was a question, too, of providing the Warburg tradition, which would henceforth be an Anglo-Saxon one, with the return to order of a philosophy of the faculties, Nietzsche and the eternal return traded by Panofsky for Kant and the a priori, combined with a positive psychology, Freud and the phantasm traded by Gombrich for Popper and perception. In order to overcome this censorship, we must now try to imagine the path which led Warburg toward Freud. The historical psychology of expression that Warburg dreamed of making into the theoretical foundation of an anthropology of images is, therefore, something he envisaged above all as a psychopathology. Warburg's history of images seeks to analyze the pleasure the Renaissance took in formal inventions, but also the culpability of the remembered retentions memoratives manifested in them. It evokes the movements of artistic creation, but also the self-destructive compulsions at work in the very exuberance of the forms. It underscores the coherence of the aesthetic systems, but also the irrational element of the beliefs that sometimes underlie them. It looks for the unity of stylistic periods, but also for the conflicts and compromise formations that can traverse them and fracture them. It considers the beauty and charm of the masterpieces, but also the anguish and the phobias for which they provide, Warburg says, a sublimation. Of course, in discussing this whole vocabulary, which is surprising from the pen of a historian of humanism, we have to examine its theoretical archaeology. It already tells us that if the symbol was at the center of Warburg's concerns, it was not as an abstract synthesis of reason and the irrational, of form and matter, etc. 32 but rather as the concrete symptom of a split ceaselessly at work in the tragedy of culture. When Warburg looked at an emotional Magdalene by Niccola Della by Donatello, or by Bertoldo di Giovanni, figures 22, 24, it became clear to him that the gestural expression was symbolic only because it was first of all symptomatic. The gestural formula expresses something here only inasmuch as it crystallizes in the female saint a moment of intensity that appears, above all, as a real intrusion in the symbolic order of the evangelical story. It is the moment of a contretemps which repeats, in the Magdalene's body, the unbridled desire of the ancient Maenads. 33 It is the gesture of a counter-effect which remembers, in the body of the Magdalene, a paganism that the whole symbolic content, the sacrifice of the incarnate Word, wants nothing to do with. Thus, it is truly something like a symptom. One could say that Warburg's art history, in both its models of time, the Nachleben, and its models of meaning, the Pathos formal, sought to understand its key objects on the basis of their critical effects from the erotic pursuits in Botticelli and Pollaiuolo, in which Savonarola rightly saw the insolence of an orgiastic desire at work. 34, to the extremes of this new gestural language, which, in Donatello and many others, display a unseemly agitation in their expressions. 35 From the eruption of Arabic astrology in a 15th century Ferrer fresco to the German Reformation's obscure dealings with astrological beliefs. 36 We feel, on each occasion, the degree to which the necessity to confront the formal world of predetermined expressive values, whether they derive from the past or the present, represents for each artist the decisive crisis die Entscheiden crisis. And why in the end, Warburg saw in the dance of these decisive crises all of Western culture agitated by a symptomatic oscillation of which he himself had felt the full force. Sometimes it looks to me as if, in my role as psychohistorian als Psychohistoriker, I tried to diagnose the schizophrenia of Western civilization Die Schizophrenic des Abendlandes, from its images in an autobiographical reflex. The ecstatic nymphomanic, on the one side and the mourning river god, depressive, on the other Die Ekstatische Nymphomanische einerseits und der Traum Flusket die Depressive andererseits. 38, underlying the critical effects, therefore, there exists an order of causes, one that in the end, in 1929, Warburg apprehended using the psychopathological vocabulary of schizophrenia, a Deleuzian term ahead of its time, it would seem, or of manic depression, a term directly linked to the psychotherapeutic work he did with Ludwig Binswanger. As early as 1889, Warburg had referred to this order of causes in speaking of unnatural movements without motivation, Automotivierung, movements connected to desire, im Zusammenhang mit dem Wunsch. 40 years later, that is to say, on the eve of his death, the psychohistorian had at his disposition the Freudian concept of the unconscious. But, as if he were afraid that the substantivized notion, das Unbewusst, might lead him away from the dynamic process that he was attempting to characterize, he preferred, once again, to keep searching among the piles of moving snakes. He preferred to speak of a dialectic of the monster, Dialektik des Monstrums. 40 What, then, is this order of causes? It is the eternal conflict with a formidable, sovereign, and unnameable thing. Consider the themes that are omnipresent in Warburg's work in his final years: the combat with the monster, Kampf mit dem Monstrum, in ourselves the psychological drama, Seelendrama, of culture as a whole, the complex and dialectical knot, Komplex und Dialektik, linking the subject with this mysterious monstrum, defined, in 1927, as an original formal cause, Urkausalitätsform. 41 This, in Warburg's eyes, was the fundamental and troubling duality, Unheimliche Doppelheit, of all the facts of culture. The logic they display also allows the eruption of the chaos they are combating. The beauty that they invent also permits the eruption of the horror they are repressing, and the freedom they promote allows the continuance of the instinctive constraints they are seeking to destroy. 42 Warburg liked to repeat the adage per monstra ad astra, through the monsters to the stars, of which the famous Freudian phrase wo es war, solely it word and where it was, their ego shall be, seems to offer a variant. But how should one understand this? It can only mean that whatever else may happen, one must deal with the powers of the monster. Critical effects and unconscious causes. What the dialectic of the monster describes is none other than a structure of the symptom. For the latter accounts for both repression and the return of the repressed, repression in the guise of compromise plastic formulas, Plastisch Basgleichsformel, which scarcely rise above the threshold of consciousness, Schwelle des Bewusstseins, and the return of the repressed in the crisis, and the symptomatic, symptomatisch, figure, both of which spring forth with the maximum degree of energy-laden tension, höchste energetische Anspannung. This is how Warburg formulated the idea as early as 1907, compressing this terminology into just 4 lines in his article on Francesco Sassetti. 43 Later, the dialectic of the monster will take on visual form in the 8-footed sow of Lonzer engraved by Dyer, and in the horrible composite figures of the woodcuts published as anti-Catholic propaganda, figure 19. 44 When Warburg, in connection with these figures, speaks about a world of prophetic monsters, Region der Wahrsageanden Monstre J. 451, believe it is possible to understand his expression in the 2 senses required by a twofold discipline like historical psychology. On the historical side, the monsters of Lutheran propaganda are meant to be prophetic of a political and religious defeat of the papacy. On the psychological side, they unwittingly convey an unconscious truth, Wahrheit, by means of, by the visual representation of, those legendary, sage, monsters with composite bodies. That is why, in Warburg's view, these images constitute prophetic, Wahrsagen, objects par excellence. That is why art history must be not only a history of phantoms, but also a history of prophecies and symptoms. However that may be, we must henceforth understand the pathos for Meln's bodily crystallizations of the dialectic of the monster. As symptomatic moments symptom of the anthropomorphic image, the emotive formulas were clearly viewed by Warburg in terms of the dialectic of repression, compromise plastic formulas, and the return of the repressed, crisis and maximum degree of tension. What is described by the image in motion, image and movement, of which Warburg wanted to produce an atlas, indeed an album of its genealogy in Western culture, is nothing other than symptomatic movements, mouvement symptôme J. 46. But in terms of what paradigm are the latter to be understood? In Warburg's period there was no shortage of attempts to scrutinize the movements of expression, even up to the point of their state of pathological repression. These ran from the physiognomic mechanism studied by Theodor Maynard in his Psychiatry, 1884, up to the pathology of the symbolic consciousness as set forth by Ernst Kessler, 1929, with, in between, the disorders of expressive gesture analyzed by Karl Jaspers in his General Psychopathology, 1913. 47 There is no doubt that the French school of psychology, too, was able to assist Warburg in his undertaking. For example, Théodule Ribot formulated a theory of unconscious memory, a psychological heredity, his own Nachleben of the faculties and instincts, of which he sought examples as far afield as in the history of Medici and Florence. 48 And, in fact, he offered an explanation of expressive gestures, his personal notion of the Pathos in the course of elaborating a whole theory of the unconscious realm of movement, in which the psyche was understood in terms of a latent motor activity distributing its motor residues throughout all the strata of mental life. 49 But, more than anything else, it is the clinical treatment of hysteria, as triumphant as it was spectacular at the end of the 19th century, that seems to have provided the most pertinent symptomatological model for the dialectic of the monster as understood by Warburg. The hysterical symptom combines the expressive pathos of the crisis and the Nachleben of a latent traumatism that returns in the intensity of the patient's movements. Incidentally, the particle nach of the verb Nachleben conveys the possibility of a simulation, and this was the point of view taken by the specialists in mental disorders since the 18th century. In this context, the key figure was Charcot, the uncontested master thinker concerning the functioning of the symptom, and the uncontested ballet master of the presentation of hysteria as a spectacle at the end of the 19th century. The affinity of the hysterical body as conceived by Charcot and of the pathos formal as conceived by Warburg has recently been defended by Sigrid Schotte. Besides the fact that two works by Charcot and his collaborator Paul Richer could be found in Warburg's library, 50 The psychopathology of the Vermeer, she maintains, comes close to the Kulturschaft of the latter in several essential respects. These two areas of knowledge present themselves as explorations of a clinical archive, make abundant use of photography, and end up taking the form of iconographic repertories. 51 As a result, Warburg's Atlas of Emotive Formulas, figures 44, 69, 71, 86, 87, 9 degrees 9 may, she thinks, be seen as a historical equivalent of the famous synoptic table, produced by Richer under the guidance of his teacher, of the complete and regular grand hysterical attack. 52 The great virtue of bringing these two thinkers together is that it overcomes a case of censorship in the Warburgian tradition, a blind spot, in Schotte's words. 53 RT history, in fact, wanted to have nothing to do with DHZ pathological extensions of pathos as Warburg understood it, refusing to see that its very status as a humanist discipline was owing to Warburg's having established something like a pathological discipline. 54 Sigrid Schotte is thus right to speak of Charcot as a predecessor of Warburg regarding interdisciplinarity, the creation of an iconographic collection, and the observation of bodies given over to the movements of pathos, of passion, and, indeed, of Dionysian madness. 55 And we should add here that Nietzsche's allusions in the birth of tragedy to the dance of Saint Guy and to the figure of the insane young boy in Raphael's Transfiguration have exact counterparts in the plates that Charcot and Richer devoted to the same themes in their work on Les Demoniaques dans Tart. 56 Finally, can anyone fail to be struck by the analogy between the Dionysian figures of Ninfa in Warburg and the figures of the hysterical women drawn by Richer at the Salpêtrière, figures 55, 56? Could one not say, then, that the backward-looking path adopted by Charcot in his retrospective medicine, modern hysterics, Christian mystics, ancient maenads, finds its historical and aesthetic justification in Warburg's analysis of survivals? Yet, in looking at the question more closely, it seems to me that the ground of this analogy is filled with traps indeed. It gives way with every new step. Every use Charcot makes of the figures actually derives from an epistemic operation aimed at reducing the essentially protean, label, and metamorphic character of the hysterical symptom, that pile of moving snakes traversing the body, to the simple status of a regular tableau possessing the force of a law that is as much temporal as visual. Whether through recourse to hypnosis, to galvanic experimentation, or to the establishment of an iconography, Charcot's concern was always the same: to master the differences of the symptom. And that was only possible, concretely, by further deranging the hysterical patients by making them shape themselves in accord with the pathetic images that preceded them in the master's artistic iconography. 57 That was only possible by developing a historical sophism twinned by an iconographic sophism in which real bodies, suffering bodies, were ordered to conform to the images of the figures collected in the atlas, thereby appearing to be proofs of a clinical table established once and for all. 58 If Richer's hysterical patient resembles Warburg's Maenad so closely, that is first of all because Richer wanted to draw his hysterics in the manner of an archaeologist making a graphic record of an ancient sculpture. There is nothing like that in Warburg. The montage of the Namazani Atlas respects discontinuities and differences, never erasing the temporal hiatuses, for example, between an archaeological record and a contemporary photograph. In contrast, Charcot's tableau aims at continuities and resemblances, establishing a temporal unity in the unfolding of the complete and regular grand hysterical attack. Consequently, Warburg's science without a name subverts all the premises of medical iconography as Charcot understood them. In the latter, the hysteric is a master signifier signifiant mater to which everything, from the depiction of the Maenad to the living patient present in the clinic, must be reduced. In the former, to the contrary, Nympha remains a floating signifier, moving from one incarnation to the other with nothing seeking to thwart her. In the final analysis, it has to be recognized that Charcot's and Warburg's symptomatologies are opposed on almost every level. According to Charcot, the symptom is a clinical category reducible to a regular table and to a well-defined nosological criterion. Whereas, according to Warburg, the symptom is a critical category that explodes both the regular table of stylistic history and the academic criteria of art. Charcot always wanted to bring the symptom back. These two Darwinian principles. They appear only negatively, as it were, pushed out to the depths of the most intensely disturbed portion of the attack, into the famous, detested period when the hysteric defies her master and when the master, outstripped by the events, gets out of the situation only by invoking the two terms of illogicality illogism, she does just any old thing, and of clownishness clownism, she's mocking us. This is the period of the so-called contortions, which were drawn by Richer, figures 57-60, because it was usually impossible to take photographs of them, given the flux of movements that were either too disordered or hidden under the straitjacket that was finally placed on the patient's 61. This is, if one allows me to use a slightly vulgar expression, the period of the tours de forcer, and it is not without reason that Monsieur Charcot has given it the picturesque name of clownishness clownism, evoking in this way the muscular exercises practiced by acrobats. Actually, this period consists of two phases, that of illogical postures or contortions, and that of large movements, both of which demand a suppleness, an agility, and a muscular power which might well astonish the onlooker, and which, during the period of the convulsives of Saint Médard, had appeared to be so much beyond the resources of nature that only divine intervention seemed able to account for them. Here, the patient assumes the most varied, the most unexpected, and the most improbable positions. 62. And here is the decisive turning point. It fell to Freud to elaborate an understanding of the hysterical symptom capable of going beyond the rigid model of the clinical table, of accounting for the changing intrications, or overdeterminations, and of respecting the essential plasticity of the processes involved. Now, how did Freud manage to get beyond Charcot's iconographism? First of all, he, as Lucille Ritvo has shown, returned to the three Darwinian principles of impression or memorative repetition, of displacement or derivation, and, finally, of antithesis or the possibility of something turning into its contrary. 63 The notion of impression allowed Freud to understand how the symptom turned an existing unconscious memory into something active in the present. Displacement allowed him to explain the constant interplay of figural intrications and signifying metamorphoses, thereby offering him a dynamic manner of considering the complexity of the phenomena. And antithesis allowed him to describe the ways in which the unconscious, by means of the symptom, got around, or ignored, logical contradiction and the temporal sequence of trivial biomorphisms le temps des biomorphismes triviaux. Significantly, Freud approached the problem of the symptom at exactly the point where Charcot had left it at the empty center crew of the illogical movements, that negative moment in the dialectic of the monster, that maximum degree of tension in the pathos Vermelde, as Warburg might, perhaps, have expressed it. With Freud, the hysterical symptom, the royal road of psychoanalysis, the unconscious formation in the full sense of the term 64, ceases to depend on an iconography and is neither a table tableau, whether representational or taking the form of protocol, nor a reflection, not even of a trauma. Rather, it establishes the dynamograms of multiple polarities combined in a jumble or erratically linked one with another, and sometimes swarming like snakes combining touching of the body with taboos, advances with defenses, desires with censures, crises with compromises, intrications with disintrications, and so on. The symptomatic moment as such springs up at the dialectical pivot of these polarities. Freud observed it, even before having interpreted it, in a situation that was probably not that in which a patient was being cured in a doctor's office. One can imagine one of the large halls at the Salpêtrière Hospital, perhaps Charcot's amphitheater. In one case I observed, the patient pressed her dress to her body with one hand, as the woman, while trying to tear it off with the other, as the man. These simultaneous contradictory actions, diese Widersprüchsvollgleichzeitigkeit, largely obscure the situation, die Unverständlichkeit, which is otherwise so plastically portrayed in Attacks eine im Fall so pastiche dargestellt situation, and thus serve very well to conceal the unconscious fantasy which is actually at work, Verhalung der Wirksame Unbewussten Fantasie. 65. This was an admirable lesson in how to look. 66 Where Richter spoke of the hysterical contortion in terms of the most varied, most unforeseen and most incredible positions, and, as such, impossible to comprehend through an iconography. Freud, for his part, succeeded in discerning the formula of this corporal pathos, the formula of this gestural chaos which explodes in the attack. In this image of the moving body, corps mu an image, as Pierre Fadita expresses it in taking up the question of the symptom. 67, in this jumble of disordered movements, Freud was able to recognize an exemplary structure. It is worth examining it in detail, for here his lesson in how to look is joined with a profound anthropological lesson concerning the dialectic of the monster. The first element of this structure is the plastic intensity of the bodily forms and of the movements generated. The hysteric undergoing a crisis offers the observer a situation that is so plastically represented in a so plastisch dargestellt situation, that his gaze is simultaneously caught, captured, fascinated, and denied, stunned. The situation represented in the attack appears daytime to incomprehensibility, Unverständlichkeit, because, for one thing, it is visually so intense. Freud starts, therefore, with a phenomenological given that cannot be ignored. One is obvious, in his view, even if difficult to interpret, as the Dionysian intensity of a disheveled Magdalene at the foot of the cross was for Warburg. Let us recall, moreover, that Goethe had started from this same observation regarding the desperate gestures of the Laocoon. The active intensity of this sculpted group, Goethe thought, infinitely exceeds the capacities of our understanding. A genuine work of art, we view it, and it touches us, it speaks to our mind, yet we cannot really know it. Translation modified, trans. 68 The second essential element of this structure, and the second factor rendering the situation incomprehensible, is its contradictory simultaneity. Here an extreme action turns into a counteraction. The intensity turns into antithesis, accomplishing work that is at once organic and transgressive. What is happening here? Two contradictory motions confront each other in a single body. Freud describes this dialectic, exactly as Warburg would have done for a Magdalene of Niccolo de Larca, by observing what happens to the accessory in motion, that is to say, the patient stress it is torn away by the half-man from the half-woman, while being clasped by the half-woman against the aggression of the half-man. The result is an intrication in motion, a dynamogram of mixed polarities. The symptom is the fulfillment of a pair of contradictory wishes. Freud wrote in 1899.69 The text we are examining takes up this notion again at the point where Freud states the law of the dual constitution of all unconscious formation, a law whose application to the field of images in general Warburg would doubtless not have rejected. Here, the Darwinian principle of antithesis receives such a radical extension that the idea itself of emotive expression seems to burst asunder. The symptom, according to its etymology, refers to that which falls, not to that which signifies. With it, the signs themselves explode, they shoot up and spread out, and then collapse, replaced by a new burst of fireworks. Freud notes this already when he describes the symptom as being overdetermined not only at the synchronic level, having several meanings at the same time, but also at the diachronic level, undergoing modification over time. 71 In short, the symptom in Freud's sense offers a very exact account of what Warburg was seeking to understand in tracing the constant oscillations between extreme polarizations and depolarizations and the ambivalences they generate. Is it surprising, then, that the vocabulary of conflict and compromise was as necessary for the definition of Warburg's Patbos formel as it was for Freud's Symptombildung, symptom formation? We already know that neurotic symptoms are the outcome of a conflict, which arises over a new method of satisfying the libido. The two forces, Kräfte, which have fallen out meet once again in the symptom and are reconciled, as it were, by the compromise durch den Kompromiss, of the Symptom der Symptombildung, that has been constructed. It is for that reason, too, that the symptom is so resistant, widerstandsfähig, it is supported from both sides. 72 This capacity for resistance can be just as well be understood as a capacity for survival, for Nachleben. The historical tenacity of the pathos for Melun would thus be explained, metapsychologically, by the intrication in them of conflicts that are maintained over time and of compromises that are always possible. In the Magdalene sculpted by Bertoldo di Giovanni, figure 54, the ancient Maenads survive so well only because mourning and desire are maintained in their conflict, preserved in a state of tension but intertwined intrigues in a cleverly chosen ambiguity, one that makes possible the compromise of the entranced pagan dancer and the tearful Christian saint. Freud writes that the symptom is a chosen piece of ambiguity with two meanings in complete mutual contradiction. 73. This reads like a description of everything that interested Warburg about the survival of the ancient pathos from Elm, for example, the desperate gesture of the ancient pedagogue which survives, inverted, in the triumphant one of the Renaissance figure of David, figure 44. Thus, the symptom plays with antithesis. It creates incomprehensible situations through its ability to confer a plastic intensity, that is to say, a piece of phenomenal evidence presented all at once to an observer, like a sculpture, on the most complex games of contradictory simultaneity. Here we find the coexistence and interaction of conflicts and compromises, reaction-formations, Reaktionsbildungen, and substitution-formations-Ersatzbildungen. Here, too, repressed representations and repressive representations coexist and change places. Freud had already pointed out the existence in the dream of a process which can also be observed in the symptom, and which he named reversal into the opposite. Verkehrung ins Gegenteil, reversal, or turning a thing into its opposite, is one of the means of representation most favored by the dream work. It produces a massive distortion in the material which is to be represented, and this has a positively paralyzing effect on any attempt at understanding the dream. Hysterical attacks sometimes make use of the same kind of chronological reversal in order to disguise their meaning from observers. 74. Now, consider what Freud says about hysterical contortion. It is exactly what Warburg says about those figurative formulas which are capable of surviving the play they make with antithesis, that is to say, their insensitivity to logical contradiction, to use another Freudian expression, displays simultaneously their transformative work and their tenacity, their capacity for eternal return. But there is further similarity, for both Warburg and Freud devote special attention to what I will call the formal pivots of all these reversals of meaning. 75. In his 1908 article, Freud gives us an important lesson in how to look inasmuch as he accepts the complexity of the phenomenon, the pile of moving snakes which constitutes the incomprehensible situation of the hysterical attack, without, however, giving up the attempt to find a structure. And when he finds this structure, he does not impoverish it by schematizing what he sees, as Richard did, or by seeking an idea behind what he sees. Nor does he seek to convey its iconographic detail, as Richard tried to do, which is, in any case, an impossible task, given the disorder of the illogical movements. Rather, he suddenly discerns a line of formal tension, a kind of moving line of symmetry, sometimes sinuous and sometimes broken, in accord with the body, which alternately relaxes and contracts. This line may be dancing or explosive, but it is always there, right at the empty center ochromeum of a gestural chaos that it distributes on both sides of its elusive geometry. No doubt Charcot's clinic, where the numerous hemi-sensibilities and hemi-anesthesias were to be seen, had prepared Freud for this way of looking. But everything which, in Charcot's eyes, was still evidence of disorder, all the incomprehensible and illogical aspects of the situation, Freud now saw as organized around an axis that orients the masculine fantasy on one side and the feminine fantasy on the other. Simultaneously conjoining and confronting the two contradictory terms, it does not resolve the complexity, it organizes and diffuses it, spatially and rhythmically. It is the pivot, itself subject to agitated motion, it should be emphasized, around which the contortion develops in all its irregularity. This symmetry in motion thus offers a formula for the critical pathos exploding in the attack. In this context, how can one not think of the very particular way in which Warburg discerned the structure of the emotions at work in the paintings of Botticelli and in the frescoes of Ghirlandaio? Everywhere in them, he observed the structuring power of the visual pivots. In Botticelli, it was the organic border of the body and of its accessories in motion, hair and draped clothing. In Ghirlandaio, it was the architectural border of the ground and the underground, from which there arises so strangely, at Santa Trinita, the genealogical portraits of the Medici children. 76. Dancing around these visual pivots, if I may put it that way, we see all the contradictions, all the conflicts at work in the image, harmonies with ruptures, beauties with terrors, resemblances with dissimilarities, present times with past times, and lives with deaths. The morphological law of the pile of snakes is undoubtedly complex, overdetermined, and impossible to schematize. But it exists, and it can be glimpsed. One never grasps it completely, but one can approach it, and brush up against it in the rhythm itself of the moving intrications presented by the image. One final point should be noted regarding this visual work of contradictory simultaneity. The intuition common to Freud and Warburg perhaps derives, once again, from Goethe's aesthetics and morphology. Speaking of that other human contortion and that other pile of snakes represented in the Laocoon, Goethe, right at the start, stressed the importance of the antitheses at work in that sculpture, figures 29,36. The Laocoon, in addition to all its other merits, is at one and the same time a model of symmetry and diversity, tranquility and motion, contrasts and gradations. The viewer perceives these varied qualities as a whole that is partly physical, partly spiritual. 77 Everything is split in two, everything is in opposition, and everything is intricately interwoven Sintrique in the Laocoon. The sculptor, says Gouda, shows us in a single figure the motion together with its cause. In it one can see the extremely varied activities of the three figures grappling with the snakes. Beyond that, all three figures are engaged in a twofold action, eine doppelte Handlung, so that all degrees of complexity extend to all levels of the formal organization. 78 Finally, Gouda sees in the very choice of subject represented, human bodies twisting around in the contorted grip of the reptilian bodies, an exemplary morphological advantage. It allows the artist to sculpt multiple forces and to show the anthropological significance of the contortion itself, whether in the case of insanity, or that of pain, or in a masterpiece of sculpture, namely the knotted antithesis of movement and paralysis. The artist's choice of subject is one of the best imaginable. Human beings are battling against dangerous creatures which do not have to rely on large numbers or tremendous strength, but rather attack separately on separate fronts ausgeteilt Kräfte. Hence, concentrated resistance is ineffective indeed. The snakes, because of their elongated bodies, are capable of rendering three people almost defenseless without injuring them. As a result of the figure's immobility, a certain sense of tranquility and unity pervades the group, despite all movement. There is a gradation in the activity of the snakes, only one coiling itself around the victims, the other provoked and causing injury. 79. Moved by multiple forces, acting doubly, generating compromises, undergoing conflicts that keep it in a state of tension between movement and paralysis, the image is clearly that enigmatic organism, Ratzel after organismus, that Warburg discerned in each of his investigations into the culture of the Renaissance. 80 That he was thinking of Nietzsche's Dionysian realm rather than clinical examples of hysteria stricto sensu is not in doubt. But Nietzsche himself had been careful to define the Dionysian using the example of enigmatic organisms capable of all kinds of metamorphoses, that is to say, capable of being moved by multiple forces and of reacting to them through multiple gestures. In short, they are capable of playing all the roles at once, as Nietzsche puts it with regard to certain hysterical types in the Dionysian state. The whole affective system is excited and enhanced so that it discharges all its means of expression at once and drives forth simultaneously the power of representation, imitation, transfiguration, and every kind of mimicking and acting. The essential feature here remains the ease of metamorphosis, the inability not to react, similar to certain hysterical types who also, upon any suggestion, enter into any role. 81 This, then, is an enigmatic organism. The enigma, the incomprehensible situation Freud speaks of, derives in large part from a third structural element of the symptom displacement. Freud completely recast the principle that Darwin had designated by the term association. Above all, he allows us to understand why the symptomatic expression, however spectacular, violent, and immediate it might be, derives from a true effort of dissimulation, that veiling of the unconscious fantasy at work for High along der Wirksamen Unbewussten Fantasie, with which Freud concluded his magisterial description of the hysterical episode. The symptom is hidden because it is metamorphosing, and it is metamorphosing because it is undergoing displacement. It does indeed present itself completely, without hiding anything, sometimes to the point of obscenity, but it presents itself as a figure, in other words, as a detour. 82 And it is the displacement itself which allows a repressed element to make a return. While Warburg observed in Botticelli's Venus a displacement of emotional intensity from the center, her nude body, toward the periphery, her hair blowing in the wind, 83 Freud observed in Dora a displacement of sensation, Verschiebung der Empfindung, concomitant with an reversal of affect, Affektverkehrung, from the lower mucous membrane, the site of genital sensation, toward the tract of mucous membrane at the entrance to the alimentary canal, the site of disgust and orality. 84 And this is how the organism becomes enigmatic. The symptom shifts, changes places, allowing itself to be seen only in an equivocal fashion. That is its initial phenomenology, its incomprehensible situation. The symptom gives us access, immediately, intensely, only to the organization of its very inaccessibility. This inaccessibility is structural. It cannot be overcome by any further key from some iconological dictionary. It tells us only that there are many doors to open and that, if there is an organisation, it must be conceived in terms of movements and displacements, those migrations which, in Warburg's view, constituted the entire trajectory of the Pathosvermeld, and whose mobile geographies and histories of survival he tried to reconstitute in the Mnemosyne Atlas. 35 The symptom changes place, it migrates and metamorphizes. Is this not what Wittgauer, believing he was being faithful to Warburg's teaching, termed the migration of symbols. 86 Not entirely, for the symptom is characterized by a condition of inaccessibility and intrusion, repression and return of the repressed, something which is not necessarily true of the symbol. Freud clearly established this in a short article of 1916 entitled A Connection Between a Symbol and Symptom. The symbol, ordinarily made to be understood, becomes a symptom from the moment it changes place sufficiently to lose its original identity, when it proliferates to the point of smothering its meaning, transgressing the limits of its own semiotic field. Thus, taking off one's hat in the street is a symbol in terms of social convention, politely greeting someone, and even in the folklore of dreams, the hat representing a genital organ. It becomes a symptom from the moment when an obsessive, for example, develops an endless sophistry of greeting, deploying a whole network of meanings capable of infecting everything around it. The displacement is a kind of epidemic. Then the head itself becomes, among other things, the organ that is subject to being cut off. 87 In short, the symptom is a symbol that has become incomprehensible, having been taken over by the workings of an active unconscious fantasy. Die Wirksame Unbewusst Fantasie. It is now plastically intensified, capable of contradictory simultaneity, of displacement and, therefore, of dissimulation. What work does the fantasy do? It consists in attracting symbols into a domain that, literally, exhausts them. They become enriched, combining in such a way as to attain a kind of exuberance, but this exuberance also weakens them. The attraction of which they have been the object returns them to their state of deformation, to their ultimate, formless condition. Lower vocational infirm. Freud calls this a regression of symbolic thought toward pure sensory images in which the representation, in a certain sense, returns to its raw material. We have done no more than give a name to an inexplicable phenomenon. We call it regression. Regression, when in a dream an idea, Vorstellung, is turned back into the sensory image, Sinnliches Bild, from which it was originally derived, and regression, the fabric of the dream thoughts, is resolved into its raw material, in sein Rohmaterial aufgelöst. 88 is a symbol that has become incomprehensible. The symptom appears, as such, inaccessible to exhaustive notation, inaccessible to both synthesis and to decipherment. 89 It asks to be interpreted, and not deciphered, as those iconologists who follow Panofsky seek to do in studying symbolic forms. The symptom is, first of all, a silence in the supposed speaking subject, or, differently expressed, a symbol written in the sand of the flesh. 90 As a result, this is paradoxical writing. The regression and the sensory image did not keep Freud from posing, metapsychologically, the problems of unconscious inscription and of the mnemic trace. 91 Here we touch on the fourth structural element of our model. It reformulates the Darwinian principle of the impression, which Warburg had termed the engram, a point we will return to later. It tells us that the symptom is a survival, a memory-bearing formation. This, perhaps, is the most important notion for our purposes. Can we not say that the Mnemosyne Atlas constitutes the keystone of Warburg's anthropology of images? But what can we say about this memory? Closer to our time, Lacan sought to find in the notion of the signifying change and signifying a response to the twofold requirement of the symptom and of unconscious formations in general, for it combines masking effects effet de mask and truth effects effet de vérité, transformative forces and repetitive forces, and ceaseless displacements and indestructible impressions. This gave Lacan the idea of combining, in order to discuss the symptom, le geste and la geste in French. Geste is a deed and a gesture, trans, a move which yielded the notion of a carnal immediacy, a single instant, endowed with epic depth, a long history. 92 Is this not the gesture le geste as Rilke envisaged it, that gesture that rises up out of the depths of time? Is this not the pathos formal, in the form of a survival which owes its existence to movement? But how should one understand the memory that this gesture brings up, the time imprinted, image to which it gives life and movement? Images, too, suffer from memories. It is surely as a psychological process that Warburg investigated the memory at work in modern, i.e., Renaissance, survivals of the ancient image and its primitive emotive formulas. Whether he borrowed from Richard Semon the terms engram and memory image, Erinnerungsbild, or whether he borrowed from Ewald Hering the hypothesis of memory understood as a general function of organized matter. 93 In either case, what that tells us is the degree to which, for Warburg, the psychological dimension had to be seen from a point of view that he himself termed monist. 94 The important thing was not to separate the psyche from its flesh, and, reciprocally, not to separate the imaging substance imaging from its psychological powers. What, then, are these psychological powers? Warburg gives us an indication, in the Mnemosyne Atlas's compilation of fundamental concepts, when he asserts that the essence of images, Builder-Wesson, consists in taking a background of original impressions, for a prong of 95 and forming them into a style, we could almost say converting them into a style. At the temporal level, this operation is called survival, Nachleben. At the plastic level, Warburg often calls it an incorporation, Verkörperung, that is to say, the way in which the ancient dynamograms find their figural formulas and take on a new plastic form at a later moment in their history. It is clear that in Warburg's view the powers of the image, both the psychological and plastic powers, work at the level of the sedimented material, impure and agitated, of an unconscious memory. This is undoubtedly the most important lesson of Warburg's Nachleben and still today its most difficult lesson to defend. The historian and the art historian do not readily accept the idea that the very evidence employed in their work, history, is in some way disoriented, obstructed, by a timeless, zeitlos, memory, a memory impervious to narrative continuities and to logical contradictions alike. But Warburg is very clear on this point. To characterize the restoration of antiquity as a result of a newfound awareness of historical facts, Einergebnis den Entretenden historischen Tatsachen Bewusstseins, and unconstrained artistic empathy is an inadequate descriptive evolutionary theory, unless one dares, at the same time, to descend into the depths of the instinct-driven interlacings of the human spirit with the material domain and its atemporal stratification. Triebhaft Verfügtenheit des menschlichen Geistes mit der Achronologische in Materie. Only then does one reach the mint that coins, Praguework, the expressive values of, Ausdruckswort, pagan emotions stemming from the primal orgiastic experience in Dem Orgiastisken Erlebnis, Theosotic Tragedy. 96. One recognizes in the representation of this primitive event an enduring characteristic of the Dionysian model. But what the tragic figure points to is none other than an analytic immersion in the depths of instinctual nature, beyond all consciousness of historical factuality. Here, Freud, in 1929, picks up where Nietzsche left off. One could no doubt say a great deal about the similarities in the ways that Freud and Warburg had of investigating unconscious memories from the point of view of the evolution between phylogeny and ontogeny. And let us remember that much earlier, Darwin had written about missing links and principles of expression. It seems to me, however, that a more urgent task is to examine those disturbing elements within evolution that, in both Warburg and Freud, are represented by the symptom formations. One could say, regarding this essential point, that Freud unpacked, and made it possible to read, all of Warburg's intuitions. While the latter discovered how it comes about that pathos is a privileged object of survival, the former explains to us how it is that pathos is, in the symptom, a privileged product of survival, its incarnation, so to speak. The Freudian model of the symptom allow us, in fact, to unite, in a single pathos formal, the plasticity of the Verkörperung and the temporality of the Nachleben. As a symptom formation, it is, in a certain sense, a survival that takes on a body. A body agitated by conflicts, by contradictory movements, a body agitated by the eddies of time. It is a body from which there suddenly springs forth a suppressed image. This is how Warburg must have understood it as he observed the tenacity, the springing forth, and the anachronism of the survivals against a background of forgetting, of latencies and of repressions. It is striking too. Observe that Freud discovered in the symptom a temporal structure that was similar to this in every respect. As early as 1895 he understood the decisive element in that incomprehensible situation produced by an attack of hysteria. Looking beyond even the attitudes passionnelles and poses plastiques, which, for Charcot, were only periods within a sequence forming a typology of the crisis, Freud discovered that in the symptom every gesture is pathetic, that is to say, bears an affect. Even if it is contradictory, confused, illogical, or unformed. Every gesture is pathetic because everything that occurs in the body, at this moment, manifests the powers of a suffering memory memoir and souffrance. Freud's contribution can be recognized here in his reinterpretation of the Darwinian principle of impression heredity, defended by Charcot, is only a condition. The cause itself lies in a specific memory that is at work in the patient. 97 LL The movements produced in the attack are either the affect that remains attached to the V memory or direct expressions of these memories, or both at once, principle of antithesis, contradictory simultaneity. In any case, Freud asserts, hysterics suffer mainly from reminiscences. 9 It is her image of the body and emotion core an image that expresses this, in every possible way. To suffer from reminiscences, a decisive statement. Psychoanalysis is practically born from this insight. At the same time, Warburg was discovering that in Ghirlandaio's frescoes, figure 67, the Florentine nymph dances memories, just as in Dyer's drawing, figure 3, Orpheus, literally suffers and dies from memories. If the symptom shows itself as an incomprehensible symbol, it does so, in the final analysis, because it is the product of a complex network in which 1001 mnemonic symbols are interlaced. In all this, strictly speaking, the hysterical symptom is not behaving in any way differently from the memory picture, Erinnerungsbild. The difference lies only in the apparently spontaneous emergence of hysterical symptoms, while, as we very well remember, we ourselves provoked the scenes and ideas. In fact, however, there is an uninterrupted series, extending from the mnemic residues, Erinnerungsest, of affective experiences and acts of thought to the hysterical symptoms, which are the mnemic symbols, Erinnerungssymbole, of those experiences and thoughts. 99. What does that mean? It means that in Freud's view the symptom acts in the same way that the image acts according to Warburg as a constantly new and surprising ensemble of vital residues of memory, as a crystallization, or a formula expressing a survival. And if here one must speak of memory's image, it is on condition, a revolutionary condition, that one dissociates memory and individual recollections. Dissocier mémoire et souvenir. Consider the difficulties a positivist historian will encounter when faced with such a condition. In any case, Freud's clinical observations of the symptom clearly taught him, as the pathos for Meln had taught Warburg, that memory is unconscious. Consciousness and memory are mutually exclusive, wrote Freud to Wilhelm Fliess as early as I 896.100. This is another decisive proposition. Henceforth, the real task will be to understand why individual recollection, le souvenir, such as we have at our disposition, for example, when Vasari draws on the great family novel of Florentine art, is often only an example of organized amnesia, a decoy, an obstacle to any truth beyond factual exactitude, in short, a screen. 101. Reciprocally, one must try to understand the kind of work required to organize this paradoxical memory. From the start, Freud realized the full complexity of what was involved. Although torn up by the roots and deeply affected by the recent death of his father, he wrote to Fliess, in November and December of 1896, 3 extraordinary letters in which his theory of the symptom became a hypothesis about memory in general. He wrote about indestructible memory traces, but also about a process of stratification and material, subjected to rearrangement in accordance with fresh circumstances. Repression was still an important factor, but so, too, was the multiplicity of the various species of signs employed by the work of memory. 102. The field of mnemosony was opening itself up to the topical and dynamic complexity of the unconscious psyche. From this complexity at least 2 fundamental characteristics emerge that we have already recognized in Warburg's conception of the Nachleben. The first is that the unconscious memory can be understood only in the symptomatic moments symptom that arise as posthumous actions of a lost origin, whether real or phantasmal. 103. The second is that the unconscious memory arises only in the symptoms as a not of anachronisms in which several heterogeneous temporalities and several heterogeneous systems of inscription are intricated. Thus what is essentially new in my theory is the thesis that memory is present not once but several times over, that it is registered in various species of signs. Pathological defenses directed only against memory traces from an earlier phrase which have not yet been translated. Thus an anachronism, anachronismus, remains in a particular province. Fueros are still in force. Relics of the past still survive, es kommen Überlebenszustände. 104. Anachronism can perhaps be said to define the essential core of the notion of memory which appears here. At the level of logical structures, it appears as the temporal mode of the overdeterminations at work in every unconscious formation. Freud writes that in the symptom the family trees intertwine, with the result that they intersect again at certain privileged nodal points. 105. That could be called knots of anachronism. But these interlacings are better described as networks of openings, of seismic faults opening up at every step one takes in the domain of history. In this context Freud himself introduces the astonishing image of a network, of a tree, indeed, of a forest of wounds, as if, at the anachronistic moment of its discharge, the symptomatic gesture constituted, all by itself, an entire library, à la Borges or à la Warburg, in which each new room was a new suffering memory mémoire en souffrance. The reaction of hysterics only appears exaggerated. It is bound to appear so to us, because we know only a small part of the motive forces behind it. It is not the last, in itself infinitesimal, mortification which produces the fit of crying, the outbreak of despair, the attempted suicide, regardless of the axiom that effect must be proportioned to cause. But this trivial actual mortification has aroused and set working the memories of so many, far more intense, previous mortifications, behind all of which lies the memory of a serious one in childhood, one which the patient never got over. 106. This analysis is exemplary for our purposes inasmuch as it explains an intensity, the pathetic exaggeration of the gesture, by a complexity, the temporal overdetermination of the survival. It captures the essence of the entire dialectic of the pathos for Milton. Later, Freud will explain that it is precisely at the point where memory does its work that recollection le souvenir escapes, and that it is precisely at the point where the recollection escapes that the gesture arises in the present time of the symptom. The patient remembers nothing of what is forgotten and repressed, but he expresses it in action. He reproduces it not in his memory but in his behavior. 107. The moment of reminiscence, which Warburg sought in images in the form of the pathos formal, thus appears as essentially anachronistic. It is a present in which the survivals are agitated, in which they act. Such moments are anachronistic because they are intense and intrusive, and because they are complex and sedimented. In just a few pages of the Studies on Hysteria, Freud believed he could unite all the following phenomena: geological stratification, temporal inversion, concentric stratification around a center, a broken line that takes roundabout paths, enchainment sinewy why the zigzag line of the nights move, a ramifying system of lines, nodal points, and nuclei of foreign bodies, an infiltrate, the blocked flow to file, a Chinese puzzle, threads, confused or missing traces, etc. 108 This shows us the degree to which the anachronism of the symptoms subvert the positivist models of causality and of historicity. Here everything occurs in a manner contrary to the axiom cessant causa, cessate effectus. 109 Everything occurs contrariwise to the factual hierarchies of the great and the small, of the antecedent and the consequence, of the important and the minor. 110 Everything occurs, therefore, contrariwise to the expectations of the historical narrative and the familiar models of causal determination and of evolution. In spite of all the later developments, none of the infantile mental formations perish. All the wishes, instinctual impulses, modes of reaction and attitudes of childhood are still demonstrably present in maturity, and in appropriate circumstances can emerge once more. They are not destroyed but merely overlaid, to use the spatial mode of description which psychoanalytic psychology has been obliged to adopt. Thus it is part of the nature of the mental past that, unlike the historic, bisterish, past, it is not absorbed by its derivatives. It persists, whether actually or only potentially, alongside what has proceeded from it. The strength in which the residues of infancy, infantile rest, are still present in the mind shows us the amount of disposition to illness. That disposition may accordingly be regarded as an expression of an inhibition in development. 111. Here one grasps the magnitude of the project faced by Warburg in creating an historical psychology of culture. For, in such a project, psychological time overturns our very manner of conceiving what historical time is. If memory is unconscious, how does one go about constituting its archive? Is it surprising, in these circumstances, that the Kulturwissenschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg scarcely resembles a standard historical library? Or that the plates of the Nemazini Atlas scarcely resemble those of a historical or geographical atlas? On the other hand, is it surprising that a definition of unconscious memory like the now famous one of Lacan's organizes its entire vocabulary around a list of archives? 112, figurative and disfigured, symbolic and instinctual, linguistic and unarticulated, cultivated and folkloric, etc., in short, around precisely all those things that Warburg sought to pour into the psychological treasury of his library? Stirrings, repetitions, repressions, and delayed actions. Warburg has sometimes been criticized for never showing any sensitivity to the beauty of the Florentine masterpieces he studied. Admittedly, he liked to poke fun at connoisseurs and attributionists Kenner und Attributsler, whether Bode, Morelli, Venturi, or Berenson, as being hero worshippers inspired merely by the temperament of a gourmand temperament eines gourmand. 113 But how can one deny that he was sensitive to, and even overwhelmed and captivated by, the sovereign grace of his Ninfa Fiorentine 14, figure 67? It is true that Warburg never simply contemplated images in a state of calm admiration for him. Images appear graceful to us at the moment a gesture is perceived, as in the nymph's arched foot. But, as we have just seen, images also suffer from reminiscences. The gesture, though just barely sketched, and no matter how little intensified or displaced, and thus disquieting, causes an unconscious memory to rise up from the depths of time. For Warburg, visual admiration always elicits something like a basic anxiety about the stirrings of time. The gracefulness of the image therefore elicits, in addition to its present manifestation, a twofold tension toward the future through the desires it summons, and toward the past through the survivals it invokes. Warburg probably saw this double rhythm at work in every powerful image. For example, he contrasts the ecstatic nympha, manic, on the one side and the mourning river god, depressive, on the other. 115 The author of the Mnemosyne Atlas is a bit like the river god of our fine discipline, art history for, on a foundation of mourning, he presides both over its development and over its internal eddies. What are these eddies? Originary moments, stirrings of time within history. The Freudian model of the symptom not only provides a better understanding of the power of these stirrings, and of their dynamic and formal necessity beyond that, the Freudian metapsychology of time allows us to observe the river itself, i.e., the river of survivals, the river of Mnemosyne, as if from the inside. Better than Nietzsche's earlier notion of eternal return, Freud's later notion of repetition makes it possible to grasp with precision what Warburg was searching for in the seismographic and dynamographic temporality of images. What Mnemosyne seeks is indeed beyond the pleasure principle, not simple beauty, not the recalling of memories as such, and still less the collection of reminiscences of the childhood of Western art, but the very mode of the instauration of time in the image. A Freudian project par excellence. Is there a single chapter of Freud's metapsychology that does not discuss time? Do not the drives have a destiny? Do not representations undergo the forgetting caused by repression? Does not the unconscious proceed by regressions, and does it not become displaced into the realm of intemporality, a seemingly privative characteristic to which we shall return? Finally, does not death constrain us psychologically to experience mourning, or perhaps melancholy? 116 One could almost see in each Freudian notion the description of a mode of temporal functioning, fixation or abreaction, formation, of the symptom or of a compromise, etc., or acting out, compulsive repetition or the principle of constancy, repression or delayed action après coup, latency period or secondary elaboration, regression or the primal scene, memory as a screen or return of the repressed, and so on. All of these concepts simply follow the intertwined threads of the unconscious's mnemotechnical capacities. On this point, too, Freudian psychoanalysis shares with Warburg science without a name a characteristic attitude toward any kind of doctrine building. On the one hand, it adopts the prudence and modesty of the philologist, this is its analytic aspect, in the down-to-earth, materialist meaning of the term, while, on the other hand, it poses its basic problems, this is its metapsychological aspect, in a sequence of audacious theoretical moves which end up renouncing the tradition of the grand metaphysical systems, Kant's in particular. 117 What Freud discovered in the symptom, and Warburg in survivals, is a discontinuous temporal regime, stirrings and contretemps which repeat themselves in repetitions that are all the less regular, and thus all the less predictable, for being psychologically autonomous. A discontinuous regime, then, instead of the a priori conditions of the psychological apparatus according to Kant. 118 A single example will allow us to measure the great distance which separates the analytical observation of symptomatic time and the philosophical construction of a transcendental time. In 1905, the same year in which Warburg untangled the survivals at work in the emotionally charged bodies drawn by Dyer, Figure 3, and the same year in which Freud described the unconscious fantasies at work in the hysterical body of Dora, Edmund Husserl gave several famous philosophical lectures on the phenomenology of internal time consciousness. My aim is not, of course, to provide the commentary that this comparison merits, an enormous task. It is perhaps sufficient simply to consider the style of the diagrams that Husserl and Freud inscribed in the margins of their reflections in order to represent the temporal object of their respective investigations. Husserl's two triangles, Figure 61, clearly describe the continuum of phases which link the present instant of an object to its past horizon. It is not surprising to find that the process involved is defined as a strict flow. Husserl offers the following comment on these phases. With regard to the running off phenomenon, we know that it is a continuity of constant transformations which form an inseparable unit. It is evident that we can also say of this continuity that in certain ways it is unalterable as to form. It is unthinkable that the continuity of phases would be such that it contained the same phase mode TWEE or indeed contained it extended over every temporal interval. In our figure the solid horizontal line illustrates the modes of running off of the enduring object. 9. Freud has three triangles, sketched as early as 1897, Figure 62, are more expressionist and more troubled tense, leaning to one side, tangled up among themselves, lying in different strata in relation to each other, and, in addition, accompanied by 7 broken lines. Freud offers the following comment on them. Architecture. Of hysteria. Probably as follows. Some of the scenes are accessible directly, but others only by way of superimposed fantasies. The scenes are arranged according to increasing resistance. Those which are more slightly repressed come to light only incompletely to begin with, on account of their association with those which are severely repressed. The path followed by analytical work proceeds by a series of downward lines. Symptoms. Our work consists of a series of such stages at deeper and deeper levels. 120 Thus, where Husserl represented time as a continuous modification, a flow, as he put it, Freud saw in the symptom a multifold collapse of blocks of present times revealing a multiplicity of memory levels, noted in his schema as 1, 2, 3, 4, that are themselves subject to fissures or, on the contrary, to agglomerations of all types. 121 The lines, the movements, the links, the directions, all of that is torn up into intervals, into crevices, into slippages in the terrain. The result is anachronisms, phase displacements, latencies, delays, aftershocks, to all of which there corresponds what Freud calls a kind of work, Arbeit, a word written in 1897 right next to the schema. Time does not simply flow, it works. It constructs itself and it collapses, it crumbles and it undergoes metamorphosis. It slides, it falls, and it is reborn. It buries itself and rises up again. It decomposes and recomposes elsewhere or otherwise, under tension or in latencies, in the form of polarities or ambivalences, in musical times or in contretemps. This tells us that, above all, Mnemosyne confronts both the psychoanalyst and the historian with the question of multiple rhythms. Rhythms to be heard in the scansions of the chant, by which I mean the words of lament, and rhythms to be seen in the dance of the symptom. The work to which Freud draws attention appears, in his drawing, to be that of constructing the optical angles required for three successive points of view, a heuristic of the gaze, we might call it, as if the eye were capable of penetrating ever more deeply into the temporality itself of the unconscious. 122. We are well aware that Freud himself characterized the unconscious by the famous term timeless zeitlos. The unconscious would thus seem to be atemporal. But what does that really mean? Should we take this formulation as grounds for removing all of psychoanalysis from the domain of history? 123 Certainly not. In fact, Freud posited the Zeitlosigkeit of the unconscious as a dialectical condition, the fecund negativity, of the temporal flow itself. For, beneath the river of becoming, there lies the riverbed, that is to say, the other time of the flow outre tempstiftkühlment. In it there are chunks which have broken off from the mountain, broken stones, sediments, geological imprecise, and sands moved by a rhythm completely different from the one above. There exists, therefore, underneath the chronology of the river running through the gorges of the bed, whether these constitute corridors or obstacles, its chronic condition, the accidental elements of which, invisible at the surface, determine the zones of the whirlpools, the anachronisms of the current which suddenly bifurcates or turns abruptly chantum. These are the zones where one risks drowning. There lie the dangers of the river, its symptoms. The Freudian atemporal, zeitlos, is like the Nietzschean untimely, unzeitgemäß. It should not be understood as a privative condition, as indicating something that the unconscious lacks, but, on the contrary, as the very condition of its work, of its exuberance, and of its complexity. Freud at first expressed this, with as much conviction as modesty, in terms of the inalterability of the repressed memory. Again and again I have had the impression that we have made too little theoretical use of this fact, established beyond any doubt, of the unalterability by time of the repressed, die Unveränderlichkeit der verdrängten durch die Zeit. This seems to offer an approach to the most profound discoveries. Nor, unfortunately, have I myself made any progress here. 124 Now, the inalterability of memory, its chronic character, does not signify its immobility. Quite to the contrary. The inalterability has a rhythm, one that Warburg detected in the emergence of the surviving forms of culture, and that Freud, for his part, attempted to describe using the metapsychological notion of repetition. I believe it is fair to say, keeping the relevant differences in mind, heuristic of the gaze, we might call it, as if the eye were capable of penetrating ever more deeply into the temporality itself of the unconscious. 122. We are well aware that Freud himself characterized the unconscious by the famous term timeless zeitlos. The unconscious would thus seem to be atemporal. But what does that really mean? Should we take this formulation as grounds for removing all of psychoanalysis from the domain of history? 123 Certainly not. In fact, Freud posited the Zeitlosigkeit of the unconscious as a dialectical condition, the fecund negativity, of the temporal flow itself. For, beneath the river of becoming, there lies the riverbed, that is to say, the other time of the flow outre tempstiftkühlment. In it there are chunks which have broken off from the mountain, broken stones, sediments, geological imprecise, and sands moved by a rhythm completely different from the one above. There exists, therefore, underneath the chronology of the river running through the gorges of the bed, whether these constitute quarters or obstacles, its chronic condition, the accidental elements of which, invisible at the surface, determine the zones of the whirlpools, the anachronisms of the current which suddenly bifurcates or turns abruptly chantum. These are the zones where one risks drowning. There lie the dangers of the river, its symptoms. The Freudian atemporal, zeitlos, is like the Nietzschean untimely, unzeitgemäß. It should not be understood as a privative condition, as indicating something that the unconscious lacks, but, on the contrary, as the very condition of its work, of its exuberance, and of its complexity. Freud at first expressed this, with as much conviction as modesty, in terms of the inalterability of the repressed memory. Again and again I have had the impression that we have made too little theoretical use of this fact, established beyond any doubt, of the unalterability by time of the repressed, die Unveränderlichkeit der verdrängten durch die Zeit. This seems to offer an approach to the most profound discoveries. Nor, unfortunately, have I myself made any progress here. 124 Now, the inalterability of memory, its chronic character, does not signify its immobility. Quite to the contrary. The inalterability has a rhythm, one that Warburg detected in the emergence of the surviving forms of culture, and that Freud, for his part, attempted to describe using the metapsychological notion of repetition. I believe it is fair to say, keeping the relevant differences in mind, the Freudian Wiederholungszwang compulsive repetition stands to the destiny of the drives as the Warburgian Nachleben stands to the destiny of images. In the archaeology of this relationship, two references, at least, have to be taken into account. The first, once again, is Nietzsche's eternal return. Decisive in Warburg's elaboration of the models of time, it can also be linked to Freud's conception of repetition. This was the reading proposed by Gilles Deleuze in his Difference and Repetition, where he sets forth the following notions: the essential mobility of the unconscious, the preeminence of virtual objects which are essentially anachronistic shreds of pure past, the joint movements of Veros, Thanatos, and Mnemosyne, and the destiny of the drives, the inevitable intrication of pathos and pseudos, which posits repetition as displacement and disguise. 125 And, finally, the differentiating status of the repetition itself, a status which is thus anxiety-provoking and always in motion. Repetition is constituted only with and through the disguises which affect the terms and relations of the real series, but it is so because it depends upon the virtual object as an immanent instance which operates above all by displacement. And, ultimately, it is only the strange which is familiar and only difference which is repeated. 126 Thus it is solely difference which repeats. La difference se repute in the unconscious memory. That means, as well, that repetition delays or puts off la repetition diffère, even if only by interrupting, in symptoms, or in survivals, the steadily proceeding flow of a historical becoming. Gerald Dios Ninfa, figure 67, surely introduces a difference in the story depicted in the fresco. Just what is this young goddess doing in a scene which recounts the birth of St. John the Baptist? Does she not introduce her difference vigorously enough to affect the style governing the pictorial treatment of all the other characters in the scene? Now, we know that this very difference was understood by Warburg as the occurrence of a repetition, that is to say, the survival, the unexpected return of the Greco-Roman motif of the figure of victory on the walls of a Florentine Renaissance church. 127 While the philosophical approach to the notion of repetition is necessary, it is insufficient by itself in the case of Warburg, and that of Freud himself. An anthropology of repetition requires that the Nietzschean view be allied, however strange it might appear at first glance, with the Darwinian view and its famous general principles of emotional expression. Here again, repetition reveals itself to be a question of impression. Freud writes that the patient, when he is in the grip of unconscious formations, cannot remember the whole of what is repressed in him, and what he cannot remember may be precisely the essential part of it. He is obliged to repeat the repressed material as a contemporary experience, instead of remembering it as something belonging to the past. 128 In short, what one does not remember, i.e., the repressed, is repeated in one's experience as a symptom, as if one were struck by a similar process of impression. Here one might think of a mold, a photographic impression cliché, or typography, depending on the technical model one favors, the mnemic traces, the infantile residues in their inscriptions on the magic writing pads of unconscious memory. All of that could now be brought together in a specific model of unconscious memory. 129 In these processes, generation and filiation follow extremely complex routes, whether it is a question of the transmission of quantities of energy, dynamograms, or of signifiers, symbols, figures 63, 64. 130 At around this time a new concept of psychological transmission begins to emerge, which is at once material and phantasmal when Freud writes, as early as in 1900, that their names make the children into revenants. 131 He is acknowledging both the materiality of the signifier and the spectral nature of its eternal return in the long history of family relationships. Warburg's requirements for understanding the history of images could not be better expressed than by this twofold criterion. Material and phantasmal? There is one discipline which manages to employ these two criteria simultaneously. It is archaeology. When Warburg develops his full analysis of Ghirlandaio's extant frescoes on the basis of objects that have been destroyed, the Florentine votive portraits, whose appearance and function he seeks to establish through his exhaustive readings of the documents amassed in the Archivio, he is working as an archaeologist as much as an art historian. 132 W. Hen Freud calls his interpretative work a process which consists of stages at deeper and deeper levels, or when he speaks of the affective states in the symptom as so many mnemonic sediments, he is also acting as an archaeologist of memory. 133 In both cases, it is a question of looking at things which are present, images offering their gracefulness, or symptoms offering their anxiety, with an eye to absent things, which, nevertheless, determine, like phantoms, the former's genealogy and the very form of their present state. In both cases, this genealogy is apprehended in the material spatiality of the residues of destruction and in the phantasmal temporality of the occurrences of return. The archaeological model occupied Freud throughout his life. 134 His thoughts about time, that is to say, about the paradoxes and disorders. Malaise in evolution, were often indebted to it, for example when he linked the question of stages or of stasis to the question of strata, i.e., of material depths. As early as 1896, at a time when he was trying to dig more deeply into the memory that hysterics suffer from, Freud imagined himself amidst a field of ruins, trying to remove the gravestones, gravettes and, on the basis of the visible remains, to discover what was buried there. This famous page concluded with a prophetic citation Saxilo Quanturf 540 years later, the prophecy continued to exercise its power as a model. The analyst has neither experienced nor repressed any of the material under consideración. His task cannot be to remember anything. What then is the task? His task is to make out what has been forgotten from the traces which it has left behind or, more correctly, to construct it. His work of construction, or, if it is preferred, of reconstruction, resembles to a great extent an archaeologist's excavation of some dwelling place that has been destroyed and buried or of some ancient edifice. The two processes are in fact identical, except that the analyst works under better conditions and has more material at his command to assist him, since what he is dealing with is not something destroyed but something that is still alive. Both of them have an undisputed right to reconstruct by means of supplementing and combining the surviving remains. Both of them, moreover, are subject to many of the same difficulties and sources of error. 136. Warburg would probably have agreed with this kind of reflection, except on one point, though an essential one. The opposition between psychic memory, the effects of which bear on something which is still living, and material memory, the objects of which can be destroyed, is an opposition that would have seemed rather trivial in the eyes of the psychohistorian of culture. For him, it is as misguided to omit the phantasmal aspect of archaeological objects as it is to omit the material aspect of psychologically induced instances of remembering. The history of images is traversed by revenances, by survivals, because culture, in the view of Warburg, as in that of Burckhardt, of Tyler, and of Nietzsche, is a living thing. The phantoms never worry dead things. And the survivals affect only the sphere of the living, to which culture itself belongs. If the destroyed antique models, the Greek originals, as one says, have not ceased to haunt Western culture over the long arc of its history, it is because their transmission, the Roman copies, for example, have created something like a network of life or of survival, by which I mean an organic phenomenon affecting the culture's symbols, images, and monuments, as can be seen by tracing their reproductions, generations, filiations, migrations, circulations, exchanges, diffusions, etc. Thus, there exist images which are like those psychological formations that, as Freud repeatedly states, cannot be the victim of total destruction. 137 If there is a limit to the applicability of the archaeological model in psychoanalysis, it stems first of all from archaeology's own self-image, which leads it to assume, for example, that it deals only with material objects, or that it is capable of restoring objects of the past to their former state, like those painting restorers who tell you, triumphantly and naively, that they have restored the original colors of a painting. To exhume the objects of the past is to alter both the present and the past itself. In the realm of culture as in that of the psyche, there are no complete destructions and no complete restorations. That is why the historian must be attentive to symptoms, repetitions, and survivals. Impressions are never completely effaced, but neither are they produced again in the identical way. The Darwinian principle of impression, without which there would be no unconscious memory, turns out to be a principle of uncertainty as much as it is one of tenacity. Just as tenacious is the principle of antithesis, although it is more difficult to establish on a firm foundation. We have seen it at work in Goethe's description of the Laocoon, in Darwin's theory of the emotions, in the destiny Warburg attributed to the Pathosphormelde, and in the contradictory simultaneity agitating the hysterical bodies observed by Freud. We are still left with the task of investigating the principle in its psychological dimension as this is expressed in various temporal stirrings. Now, Freud's whole clinical teaching and metapsychology could be summarized in the paradox of a remarkable contradictory simultaneity. It is in the contretemps that time appears. The time that Mnemosyne weaves is always a contretemps in the time that Clio spins. In other words, time, which underlies history, always appears in it as its point to capiton anchoring point quilting point, as a depression in the cloth of becoming, but also as the necessary bearer of its structure. The technical construction of this paradox ends up, in Freud's work, as the dialectic of repression, Verdrängung, and of the return of the repressed. Wiederkehr or Rückkehrsverdrängten. In this dialectic, the model of which, it may be noted, Freud varied to some extent 138, it is essential to understand that the return of the repressed, that compromise formation that Warburg encountered everywhere in the cultural domain, is the only path we have which leads to our knowing anything about the repressive process as such. It is, of course, the path of the symptom. Naturally, it is failed repression which will attract our attention, rather than that which has succeeded, which, most of the time, escapes our notice. The process of repression is not to be regarded as something which takes place once and for all, the results of which are permanent, as when some living thing has been killed and from that time onward is dead. We may imagine that what is repressed exercises a continuous straining in the direction of consciousness, so that the balancing has to be kept by the means of a steady counter-pressure. A constant expenditure of energy, therefore, is entailed in maintaining repression. 139. Force and counterforce, time and contretemps. Everything confronts and embraces everything else, everything becomes intertwined again like a nest of wriggling snakes. Each rupture of the equilibrium between the pressure of the repressed that is seeking to express itself and the counter-pressure of the repressive mechanism instance refalante results in an unconscious formation, that is to say, in the return, be it only partial and momentary, of the unredeemed psychic phantom. The dialectic of the survivals designates exactly this kind of process configurations which remain potential, latent, held in check by repression but never ceasing to exercise the force of something which seeks to create a path for itself. Then, in the next stage, one observes sudden fractures taking advantage of a slippage derapage of the forces in tension, i.e., instances of the return of the repressed which reveal the presently existing power of the unconscious force. In fact, this sums up the entire dynamic of the symptom. Lacan will later tighten this knot, asserting flatly that repression and the return of the repressed are one and the same thing. 140. By now it should be clear that between fixation, Fixierung, and deformation, Instellung, tenacity and mobility, disappearance and appearance, the dialectic of repression, the repressed along with its return, and repetition along with its difference, is capable of profoundly altering the meaning of history. This, we may note, is the meaning of Freud's last work, that historical novel constructed around an originary figure, Moses, but which, at the same time, deconstructs all the certainties and phantasms of the historicist credo. In it Freud speaks of a memory that ebbs and flows, an anadyomanic memory on memoir anadiamine. There is an interplay here between latency and the emergence of unintelligible manifestations, all of which is impossible to situate within the confines of a simple chronology, and all of which involves a process that Freud specifically calls a survival, ein Überbleibsel, and he is precautious on this point, putting the term in parentheses and in English survival. Trademark. Clearly, in the eyes of the psychohistorian, the Nachleben plays a central role. History, Freud writes, 10 years after Warburg's death, finds its historical truth, ihr Gehalt und historische Wahrheit, only in the return of long since forgotten important events in the primeval history, in der Geschichte, of the human family. 142. A whole section of the book on Moses, therefore, is dedicated to the problem of tradition understood as a phenomenon marked by forgetting and by the process of latency. But how should one conceive this latency in history, Latens in der Religionsgeschichte? How does one interpret the fact that it continues to operate from the background, aus dem Hintergrund, of the openly avowed transmissions? That a tradition thus sunken into oblivion should exercise such a powerful effect on the mental life of a people is an unfamiliar idea to us. 143 here, in any case, is a strange aspect of time that Warburg had already decided to confront, and he continued to do so throughout his life, for example in discovering the survivals of an old Arab conception of astrology on the fresco and walls of a Renaissance palace in Ferrara. And it is not by chance, moreover, that Freud referred to the example of the Mithraic cult, the survivals of which, let us note, were being discovered by Fritz Saxlin these same years, and in the same city, London, where the Warburg Institute had by then taken up its new home. 144 Just as the Freudian notion of unconscious memory, elaborated in the 1890s to account for the symptom, illuminates a large portion of the cultural phenomena studied by Warburg, so Warburg's notion of Nachleben is here taken up and confirmed by Freud through his hypothesis that, in the historical domain, the impression of the past is retained in unconscious memory traces in such a way that the awakening of the forgotten memory trace is certainly of decisive importance. 145 The important thing here is not to debate the plausibility of the story as set forth by Freud in his Moses, 146 but to understand the profound revolution that the Freudian model of the symptom caused in the field of historical studies. All of history embraces inhibitions as much as acts, disappearances as much as events, latent things as much as obvious ones. It is thus concerned with influential forgettings as much as with accessible memories. Sometimes history rushes forth in decisive crises. It may thus be said to consist of rhythms of repressions and returns of the repressed. Freud, it should be noted, expressly states, in the page cited above, that one should not think of the process of repression as a unique event. What does he mean by that? That it is exceedingly mobile. 1 hour.2x It assumes all the possible forms and deformations between the immemorial character of the latencies and the anachronism of the crises. Freud remarked as early as 1895 that the hysterical symptom is characterized by a real temporal disproportion, displaying a concerted interplay between long periods of time, many years' duration, and critical moments, single occurrences. 148 and 7 He interpreted TINOF dreams. He also stressed the ability of the unconscious processes to modify any given chronological succession. 149 Mnemosyne thus reveals itself to be essentially polychronic. It forms a skein of multiple times, all of which are undergoing perpetual displacements. It is here that the third Darwinian principle, association, finds its most radical expression, inasmuch as it enables us to understand unconscious memory, with its game of repetitions, impressions, and of contretemps, antitheses, as a generalized displacement of temporal periods. Can one represent such a displacement? Looking carefully at Freud's schemas in the project, one sees that their paths will always be sinuous, full of obstacles, requiring detours or short circuits, sideways jumps or delays, fleeting immobilizations, at the intersections, figures 63,64. All psychological temporality is constructed in accord with a model that Freud described, with respect to fantasy, i.e., to the image in the broad sense of the term, as a braid of time which comes and goes, floating like a jellyfish or a mass of tentacles, ceaselessly forming and deforming. The relation of fantasies to time is altogether of great importance. One may say that a fantasy at one and the same moment hovers between three periods of time, the three periods of our ideation. The activity of fantasy in the mind is linked up with some current impression, occasioned by some event in the present, which has the power to rouse an intense desire. From there it wanders back to the memory of early experience, generally belonging to infancy, in which this wish was fulfilled. Then it creates for itself a situation which is to emerge in the future, representing the fulfillment of the wish. This is the daydream or fantasy, which now carries in it traces both of the occasion which engendered it and of some past memory. So past, present and future are threaded, as it were, on the string of the wish that runs through them all. 150. But this is not yet the whole story. It will require an additional, and decisive, strangeness in order for the chronological models of causality, the stability of the links between antecedent and consequence, to reveal their limits and to end up by bursting asunder. This happens around 1895, the year when Freud comes to understand that the origin is not to be thought of as a fixed point, however far back it might lie in the course of becoming. The origin never ceases to peel off toward the past, of course, 151, but also toward the future, if one may put it that way. Freud's great hypothesis about psychological time assumes its full significance here. It is incorporated in the crucial and paradoxical notion of delayed action Tapperskuh, Nachtragigkeit. It assumes the existence, in every unconscious formation, particularly in the hysterical symptom, of an interval, of an intermediate process interval layer that Freud discovered in the dialectic of repression itself, we invariably find that a memory is repressed which has only become a trauma after the event. Überall findet sich das eine Erinnerung verdrängt wird, die nur nachträglich zum Trauma geworden ist. 152. This simple discovery brings all the rest along with it. Henceforth, the origin can no longer be reduced to a factual source, however great its chronological antiquity might be, since it is an image of a memory which assumes a traumatic value after the fact. And history, as a result, can no longer be reduced to the simple gathering up of past things. From this insight Lacan derived, for psychoanalysis, a complete vision of reverse time, of the retroaction of the signifier, and of the future past future anterior. 153. While many other commentators have attempted to understand the overwhelming impact of the Freudian notion of delayed action in terms of a theory of psychological time. 154. But how can one fail to notice here that the principle of the interval discovered by Freud in 1895 reveals a dynamography of time similar in all points to the one that Warburg, in the course of these same years, brought to light in his studies of the cultural field? The Freudian Naturglichkeit would thus bear the same relationship to the memory of the traumatisms affecting the history of the symptoms as the Warburgian Nachleben bears to the memory of the sources affecting the history of images. In both cases, the origin is constituted only through the delay of its manifestation. In the story of Emma, which Freud recounted in 1895, the repressed memory is only afterwards transformed into a traumatism. In the story of Ninfa, recounted by Warburg in 1893, pretty much the same thing happens. The gesturing figure of the nymph is only later transformed into the primitive formula. It is enough to note, moreover, that the two antique sources reproduced in his thesis on Botticelli refer, respectively, to the Hellenistic period and to the even later period of the Roman copies after Greek originals, as they are usually referred to. 155. Why, then, did Warburg seek the antique formulas of emotion in periods which were always too late, never archaic enough? Because his epistemological concerns were directed toward the phenomenon of survivals, symptoms, delays, agitated origins origines tourbillon, and not toward that of births, or even renaissances, absolute beginnings, miracles of resurrection, original sources. Like Burckhardt and like Riegel, who both had already understood the considerable interest of a period such as late antiquity. 156, Warburg investigated the origin only from the point of view of repetition and its differences, that is to say, of the complex play of late displays of interest in it. The truth of the classics is better revealed in later periods, in Donatello, in Rembrandt, even in Manet. 157, than in a state of archaic purity that, in any case, turns out to be non-existent. Studying the art of the Florentine Quattrocento from the perspective of the Renaissance has almost always resulted in conceiving this art as a grouping of recollections of antiquity. But, for Warburg, studying it from the perspective of survivals meant investigating another dimension, one underlying them, as if it were, so to speak, their own lining, namely, that of the delayed actions of primitiveness. April's coup de la primitivite. Now, these delayed actions have a difficult life, tenuous but tenacious. They extend their power right up to the present time of the historian. This is the reason that Warburg often related the objects of his historical studies, the long-term persistence of images, and antique survivals, to his own epoch. Thus, the year 1895 is precisely the time when he reconfigures Ghirlandaio's Ninfa, with her basket of fruits, figure 67, before his camera in the form of a young Native American girl bearing a jar on her head. 158 And precisely the time when he reconfigures the Laocoon, grappling with his mythological serpents, figure 36, in the guise of a Hopi priest grappling with serpents that are very much alive, figure 37. This way of scrutinizing the most ancient memory in the most recent period of its delayed actions and, reciprocally, of considering the most recent present in the untimeliness of its old survivals, all that tightens the link that Warburg was able to establish between the survivals of Tyler's anthropology and the Symptombildungen of Freudian psychoanalysis. The statement that every significant historian, from Burckhardt to Nietzsche, is a prophet, Zare, no longer has a romantic or fantastic ring to it. 159 For it is indeed in the mnemonic material itself that the later period l'après-coup is constituted by generalized displacement, that is to say, by a dialectical play of temporal detours and signifying detours. Delays, migrations, figures. There are, in fact, no delays in time without figures in the space of meaning. The affinity of Warburgian survivals with Freudian delayed action informs every aspect of the analysis. I see nothing fortuitous in the fact that Freud, in 1895, arrived at the notion of Natriglichkeit following a path identical to the one that Warburg had embarked on in 1893 in order to arrive at the Nachleben, namely, through the intermediary step, the Dieter, the figure, of a Cheso-Reis in motion. What put Freud on the path of the mnemonic material is, in fact, the displacement of the sexual discharge, the pathos of Emma in the repressed scene, onto the different states of her clothes, Jules Breuer that seduced the eye or the cloth of her dress, which the seducer explores tactilely, sexually, in the attack scene 160, figure 64. Likewise, Warburg showed that the emotional intensity in the work of Botticelli is manifested as Nachleben der Antike at the very spot where it is displaced onto the cloths of the dresses and onto the undulations of the hair. 161 An ancient nymph is only afterwards transformed into a primitive formula. But when she appears, in a painting by Botticelli or in a fresco by Ghirlandaio, the cloth of her dress, thanks to its movement, endows the passage with what it simultaneously hides, between folds and gaps survivals of antiquity, dynamograms of a long fossilized desire. The being which has a form dominates the millennia. Every form conserves a life. The fossil is no longer simply a being which has lived, it is a being which is still living, asleep in its form. 162 It is easy to understand that the notion of the fossil could run through all of Warburg's thought. It is a paradigm, unobtrusive, but insistent, of the Nachleben, one of its major leitmotifs. Its paradox, its ambition, derives from the fact that while such a paradigm moves, transversally, and is almost musical, it is never established at any given point, refuses to harden, and never completely crystallizes. One could say that even in dealing with the notion of the fossil, Warburg tried to do what he tried to do everywhere else, namely, not to petrify anything, but rather to conceive everything from the perspective of its movement. But how can one conceive of a fossil as being set in motion? First of all, by choosing the beautiful expression of the lay fossil guide or index fossil, trans. 163 The lead fossil bears the same relationship to the depths of geological time as the leitmotif bears to the continuity of melodic development. It returns, here and there, erratically but insistently, in such a way that at each return it is recognizable, even if transformed, as a sovereign power of the Nachleben. In geology, the guide fossils, or characteristic fossils, as they are also called, are formations belonging to the same epoch, to the same layer, even though they might be found in places completely separated from each other. 164 The lay fossil thus assumes a tenacity of form over time, but one traversed by the discontinuity of fractures, earthquakes, and the movements of tectonic plates. Once again, Goethe's morphology must have been the source of Warburg's interest in fossils as the witnesses of a survival, of a life asleep in its form. 165 But the notion of a characteristic fossil actually goes back to Georges Cuvier and his attempt, as early as 1806, to tighten the links between the life sciences and the earth sciences, namely paleontology and geology. His research program, focused entirely on the study of fossils, is considered to be the inaugural manifesto of stratigraphic paleontology, and the latter is what makes the technical notion of the lay fossil fully coherent. 166 It is already strange, and significant, that a library devoted to the sciences of culture should be endowed with a certain number of books on geology and paleontology. And it is even stranger to find, right in the middle of the section on anthropology, Ferdinand von Richthofen's classic work on physical geography and geology. 167 In it one discovers the dynamic of the phenomena of erosion, the folding of geological layers Schichtenfaltungen, the dialectic of long-lasting epochs and catastrophic alterations of the Earth's crust, all things that Warburg's seismography was ready to welcome as a genuine epistemological model of the Nachleben, figures 9,13,65. One thus sees why Richthofen's book is located on the shelves of the Kulturwissenschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg somewhere between the section devoted to the unconscious, dreams, symbols, psychopathology, and that devoted to the memory of gestures, that is to say, to the Pathosformelen. The emotive formulas, according to Warburg, are nothing else than fossil movements. Anthropology and paleontology were already employing this notion, for as early as 1884 Armand de Quatrefages had spoken of fossil men and wild men at the same time. 169 The expressions fossil men and living fossils were not long in becoming a commonplace in the vocabulary of biologists and prehistorians. 170 Our ancestors, it seemed, did not precede us in continuous lines or even in tree-like genealogies that one could trace back via simple bifurcations, but rather via broken layers, discontinuous strata, and erratic blocks. Figure 66. Genealogies, like geological formations, have always been subject to the contrary actions of quakes, eruptions, floods, and other catastrophic destructions. But Warburg, as was his custom, did not cease to put his own theoretical models in motion. To displace them he had scarcely introduced the geological paradigm into genealogy, or anthropology, when next he employed it in the psychological domain. Warburg spoke of the lay fossil above all to evoke survival in terms of a psychological memory capable of Verkörperung, of taking bodily form, or of gestural crystallization. In his view, it could also account for the stratified time at work in the expressive movements of the present. 171 Fossil movements or fossils in motion. Here again we are doing no more than speaking of the symptom in the Freudian sense of the term. When a symptom emerges, it does so as a fossil, a life asleep in its form, which awakens completely unexpectedly, and which moves, becomes agitated, tosses about, and disrupts the normal course of things. It is a chunk of prehistory suddenly rendered presented as a vital residue suddenly become robust vivace. It is a fossil which begins to dance, even to shout. As early as 1892, Freud, with Breuer and against Charcot, had based his new theory of the hysterical symptom on the two concomitant principles of the return of what has lain buried, an element of unconscious memory, tenacious and petrified like a fossil, which resurfaces in connection with some occasional cause, and of dissociation, notably that which separates the traumatic impression from its symptomatic discharge. 172 He later adds that this disassociated return of the repressed, dissociated both thematically and chronologically, because the current emergence of the fossil inverts all chronology, as he put it, is anchored primarily in the motor activity of bodily gestures. Translation modified, trans. .173 Warburg, for his part, summarized the problem of the pathos for Mellon in a lapidary formula: disconnected dynamograms of Schnurrt dynamogram. 74 Here the word dynamograms denotes the existence, the survival, of the fossil impressions of ancient energies, while the adjective disconnected specifies the anachronistic and symptomatic status of the latifossil, inasmuch as it is an element cut off from its customary surroundings, from its original symbolic value symbolicite d'origine. The times which have survived are not times which have slipped away, they are times which are buried just under our feet and which, as they re-emerge, cause us to stumble in the course of our history. In this stumbling there still resonates, etymologically, the word symptom. One of the roots of the word symptom is piptiny, to fall, trans. Unconscious fantasies translated into the motor sphere, projected onto motility and portrayed in pantomime ins motorische Übersetzte auf die Motilität projizierte, Pantomimische Dargestellt. 175. These hysterical symptoms described by Freud are a display of behavior that, according to him, is not that of fossils in the trivial sense, but rather that of fossils in motion, and are thus similar to the pathos for Mellon as Warburg conceived them. This movement joins the present energy of the gesture with the ancient energy of its memory, or, expressed in other terms, it joins the occurrence survenance of a crisis with the survivance of an eternal return. It is therefore something like a tragic dance. At this point in the discussion one could envision something like a Dionysian choreography of the image and, beyond that, a metapsychology of the gesture in which the latter would be seen as the raw material of the mnemic traces. 177 Consequently, the paradox arises that the gesture, however intense it might be, reveals its nature as a phantom and as a movement which has returned, which causes the present to dance, yielding a movement in the present that has been molded in immemorial times. In short, it is a fleeting fossil-fossilfagus. Going against all physiognomic and iconographic grammar, Warburg's theory of the pathiformum clearly opens up the question of the corporal image and of its expressiveness, to one that can be discussed in terms of an obscure dance of the straight of time. This is how we must now view Nymphes Grace, that Warburgian leitmotif of the body in motion, as a paradigmatic incarnation of the lead fossil, that quasi-musical, melodic and rhythmic concept of petrification. Are not the most beautiful, most moving fossils those in which we recognize, through a separation of millions of years, life's most fragile and fleeting forms, the uncertain step of a prehistoric fledgling bird, the trace of a mollusk's body, the drops of rain on the ground, unknown leaves looking as if shaken by the wind, and even the undulations left by the waters? 178 Nymphe indeed evokes all that. On the one hand, Warburg was constantly losing her, like a butterfly which is always escaping the naturalist's net, whence the impossibility of his finishing the manuscript. He began in Florence in collaboration with André Jalles. 179, figure 67. On the other hand, he never ceased to find her again, everywhere he went. Leitmotif of surviving time, temps survivant and leap fossil of historical time, Warburg's nymph always joins two contradictory temporal dimensions. She is as tenacious as an idea fix and as fragile as a fleeting idea, fiat dei, oriented within Warburg's obsessive search for a taxonomy, and disorienting like all fairies, like all fictitious creatures ancient through her formal rooting in Hellenic statuary and modern through her direct relationships with fin de siècle aesthetics. 180 Joseph Kerner is quite right in saying that Ninfa was both an objective and a symbol for Warburg's scholarship. 181 The most beautiful butterfly I ever pinned down suddenly bursts through the glass and dances mockingly upwards into the blue air. Now I should catch it again, but I am not equipped for this kind of locomotion. Or, to be exact, I should like to, but my intellectual training does not permit me to do so. I should like, at the approach of our light-footed girl, joyfully to whirl away with her. But such soaring movements are not for me. 182 Why is it that Ghirlandaio's nymph, figure 67, offers something more, and more troubling, than a simple Renaissance use of the formal vocabulary of antiquity? In order to understand this, one must look more closely at what fascinated Warburg in this figure, and which would have fascinated Freud just as much. First of all, it is a memory of forms translated into motor language, projected onto a movement projeté sur la motricite, and represented in the manner of a pantomime. Ghirlandaio's figure, obviously, is in motion. What Warburg discovers is that it is also, as it were, in fossil form and fossil. Two texts no doubt helped Warburg reach this insight. The first one is Heinrich Heine's The Gods in Exile, which is clearly a crucial text for establishing any notion of the Nachleben der Antike. 3 In it one encounters women who bear a strange resemblance to statues, as if they were phantoms and grisaille, still agitated by the energy of ancient bacchanalias. A tipsy throng of ghosts, a pale assembly of maenads whose movements, emerging from centuries-old sarcophagi, still create a kind of voluptuous thrill for the contemporary eye. 184 Warburg's other source, as Gombrich has already pointed out, is Hippolyte Taine's description of this same figure of the serving girl who, in Ghirlandaio's fresco in Florence, bears her basket of fruits with such a particular grace, and one which is scarcely Christian, figure 67, in the Nativity of St. John. The servant bringing in fruits, in statuesque drapery, has the impulse, vivacity and force of an antique nymph, the two ages and the two orders of beauty thus meeting and uniting in the simplicity of the same true sentiment. A fresh smile rests on their lips underneath their semi-immobility. Under these remains of rigidity which imperfect painting still leaves, one can divine the latent passion of an intact spirit and a healthy body. 185 This text offers us an exemplary description of the lay fossil. The dress, the spirit, the passion, and the force are indeed in motion. But all that remains latent, as if arrested in a semi-immobility, frozen, as it were, in the stone of the ancient bas-reliefs. In short, all of that moves only en fossil. Looking at the essential figural element of the emotion produced by Ghirlandaio, namely the accessory in motion of the drapery, one sees just how right Taine's expression in a statue's dress and robed a statue was. The dress is agitated by a gesture and by a breeze. But the fact that it is monochrome already draws everything towards stone and the antiquity of the sarcophagi. In a nearby fresco in the same chapel, moreover, Ghirlandaio painted his nymph entirely en grisaille flesh, clothing, and even the basket of fruits have taken on the calcified pallor of the marble. 186 Such indeed is the twofold power, the twofold tenacity of the surviving things, the tenacity of what remains, even if it is buried through the action of petrification, and the tenacity of what returns, even if it is forgotten, through the action of breezes or by phantom movements. It is no accident that Warburg spoke of his Ninfa as if he was haunted by her, a charming nightmare, ein unmutiger Albtraum, as he liked to say of her. 187 He confessed that he saw her everywhere, never knew who she was, never could figure out exactly where she came from, and consequently, was driven crazy by her. Ich beverlor mein Verstand. He admitted to being fascinated by her powers of metamorphosis, a phenomenon he would later address in the plates of the Mnemosyne Atlas, and, most particularly, by the recurring detail of her dancing gait, which was almost winged. 188. At this point, the analogy between Warburg's Ninfa and Freud's Gradiva could not be more obvious. 189 The iconographic repertoire is used by Warburg, notably the works of Maurice Emmanuel and of Fritz Weijan. Dance in antiquity, do in fact give a prominent place to the figure which was too passionately interest Jensen, and then Freud. 190 If Warburg said that he saw his Ninfa everywhere, Freud, for his part, was able to permanently contemplate a cast of Gradiva attached to a prominent place on the wall of his study, just above the couch, figure 68. From our point of view, Ninfa and Gradiva appear to be two possible proper names, names of fairies or demigoddesses, suitable for constructing any notion one might want of the surviving image. Both provide a certain gesturi, the special charm of a bodily motion. Both carry along with them a certain time, one which is comprehensible only through the psychological hypothesis of the unconscious. Both, finally, demand a style of knowledge, a new practice of interpretation in which the severe and restricted activity of the analysis must deal with the intrication of images, the overdetermination of signifiers, the dissemination of dreams, and the association of ideas. Given all this, it is not surprising that Freud's commentary on the figure of Gradiva allows us to clarify certain basic aspects of Warburg's pathos formula. When Freud evokes Gradiva's famous unusual and particularly seductive gait, he immediately stresses the temporal paradox which underlies both the strangeness and the charm of such a gesture. Although appearing to be caught in the midst of a living action fixe sur le vif, it nevertheless remains divorced from any experience in reality. Translation modified, trans. 1911 could say that it unites the fleeting constitution of the symptom, a sudden moment in which time frees itself, and the fossil constitution of the fetish, the eternalized moment in which time becomes stuck. To this twofold constitution there corresponds the paradoxical figure of the gait itself, as Jensen described it when he underscored the anchored, down-to-earth aspects of a gait which at the same time was so floating. Modified, trans. 192 What does one see in this twofold nature, Doppelnatur, as Freud puts it, if not the fundamental anachronism of the events which produce a survival? And it is the signifying games of Jensen's Dale, Zoe, Life, Hartleben, Derviver, Rediviva, Revivant, etc., which disseminate the indications of these events. When Norbert Hanold encounters Gradiva, the fleeting present of the encounter is entirely displayed in the fossil element of a buried memory and of an eternal return. One could even say that the younger the nymph encountered, the more distant, the more ancient will be the psychological place from which she returns. This is the paradoxical nature of the phantoms. In their apparition the two parts are joined, the two constitutive rhythms of the lay fossil. All of this is not without consequences for the visual status of the returning image. Vladimir Granov detected a kind of screening work. He speaks of a cover lid, in certain characteristic scenes of Freud's scenario of Graham, 93. Then Jean-Michel Rey defined the epistemology of this scenario from the vantage point of the Übersehen, a verb that denotes both the encompassing gaze and the fact of not seeing something. What a positivist would see here as an observational error yields, in fact, no more and no less than the essential condition for the advent of psychoanalysis in its critical relationship with the visible. 194 At the end of his own analyses of surviving motifs, in the image is capable of manifesting a power of Nachleben or of Überleben, a by Warburg, too, sought to construct a type of knowledge using the notion of Übersehen. It must be said that, in this regard, he went further than Freud. His commentaries on Nympha allow one to illuminate, through a reciprocal movement, certain basic aspects of the Freudian episteme in its confrontation with visual material. We can begin to see this in two significant examples. The first concerns the essential materiality of the survivals. When Warburg pondered the status of the grisaille in the images of Nympha, whether drawn by Botticelli, painted by Ghirlandaio or by Mantegna, or sculpted in bas-relief by Donatello, he gained an ever more phenomenological understanding of the visual material. 195 He asked himself, at this time, how it happens that a certain chromatic, or even atmospheric, choice has the ability, in a given image, to capture everything, even if it is moving, in the distance, including the kind of material vagueness characteristic of fog, if one speaks of the air, or of fossils, if one speaks of stones. A positivist art historian might well think that grisaille reveals only an insufficiency of color, or better, its economic hues. Warburg, however, understood that this very loss gives us access to something like a privileged Übersehen of the survivals. The second example concerns the essential polarity of the figures. Where Freud, following Jensen, isolates the figure of Gradiva and is satisfied to make a tour of her charms, Warburg casts Nympha into an immense network of tensions, antitheses, ambivalences, and dynamic inversions. Freud, it is true, put forth a psychobiographical hypothesis about the charming foot as a possible Inversian of some malformation. He imagines a club foot, afflicting a dead sister of Jensen S. 196 But he departs in two ways from his analysis: first by detaching this hypothesis from his own interpretative exposition; second, and above all, by being satisfied with looking at a single image. Warburg was well aware that Gradiva, like Nympha, never walked alone. The figure which decorated the psychoanalyst's study, figure 68, is only the avatar of a long series. It is significant that in his Atlas of Images Warburg preferred a version in which the young girl, however eroticized she might be, displayed above her head a menacing cutlass, figure 69. Below her are various images of the nymph in a state of trance, Greek, or of suffering, Christian. We are already far from the purely charming figure evoked by Ernest Jones or from the laughing young girl with a pure knowledge of love admired by J.B. Pontalis. 197 Several plates of the Mnemosyne Atlas allow nympha to appear in a full series, that is to say, in the ensemble of her possible transformations. 198 In Plate 6, for example, the Maenad with the cutlass is surrounded by scenes of sacrifice, that of Polyxena, represented twice at the top of the plate, or by scenes of violence, Cassandra pursued by Ajax and, once again, Laocoon choked along with his sons by the snakes. 199, Figure 70. In Plate 45 there is a whole group of nymphs. In motion they appear to be pursued and killed by a band of Roman soldiers, who have dismembered their children alive. This is a scene from Ghirlandaio's famous cycle at Santa Maria Novella. It is, in fact, the Massacre of the Innocents. Trademark. In Plate 47 other cruelties appear. The Maenad's cutlass becomes a saber in the hands of the Judith sculpted by Donatella. The basket of fruits so gracefully carried on her head by Ghirlandaio's servant girl, Figure 67, becomes a severed head borne by Judith, or by her serving girl, in two examples due to Botticelli and to Ghirlandaio himself. 201, Figure 71. The image, because it is subject to the powers of the unconscious, plays with logical contradictions. It appears that Warburg did not need Freudian theory to observe every day that disquieting label quality of the material that the art historian works with. It was enough for him to take an encompassing look at the literary traditions and the iconographic displacements of the nymph. Even just to constitute his archive, he found himself fully involved in what, at a later date, Georges Dumézil was to call the scope and imprecision of the nymphae. 202 Mortal and immortal, asleep and dancing, possessed and possessing. Secret and open, chaste and provocative, violated and nymphomaniac, helpful and fatal, protectress of heroes and ravisher of men, a being full of tenderness and a being who haunts her victim. 203, Nympha carries out very well the structural function of a pivot of conversion operator to conversion between antithetical values that she alternately polarizes and depolarizes, according to the singular nature of each incarnation. Warburg traced her destiny as far as her appearance in the humanist texts that he collected, those of Boccaccio, in particular, and right up to the modernity of the paintings of Delacroix and of Manet. 204 When leafing through the manuscript of Ninfa Fiorentina, one discovers a sketch, one could almost say a graph, that Warburg drew facing the two Latin words tempus, time, and emissio, the act of sending back, of putting off, of allowing to flee, or of renouncing, and right away one is confronted with something like a paradoxical formulation. Figure 72. The way the 2 feet are turned evokes a contortion, unless the gray-colored portion of the drawing is a shadow, unless it is not an impression. Here we are between a wind, in the clothing, and a fossil, an ancient outline crystallized in the present, between a movement and a paralysis, between a graceful gesture and a gesture of fear. The attraction is certainly there, the nymph's charm. But the threat is not very far away. If Warburg confessed that when confronted with Ninfa he lost his real son, it is undoubtedly because with her he experienced an image capable of everything. Her beauty was able to turn into horror, her offering of fruits able to be transformed into a severed head, her beautiful hair blown by the wind able to be torn out in despair. Figure 54, her erotic trophy able to become a living serpent. Figure 55. In short, Medusa was never very far away. And we know that Warburg felt himself paralyzed before this figure who, literally, obsessed him. 205 He knew, beyond any doubt, that the classical tradition itself accorded the nymphs the power to make any mortals who looked at them lose the use of their reason. 206 Is this then the price one had to pay for any Übersehen of the surviving image? Must one lose one's mind in order to understand the powers of the Nachleben? In strictly Warburgian terms, one could say that this capacity of dynamic inversion reveals how close the nympha is to the dialectic of the monster. The fascination evoked by this figure is twofold, involving movement and paralysis, the spark of life and mortal danger. Is this not because her very aura is woven of a demonic force to which Warburg continually returned, even though he wished to exorcise it? 207 Nympha dances, certainly. But she whirls around a black hole. She fascinates us as the visually attractive part of a process that could be called the outcropping of buried times. The latter brood, they run, here and there, like the veining in a fossil, between every fold in Nympha's dress, between every curl of her hair blowing in the wind. This process speaks to us, of course, of a worrying strangeness. The Freudian Unheimliche is directly related to the Warburgian lay fossil. In both cases the once heimisch, homelike, familiar, which was something secret, or buried, suddenly breaks through to the light of day. 208 Nympha worries us at the very movement which leads us to recognize her as a familiar phantom, because she allows the emergence in herself of a strange resemblance which links things or beings belonging to disjoint temporalities. Freud's spontaneous reference to Heinrich Heine's The Gods in Exile 209 tells us that the crucial problem of the worrying strangeness undoubtedly derives from the relationships themselves of the resemblance to the survival. This visual attraction, which gives us vertigo and makes us plunge into the crater of time, also speaks to us of regression and of desire. In the very year that Warburg was giving up on publishing his Ninfa Fiorentina, Freud was writing, in his interpretation of dreams, that the transformation of thoughts into visual images may be in part the result of the attraction which memories couched in visual form and eager for revival bring to bear upon thoughts cut off from consciousness and struggling to find expression. 210 later Freud set forth more precisely the metapsychological terms of this process. The reinforcement of the residues, the typical intensification found in the pathos formelon of the Renaissance artists Warburg studied, is accompanied by the dream wish, 211 in such a way that a buried fragment, a fossil, takes on the tensions proper to the future. The images of dreams, Warburg would have said surviving images in general, have the extraordinary capacity of turning the process of going backwards in time, as Freud writes on the same page, into a vector of pretension and of turning the indestructibility of the repressed materials into a vector of immediacy, of fleetingness. In every surviving image, therefore, the fossils dance. And it fell to Freud to make it clear that the key to this paradox lies in the process referred to in the famous phrase taking figurability into consideration Rücksicht that capacity of exchange between words and images that Warburg was seeking explicitly to archive, 212 and of which our rhetorical use of tropes offers but a feeble approximation. Here the signifiers circulate in a milieu in which regression has drawn everything toward its visual material, toward its suitability for plastic representation. 213 Here, plastic figuration does not mean that an abstract idea has found a good visual metaphor or a literary image. It means, rather, that a certain quantity of energy has become embodied through the sedimentations of time, has become fossilized, and yet has preserved all its power of movement, of transforming itself. Freud speaks elsewhere of the scoptophilic instinct, Schotrieb, as an exemplary phenomenon capable of allowing the persistence, side by side, of all the layers of the successive eruptions of lava which have hardened in the course of a person's psychological life. 214 The consequence of all this is that looking at an image, understood as a lay fossil, would amount to seeing all the times dance together. Now, this is precisely what Warburg went to New Mexico to do in 1895, to personally witness a dance of the fossils. Actually, two different rituals were involved, but Warburg wanted to study both of them at the same time. One was a dance of masks, humans disguised as spirits, and the other was a dance of organs, reptiles manipulated by the dancers. The former is the ritual of the effigies known as kashinas, which Warburg himself photographed. 215 The latter is the famous snake ritual, which he himself was not able to witness but which he discussed on the basis of a vast collection of photographs, in particular, those that H. R. Voth had taken in 1893. 216 Between the classical nymph dancing on the walls of a sarcophagus and the savage Native American dancing in the dust of a desert mesa, there appears to be a total contrast. A marble grisaille as opposed to living, bodily paintings, erotic charm as opposed to martial pantomime, an ornamental snake rolled up like a bracelet, figure 55, as opposed to a repulsive snake held tightly between the jaws, figure 37, and so forth. And yet, from Pompeii to Arabi, both of them built, and not by chance, on volcanic terrain. It is the same knot of problems that Warburg expected to confront. 217 W had as a pagan culture, whether it be one surviving in its monuments, as in the Western case, or in the life of an existing society, as in the Native American case? How, above all, does such a survival manage to manifest itself, whether in a wealthy minority, the elite members of the humanist circles, or in an impoverished minority, the colonized tribes of New Mexico? 218 Warburg did not conceal, in a letter he wrote to the anthropologist James Mooney, how much his method in general owed to his travels in 1895 among the Native Americans. I have continually felt indebted to your Indians. Without the study of their primitive culture, I would never have been in a position to find a broader foundation for the psychology of the Renaissance. Sometime I will give you a sample of my methods, which, I may say, are quite new and possibly for that reason not as widely recognized as I might have expected. 219 The method consisted, first of all, in measuring the considerable field that the survivals managed to contaminate. It was, significantly, from the efforts of a child that Warburg detected his first instance of the dance of the fossils, figure 73. In a drawing inspired by the story of John with his nose in the air, he observed the efforts of a little Native American boy to conform to the Western rules of representation, which had been inculcated in him at school. He tried, with more or less success, to manipulate the perspective space so as to represent the houses with their cubic chimneys. But where he was supposed to represent a stroke of lightning, the child drew two snaker. Here the ages-old Hopi cosmological symbol broke with the narrative representation of the European tale. A lay fossil had escaped from between the hands of the child. It should be noted, moreover, that these celestial fossils are drawn not in the sky but on the mountainside, which associates them with the living snakes which might come down toward the houses, but also with the seismic faults which cover the entire Hopi territory. 220. It was thus within life itself, the social life, that Warburg watched the survival of the primitive symbols at Oribe. He observed and collected ornamental objects, notably the simple pottery that he had seen the Indians carry on their heads, just as the beautiful serving girl had done with her basket of fruits in Ghirlandaio's fresco. 221 The survivals became incarnated right before his eyes, confirming all the intuitions of the young researcher about the close correspondence between objects as representations objet, the monuments studied by art history, and acts as representations actes, the materials studied by anthropology masks, rituals, festivals, dances, corporal techniques. 222 We are not surprised, then, to learn that the Hopi dancers painted the snake lightning stroke on their skin. 223 But the metamorphic power, displacement and incarnation, of the lead fossil is such that, in the end, Warburg observed it in its direct translation into motor language, that is to say, into animality, into gestures, and into organic contortions. The cosmological snake drawn by Warburg's informant, figure 35, by the Indian boy, figure 73, and on the sand of the Walpi ceremonies, figure 74, also swarms in a living pile in the ceremonies of the Oribe and of the Mishangavi, figures 75-76. This jumble of intricated, moving reptiles undoubtedly offers the extreme paradigm of everything that Warburg had come to New Mexico to look for, the immediate incarnation of that pure Forteganza craft, on the basis of which, as a good Knightskian, he wanted to establish the concept of the symbol. 224 Confronted with this jumble of living snakes, man, as it were, grabs with both hands, as a way of mastering it, but also of being subjugated by it, that dialectic of the monster which haunts his dreams, his symbols, and his beliefs. And it is by mimicking such a living agent, by dancing this resemblance, in order to effect its passage, whose efficacy proceeds directly from the body and hand, that man, in turn, can become capable of movement, of metamorphosis. In this way the Indian Native American confronts the incomprehensibility of natural processes with his will to comprehension, transforming himself personally into a primal causal agent in the order of things. Urzika der Dinge. The masked dance is danced causality, getanz to Causafitat. 226 But this dance is also, at a deeper level, a contortion to the image of the movement of the snakes themselves, or to the hysterical symptom. It joins the plasticity of the metamorphoses and a conflict of the intricated organs or organisms. The virtuosity of the resemblances never occurs without the schism of the dissimilar. As for the plasticity of the metamorphoses, whether he discovered it in the Dionysian exuberance of the ancient sarcophagi, or in the savage intensity of the American Indian dances, in the votive masks of Florence or in the ceremonial masks of the Oribe, Warburg was henceforth able to observe the magic force of resemblances, what ought to be called, going beyond Levi Strauss, an imaginary effectiveness of Casside imaginaire. This discovery resulted from Warburg's undertaking, independently of any interest in exoticism. 227, or in any form of archetypes, the project, as necessary as it was tricky, of an anthropologically informed, comparative study based on criteria of form as well as of content and context. In this regard, Warburg clearly appears to be an immediate predecessor of Ernesto de Martino. 228 As for the conflict of the organisms and the schism of the dissimilar, Warburg provides a concrete example of them when he recounts how, among the Walpi, living snakes were thrown on a pile on the ground of the Kiowa, where the Indians had already represented, in sand pictures, the geometric snakes of Hopi cosmology, figure 74, onto the first sand painting. Each snake is hurled with very great force, so that the drawing is obliterated and the serpent is absorbed into the sand. 229 It is not sufficient to say that in this case the presence destroys the representation. It must be said that here the symbol is everywhere in action, but that this action is that of a link which never ceases to stretch and to tighten up again, to move away and to move closer again. In short, it is a moving intrication of snakes. Warburg states this very precisely when, in his preliminary draft of 1923, he begins by noting that the whole problem that needs to be solved is that of the symbolic connections, Problem der symbolisken Vernupfungen. but in the words which immediately follow, he notes that this relationship itself forms only through a rhythm of becoming and of decline, of creation and of destruction, Schöpfung, Zerstrung. If the dance of the antelopes and that of the Cashinas appears by turns so comic and so tragic, so commonplace and so profound, in Warburg's eyes, that is chiefly because the only function of the symbols is to engender the crisis of a desperate attempt at order over and against chaos, ein Verzweifelter Ordnung versucht dem Chaos gegenüber. This crisis is structural. It forms a schism which causes every vital symbol to end up as a symptom. All humanity is eternally and at all times schizophrenic. Die ganze Menschheit ist entwickelt zu Alienheit und schizophren, writes Warburg in these same notes. It should be understood from this that the lead fossil, which gives to culture its very tenacity, manifests itself, extricates itself from the earth, only at the cost of a ripping apart of the ground, that is to say, of an earthquake. Seismograph of the soul to be placed along the dividing lines between different cultural atmospheres. The historian of images will register this schism to a degree sufficient to run the risk of himself opening up, of tearing himself apart upon coming into contact with it. 232. Warburg with Binswanger Constructions in Insanity. In his journey through Native American territory in 1895, Warburg was able actually to touch what he only had an intuition of several years earlier when looking at ancient representations of the battles of centaurs. In the latter he already detected the contorted interactions, consisting simultaneously of confrontations and incorporations, of logos and pathos, of the human and the animal. 233, Figure 17. In moving from Greek marble figures to the living rituals of the Arabi, he was thus transforming his studies, with their corresponding enclosed spaces, libraries, archives, and museums, into an experience. The French word experience corresponds to the two English words experience and scientific, experiment, trans. The comparison of archaeological site reports and of photographic documents gave way to active observation. He was afforded an almost tactile look at those enigmatic organisms, those masked dancers he personally photographed at close range under a leaden sky, in the open spaces of the crevasse-filled desert of New Mexico. Finally he was able literally to touch the living force, and the schism as well, of the primitive symbols he had so long been seeking. As we know, Warburg had to wait some 30 years before he could understand what this experience had to tell him. And he was able to do that only from the depths of a vertiginous fall into psychosis, confined within the walls of the psychiatric clinic directed by Ludwig Binswanger and Kreuzlingen, on the banks of Lake Constance. Binswanger was the nephew of Otto Ludwig Binswanger, 234, the doctor who had been entrusted with the care of Nietzsche when the latter became insane. This was the paradoxical situation. The patient had to experience the destructive powers of a psychological test to prove this word can mean ordeal or trial in French, trans. In order for the close look at his materials to become knowledge, an overall view, Übersicht, in this clinic so aptly named Bellevue. Thus, it was there, between 1921 and 1924, that Warburg grasped the monster with his bare hands, or rather that he struggled, like Laocoon, against its deadly reptilian forces. It was precisely within these walls, a few months after the dancer Nijinsky had done the same thing in front of Binswanger 235, that Warburg danced his dialectic of the monster in an intense translation into motor language, screamed at full volume for hours at a time, or droned on in delirious monologues. Binswanger's correspondence with Freud reveals a diagnosis that seems to offer no hope at all. Professor V displayed anxiety and obsessional symptoms even in childhood, had pronounced delusional ideas in his student days, was never free from obsessional fears, obsessional acts, etc., from which his literary output, too, suffered severely. In 1918, this was the basis of a grave psychosis, no doubt triggered off by his approaching old age, the material, until then elaborated more or less neurotically, now being given psychotic expression. In addition, there was intense psychomotor excitation, which continues to be present, even though subject to strong fluctuations. He is in our closed section here, but is usually calm enough in the afternoon to be allowed to receive visitors, to join us for tea, to go on excursions, etc. He is still so dominated by fears and precautions, which clearly border on compulsion and delusion, that, though his formal logic is quite unimpaired, there can be no question of his engaging in scholarly activity. True, he takes an interest in everything, still has excellent judgment of men and the world and a remarkable memory, but he can keep his mind fixed on scholarly subjects for short periods only. I believe that, with time, the psychomotor excitation will continue to decrease slowly, but I do not think there will be a restoration of the status quo prior to his acute psychosis, or a resumption of academic work. I would ask you, of course, to be sure to keep me covered when you pass these details. Have you read his Luther? It is a terrible pity that he will probably never again be able to draw on his vast store of knowledge or use his immense library. 236. This despairing diagnosis, however, was belied by the facts, thanks in large part, moreover, to the therapeutic skill of the one who made it. In the month of October 1922, Warburg wrote to his son Max Adolf that he was going to try to reconstruct some elements of his thinking by working on a lecture intended for Binswanger and the other patients at Bellevue, a lecture on his own initiatory experience among the Hopi Indians. 237 weeks of feverish preparation followed, during which Fritz Saxel played an essential role as assistant, procuring slides from Hamburg and traveling to Kreuzlingen in order that, to the degree it was possible, the mentally ill scholar would have all the material he required. The lecture took place on April 21, 1923, before an audience consisting of the clinic's personnel and a limited number of invited guests. 238 The commentators are mistaken, it seems to me, when they optimistically assert that this performance was destined to prove that its author was sane, or that it fully restored his reason on that day, aided by the magic wand of an intellectual sublimation. 239 It is simply not possible to resolve a psychosis in the course of several hours of sublimation. And even though Warburg himself considered this lecture to be the beginning of a real renaissance 240 of his thought, he was well aware that in showing the snakes of Walpi between the dancer's jaws, something that can be seen in Voth's photographs 241, he was presenting a parable of his own situation. The dialectic of the monster still had a hold on his body. It was not until 16 months later, in August 1924, that Warburg was able to leave Binswanger's clinic. And it required a further lecture in Hamburg, in 1925, during which the members of the audience were struck by the speaker's physical efforts and his state of disarray destructuration, before Binswanger could finally write to him that I no longer consider you only en permission de normalité, but as definitively cured. 242 Warburg's notes for his 1923 lecture bear all the marks of genuine suffering, of the contortion of a thought process grappling with the symptom of its own malfunction. The first word of the sketch is help, Hilfa, followed by a pharmacological detail written while still on opium. 243 Moreover, even before the tide and subject matter had been written, the survival of primitive humanity in the culture of the Pueblo Indians, Warburg wanted to make sure that his text did not reach a public audience, referring to it as sketches that should never be printed. Accordingly, he characterized the status of his effort, its literary genre, if I may put it that way, as the confession, bekenntnis, of an incurable schizophrenic, deposited in the archives of the doctors of the soul. 244 And here is how the Native American experience of 1895 became integrated into the test, into the contortion of 1923. What I saw and experienced, then, reflects only the outward appearance of things, and I have a right to speak of it only if I begin by saying that this insoluble problem has weighed so heavily on my soul that during the time when I was healthy, I would not have dared to make any scientific statements about it. But now, in March 1923, in Kreuzlingen, in a closed institution, where I have the sensation of being a seismograph assembled from the wooden pieces of a plant that has been transplanted from the east into the fertile northern German plains and onto which an Italian branch was grafted, I let the signs, die Zeichen, that I receive come out of me, because in this epoch of chaotic decline even the weakest has a duty to strengthen the will to cosmic order. 24s. This, then, was the lecture of 1923. Like Nietzsche before him, and like Artaud after him, a thinker was grappling with own thought in a schizophrenic test of his dislocated genealogy. But the broken seismograph still emitted, if only in a disorderly fashion, some signs it had received during a number of decisive experiences from years past, signs that had to be arranged, to be constructed into a coherent way of thinking. Nevertheless, Warburg reiterated, in a letter to Saxel, his refusal to have anyone look at his notes. 246 Is there any reason to be surprised, then, that the text of the Schlangen ritual snake ritual has been published in so many editions and has had so many commentaries? Or that, until recently, it was the only text of Warburg's available in English? Not really. Everyone has sensed that something decisive was at stake in this lecture. Some have seen in it a matter of knowledge, the Italian Renaissance revisited with Native American culture in mind, while others interpreted it as a question of identity, Warburg's Judaism confronted by, or even associated with, Indian culture. 247 Now, it is precisely all of that that the 1923 lecture sets aside. What it says about identity concerns only suffering, my mother who lay deathly ill, the anti-Semitism, seen etc., or paradoxes, the kinship of Athens or Ibe. 248 What it contributes in terms of knowledge, whether historical or anthropological, is only fragmentary. And it is not through false modesty that Warburg, that great seeker of sources, states the fundamental philological limitation of his study: his ignorance of Native American dialects, which, moreover, cannot understand each other. This clearly constituted an obstacle to any attempt to understand the symbols of a given culture. 249 What, then, makes the 1923 lecture a decisive, even a fundamental work? As strange as it may seem, I would say that its main contribution turns out to be epistemological or methodological. In it, Warburg transformed a regression into an invention. Returning to the bedazzlement of his earlier expedition in Hopi territory, he created, through the intermediary of his insanity, the conditions of a renewal and a deepening of all his research. It was upon his return from Kreuzlingen, in fact, that he undertook, despite the difficulties created by his state of mind, a group of projects whose fecundity leaves one stunned. These included the Namazani Atlas, of course, but also theoretical writings, the seminars on method, the incursions into contemporary history, and the exhibitions, to mention only the most notable. At Bellevue, therefore, Warburg successfully met an enormous challenge to transform his own contortion, in a problem which does not concern us, into a construction, which every historian today should be able to profit from. Through an extraordinary work of anamnesis, he managed, thanks to Binswanger, to traverse in reverse the path he had traveled, thus going back from the test approved to the experience, and from the latter to a kind of knowledge. This was a new style of knowledge. Here is our famous science without a name, since the basis of its power was rooted in the perils to which it left itself exposed. 250 It was a kind of knowledge, erkenntnis, capable of transforming the confessions, bekenntnis, of a schizophrenic into a cultural theory of symbolic schisms, in short, one capable of transforming an emotion, or a symptom, into a cultural theory of emotion, or the symptom. It is easy to imagine how much Gilles Deleuze would have been fascinated by such a move, no less than Michel Foucault, moreover, since the latter would undoubtedly have observed in it how a history of insanity can give rise to the archaeology of knowledge. It is this move that we must now reconstruct with more precision. When he arrived at Bellevue, the seismograph Warburg had fallen apart. Had broken him? A major historic upheaval. Not his own individual story, but rather the encounter of the latter with the whole of Western history. It was when it plunged into the midst of the Great War that the seismograph broke. At first, Warburg tried to record all the shocks right from the start of the conflict. In 1914, he began to assemble a considerable archive, cut out thousands of articles, established categories, sketched the geographic development of the human eruption by keeping track of the strategic positions, the front lines. 251, figure 77. That is to say, by keeping track of the trench lines, those schisms produced in Europe's soil which engulfed men by the millions. At this time, Warburg was still a seismograph of the Burckharttian type. He recorded the symptoms to protect himself from them, and diagnosed the schisms in order to conjure them away. Thus, he participated in a Rivista Illustrata of the war, which was published in Germany but written in Italian, with the aim of avoiding the split which was threatening to open between the intellectuals of those two countries. 252 At the same time, he was studying propaganda pamphlets from Luther's period and, in the course of doing so, establishing a new branch of art history, namely political iconology, as has been shown by Martin Warnke. 253 But this critical knowledge, to which were added prophetic lamentations about a Western culture henceforth devoted to violence and to paranoid delirium, all of that contradicted his own militant activity for the Rivista and his patriotic stance. The family bank, meanwhile, was financially supporting the German war effort. Ultimately, he felt that he himself was being swallowed up in this schism within history. Now fills the air so many a haunting shape that no one knows how best he may escape. Goethe had written in Faust. 254 In the middle of compiling his 25,000 notes on the war and the trenches, Warburg, distressed by the death of each individual, without ever knowing who was the guilty party and who the innocent, began to join up with the phantoms. He began to believe that, having awakened the pagan demons of obscurantism, the objects of his scholarly study on the astrological Nachleben in 16th-century Germany, he himself was the cause of the war. 255 The front line, the schism, he thought, was in himself. Then, just like the Nietzschean seismograph, he suddenly broke down. In the weeks following Germany's surrender in 1918, Warburg's despair developed into a delirium with political, mythological, and religious demon signs. The Bolsheviks were persecuting him as a capitalist intellectual. The ancient furies were pursuing him for being an atheistic Jew, and the old Germanic demons of anti-Semitism had become an obsession. It got to a point where he threatened his family and his own life with a pistol. 256 Following this incident, he was obliged to languish 2.5 years in the clinics of Hamburg and then of Jena, where Nietzsche, too, had languished, before finding himself transferred in 1921 to Kreuzlingen. It was there that he reached his nadir, and it was there that, thanks to Binswanger, he was able to come back from it. It was there that he rediscovered the stimming of the chronic fears of his childhood, as well as the basic link he had established as early as 1874, when confronting the suffering of his ill mother, between image and symptom. In the living knot of his fantasies he once again encountered, if only in a jumbled fashion, his fascination with the Native American, his refusal to eat only kosher food, the iconography of Christ's Passion, and the grotesque eroticism of Balzac's Petites Misères de la Vie Conjugate, the illustrations of which had haunted him from the age of 6. 257, figures 84,85. At Bellevue, Warburg sank to the deepest point of his delirium. Now translated into motor language, his terrifying screams were heard throughout the institution. 258 A minor book that he happened to see lying on Binswanger's desk, Hans Prinzhorn's book, which was far from being the most minor in his library, seemed to him to be placed there to torment him, that it had been written for him and about him. 259 He believed that his entire family was imprisoned in the clinic. It is true that his own son was interned there for a brief time, and he, too, remembered his father's unbearable bellowing. He thought that the meat served at dinner was the flesh of his own children, cut up by Binswanger himself. 260 He spoke to the butterflies, confiding in them as friendly souls. He practiced a cult with the moths and the little butterflies which flew around his room at night. He spoke with them for hours on end. He called them his little living souls, Seelentirken, and revealed his ailments to them. He told one moth how his sickness had begun. 261 During this whole period, Warburg never ceased to write. Between 1919 and 1924, the year of his return to Hamburg, the text of his journal spread out over a series of 69 notebooks covered with black cloth, continuously hand-paginated. In them he covered no less than 7,345 pages with a nervous script which sometimes became completely unstructured, like that of a person who is suffering greatly or who is writing in the dark. 262 The text is like an indecipherable flood, a storm of words, or a blizzard une tourmente. It is touching to discover, in the midst of such graphic anxiety, a dried flower slipped in between 2 pages. 263 All the notebooks from Kreuzlingen are written in pencil. Warburg was not able to take up the pen again until 1924. Once he was back in Hamburg, there is no free space on these pages. No margins and no paragraphs. But the writing displays a formidable energy. Numerous words are violently underlined once, twice, or 3 times. Others leap out with greater readability, such as the word Katastrophe. More are written in capital letters, as emphatic warnings or as pathetic calls for help. Achnische Fresslust, my satanic pleasure in devouring food, fasten, to fast. 265, figure 78. The exclamation points are innumerable. Often the writing collapses, rushes forward, or becomes enmeshed in such a chaotic fashion that the lines are superimposed on each other in an inextricable web. 266 Looking through these notebooks, one feels that Warburg must be seeking a space he can construct in a psychological world which has come apart at the seams. He tries, at the beginning and end of each notebook, to summarize the archive of his own madness, turning once again to the tabular arrangement he used in his old working manuscripts. But this attempt to organize his thought continually breaks down and turns frantic. 267 Soon many notes begin accumulating between the pages, especially beginning with notebook number 30, which dates from 1921. The summary tables are so overfilled that it is impossible to discern anything definite in them. A few forms appear spontaneously in the midst of the text, evoking the old theoretical scheme as. 268 In some places we find a musical staff, which undoubtedly records some musical memory, and in another place we are eyed by some sardonic caricature. 269 But what most strikes the reader, who is at once frustrated and tantalized by the quasi-indecipherable nature of these texts, is the recurrence of symptoms, of graphical schisms which, as it were, line the surface of the paper. One very quickly recalls all sorts of Antonin Artaud. Here we are on the real breach, here we are on the front lines, in the very trenches of that psychological war in which Warburg broke down. On 2 pages of the notebook that were inadvertently skipped over when the pages were initially being numbered ahead of time, and thus were left blank, the schizophrenic of Kreuzlingen drew 2 types of spiral lines, looking something like a window or mirror broken in a symmetric fashion. Yet, if one looks more carefully, one notices that the mark which blocks the space is once again a word trying to find a path for itself, even if it is written. One thinks here of Leonardo da Vinci, whom Warburg knew so well, as in a mirror, figure 79. 270 This schizography, as Lacan was to name it scarcely 10 years later 271, seems to operate midway between an effort of destruction and one of construction. At first it appears only as a crisis of writing, suddenly causing the collapse of the story that it lights up figure with its nervous or grotesque ornaments, its bewildering spirals, and, with increasingly frequency in the years 1921, 22, its lightning-like flashes, which form a zebra-like pattern as they streak across the entire page 272, figure 80. Electric, violent, straight or contorted, multidirectional and contradictory, these lightning flashes destructure the page, of course. One sometimes has the impression that Warburg wants to create a link between two separated words or two elements of his story, whereas he is actually creating a break-breacher in the entire space of the page. The schizography is destroying just where it appears to want to construct. But a reciprocal action is also at work. For, in barring his own writing crisis of writing, Warburg brought to the fore a particular mark. He caused the release of a major signifier in his preoccupations, both scholarly and fantastical. These zebra-like lines are in fact quite recognizable. They liberate the repeated memory, the disconnected dynamogram of the snake lightning flash which obsessed Warburg throughout his life, and which he discussed at some length in his Confession lecture of 1923, figures 73, 74, 80. The graphic schism marks a destruction by insanity, but it is also an operation of construction amidst insanity. This is a dialectical operation, and it corresponds exactly to the mixed manic-depressive state manisch-depressed where Mischtzustand, the term Binswanger used in Warburg's medical record to give greater precision to his diagnosis of schizophrenia. 273 This dual structure corresponds to a quite classic rhythm of contradictory states, something observed by all who witnessed Warburg's state during this period. In the morning he was usually delirious, but by the afternoon he had recovered his mental faculties sufficiently to hold an intellectual discussion around at tea time in the company of Binswanger, and even often invited guests like Ernst Cassirer. 274 The diagnosis of a mixed state. Mischtzustand, which Binswanger asked Kraepelin to confirm in 1923 and which the latter did, 275 cannot fail to strike any reader of Warburg. A great deal of what had interested him as a historian of culture can in fact be captured by the expression mixed state from the basic impurity of the survivals, with its melange of heterogeneous elements, mission heterogeneer elemente, to the mixed style Mischstil, he discerned in the art of the Florentine Renaissance. 276 There are doubtless hundreds of ways of expressing this dialectic of contraries, ranging from the Warburg's own astrological sign. How could he have failed to reflect on the fact that his own birth, on June 13, had placed him by immemorial tradition under the double sign of the Gemini? To the more troubling observation that all the known elements of his delirium, in 1918, could be viewed, in the aftermath, as premonitions of what history, in truth, was reserving for the people dear to him. For example, while Labai was being cared for at Bellevue, extreme right-wing activists were threatening his younger brother Max M., and ultimately did assassinate a close family friend, Walter Rodenow, on June 24, 1922. This helps us to understand better why Warburg spoke of the historian not as a scribe simply recording the past, but as a seer's heir, of time in its entirety. 277. It was precisely Binswanger's work which led his patient to recover, from amidst the subjects that had earlier preoccupied him, whether these were delirious, terrifying, or destructive. The snakes, for example, a kernel of truth around which his entire thinking was able, indeed, needed to replenish itself. To this end, Binswanger resorted to three means: an opium cure, a Freudian psychoanalysis, and what the 1923 lecture was simply the end result of. Namely, the re-establishment of intellectual exchange, an incitement to work despite everything, to construct amidst insanity. Inviting Ernst Cassirer to see Warburg or letting the latter know that he had just been named an honorary professor at the University of Hamburg, to the therapist this seemed as important as the benefits of pharmacology or the removal of psychological resistance. Binswanger had always refused to become the director of a mental hospital for the insane. 278 In a story that appeared in 1932, Joseph Roth evoked Bellevue as a clinic where attentive and costly care was lavished on mentally disturbed patients coming from wealthy backgrounds who were accustomed to being pampered and whom the nurses treated with the gentleness of a midwife. 279 Several famous people from the intellectual world were admitted there, such as the chemist Adolf Werner, the linguist Charles Bally, editor and disciple of Saussure, the poet Leonhard Frank, the feminist Berta Pappenheim, known in the Freudian literature under the name of Anna O., and the painter Kirchner, as well as Nijinsky, already mentioned above. At Bellevue, the therapies were more humane than elsewhere, and its little society lived in an atmosphere of confidence and familiarity. Significantly, patients and doctors ate their meals together. But the most important thing, at least for the process we are trying to describe here, remains the way in which Binswanger succeeded in inverting, in Warburg's mind, the symptom of his thinking to such a degree that it incited, or, more accurately, re-incited, a thinking about the symptom, something that had long been trying to find expression in the work of the great historian. Binswanger's psychotherapy offers a good description of this anamnesis and of this dialectical reversal. It was necessary that Warburg come to understand his test to prove as something other than a sheer failure or malfunctioning of his way of being. It was necessary that the test be conceived of as an experience, and seen in relationship to the experience of an entire life, including its scholarly side, from which the 1923 lecture had emerged. Finally, it was necessary that this experience itself be unmasked to show its truth effects a fait de vérité, thereby revealing the full scope of the knowledge and thinking it encompassed. In this sense, Warburg and Binswanger had to acknowledge that the object of their respective investigations was the same, the dialectic of the monster, as Warburg would simply have called it. Binswanger, for his part, claimed that it was the Freudian unconscious which ultimately governed the basic actions of a human being or a being there, Dasein. Naturally, we have to elucidate this vocabulary, if only briefly. Binswanger had correctly recognized in Freud's work the first method of interpretation that was supported, from beginning to end, by actual experience. I have reached the conclusion that Freud, for the first time, had based the hermeneutic operation on experience, inasmuch as what he calls interpreting, Didi, encompasses not only drawing psychological conclusions and ways of seeking psychological understanding, but also acts of experience. Psychological resistance. Binswanger had always refused to become the director of a mental hospital for the insane. 278 In a story that appeared in 1932, Joseph Roth evoked Bellevue as a clinic where attentive and costly care was lavished on mentally disturbed patients coming from wealthy backgrounds who were accustomed to being pampered and whom the nurses treated with the gentleness of a midwife. 279 Several famous people from the intellectual world were admitted there, such as the chemist Adolf Werner, the linguist Charles Bally, editor and disciple of Saussure, the poet Leonhard Frank, the feminist Berta Pappenheim, known in the Freudian literature under the name of Anna O., and the painter Kirchner, as well as Nijinsky, already mentioned above. At Bellevue, the therapies were more humane than elsewhere, and its little society lived in an atmosphere of confidence and familiarity. Significantly, patients and doctors ate their meals together. But the most important thing, at least for the process we are trying to describe here, remains the way in which Binswanger succeeded in inverting, in Warburg's mind, the symptom of his thinking to such a degree that it incited, or, more accurately, re-incited, a thinking about the symptom, something that had long been trying to find expression in the work of the great historian. Binswanger's psychotherapy offers a good description of this anamnesis and of this dialectical reversal. It was necessary that Warburg come to understand his test to prove as something other than a sheer failure or malfunctioning of his way of being. It was necessary that the test be conceived of as an experience, and seen in relationship to the experience of an entire life, including its scholarly side, from which the 1923 lecture had emerged. Finally, it was necessary that this experience itself be unmasked to show its truth effects a fait de vérité, thereby revealing the full scope of the knowledge and thinking it encompassed. In this sense, Warburg and Binswanger had to acknowledge that the object of their respective investigations was the same, the dialectic of the monster, as Warburg would simply have called it. Binswanger, for his part, claimed that it was the Freudian unconscious which ultimately governed the basic actions of a human being or a being there, Dasein. Naturally, we have to elucidate this vocabulary, if only briefly. Binswanger had correctly recognized in Freud's work the first method of interpretation that was supported, from beginning to end, by actual experience. I have reached the conclusion that Freud, for the first time, had based the hermeneutic operation on experience, inasmuch as what he calls interpreting, Didi, encompasses not only drawing psychological conclusions and ways of seeking psychological understanding, but also acts of experience. This simple shift carries all the rest along with it, because, from now on, the symptom is no longer considered to be a simple sign of illness but rather a fundamental structure of experience, the eternal instant of a historically determined being. As Binswanger puts it, as a result, psychoanalysis no longer interrogates the sickness, as Charcot was still doing, but the sick being in the context of his entire existence and entire destiny. It no longer interrogates the symptom as a deficiency needing correction, but as an expression of a total functioning of the organism and as a global vital fact. 281 Here Binswanger shares with Freud a radical critique of traditional medicalized psychiatry. 282 Despite the skeptical, if sympathetic, position of his teacher Eugene Bleuler and of his uncle, the same Ludwig Otto, of Jena, mentioned above in connection with Nietzsche. Binswanger was the very first psychiatrist to introduce Freudian psychoanalysis into an institution for the mentally ill. 283 It is well known that Freud and Binswanger were unfailing friends for more than 30 years, against the background, it may be noted, of a common break with Jung. 284 At the time when Warburg was raving deliriously about the Great War within the walls of his clinic, Binswanger exchanged with Freud melancholy reflections arising from his own experience and from his reading of Freud's thoughts for times of war and death. In 1920, Freud had confided to him that neither of us has got over the monstrous fact of children dying before their parents. And later, but, if one is to live so long, one cannot entirely avoid surviving others. 285 We are not surprised to find that Binswanger ended his Sigmund Freud reminiscences of a friendship with a reflection on the powers linked to revenance and survival. I-286 But Binswanger, as we know, developed his work independently of any orthodox Freudianism. Neither a blind disciple nor a dissident who turned his back on Freud, he extended the Freudian vision in the forms of a philosophical anthropology and of a phenomenology which sought its tools, without entirely finding them. Moreover, in the work of Husserl and of Heidegger, he ended up creating what has since then been called existential analysis or, better, Daseinsanalyse. Rightly or wrongly, Binswanger saw in Freudian epistemology an intrinsic limit, naturalist, as he called it, to the understanding of its own object, the unconscious. Moreover, he held that Freud accords a great deal more importance to the decomposition of the person in the symptom than to building up the person again. He no doubt thought that the idea of analysis in Freudian psychoanalysis was still too closely related to what an ordinary scientist of the positivist school would have understood by the term. 287 That is why he had to turn at a later date to the foundational concepts of phenomenology, and first of all toward that untranslatable Dasein which appears obsessively in Martin Heidegger's Being and Time. Binswanger continued to practice psychoanalysis all the same, and he even thought that his critique of Freud owed everything to Freud's discovery itself. 289 But, whatever complex relationships psychoanalysis and phenomenology were to sustain over the course of time, the only thing that interests us here is the change in statu nascendi in Binswanger's thinking, of which Warburg was, literally, the beneficiary on both the theoretical and therapeutic levels, for it offered the art historian new insights into the notions themselves of Nachleben and Pathosformel when he took them up again upon his return to Hamburg. If our hypothesis of the existence of an intellectual dialogue between Warburg and Binswanger is confirmed, a dialogue no less intense for being part and parcel of the psychological salvage operation of one of the interlocutors, then we will be in a position to establish the benchmarks of the epistemic relationship of their very different bodies of work. All true dialogue must be reciprocal. Thus, Binswanger encouraged Warburg to pursue his inquiry into the historical psychology of expression. He compared the latter's studies about astrology to his own clinical studies of the certainty expressed by delirious patients, and he said he felt particularly close to the work done on Sassetti, in which the historian sought to establish nothing less than the hermeneutic of an individual personality, die auf die individuelle Persönlichkeit Ziel and Hermeneutik. And, after the old historian left the clinic, Binswanger was constantly receiving books from him, including Carlyle's fascinating Sartor Resartus, which he had not known of, along with the volumes of the Vorträge der Bibliothek Warburg. In August 1924 he wrote to Warburg, "I haven't been able to get used to not talking things over with you." 291 would surely be able to find a Warburgian component in Binswanger's work, even if it were confined to his historical and cultural efforts to understand the dream, which appeared in print in 1928.291. But, of course, it is the reciprocal direction which interests us. In what way did Binswanger's understanding of the psychological realm modify, or make more precise, Warburg's understanding of the image? That is the question. Let us note, first of all, that Warburg, upon returning home, found it just as hard as Binswanger to get used to not having their daily exchanges. In 1925 he was still complaining of this absence. Back in his cherished library, he described it as a place for his patients or his fellow sufferers, meine Mitleidenden. In 1926, he ironically evoked his very honored psyche, meine hochverehrte Psyche, which was slowly repairing. Elsewhere he says that he is working on the vital history, Lebensgeschichte, a concept developed by Binswanger, of the postage stamps he has collected. In 1927, on Binswanger's advice, or, more likely, on his orders, he gave up his plan to make a second trip to America. And he spoke to the latter about his Mnemosyne Atlas in the midst of talking about various problems with his health. 292 High evidence of their common intellectual interests is still visible at the Warburg Institute, which possesses the majority of Binswanger's publications, at least from the period which interests us, in the form of dedicated copies, some of which are annotated. But these publications are so conceptual and so specialized, so philosophically difficult and so clinically oriented, that at first one finds it hard to see what use an art historian could make of them. Yet a more careful look reveals the great degree to which Warburg, from 1921 until his death, shared his own psychiatrist's conception of psychopathology. What matters here, of course, is the symptom. Binswanger often approached it in terms of an image which affects and transforms the time of the subject. The main paradigm is deduced from the dream, considered in three of its aspects: the way in which it appears, its manifest content, and, above all, its intrinsic dynamic. By steeping oneself in the manifest content of the dream, which, since Freud's epoch-making postulate concerning the reconstruction of latent dream thoughts, has in modern times receded all too far into the background, one learns the proper evaluation of the primal and strict interdependence of feeling and image, die ursprüngliche Zusammenhörigkeit von Gefühl und Bild, of being attuned, and pictorial realization. And what is true of the brief cycles whose thematic reflection we can observe in the image and mood of the dreamer, is, of course, also true of the larger and deeper rhythms of normal and pathologically manic and depressive disattunement. 293. This return to the phenomenological immediacy of the dream, beyond Freud's memorable postulate of its semiotic nature as a rebus, finds an exact parallel in Warburg's work of 1893, when he goes back, beyond his own decipherment of Botticelli's humanist sources, as far back as the much more emphatic, existential observation that the figures painted by Botticelli appear to be characters absorbed in a dream, with the result that the entire temporality of the image is disturbed from top to bottom. 294. It may be noted in passing that both Warburg and Binswanger agreed, not surprisingly, with an observation Nietzsche had made in Beyond Good and Evil. What we experience in dreams, pertains at last to the general belongings of our soul. And the example that Nietzsche gives, namely the dream of flying or falling, is precisely the one around which Binswanger was to construct his own reflections in Dream and Existence. 295. Because they inaugurated a genuine anthropology of the imagination, as Foucault termed it. 296. Binswanger's analyses pertain as much to the state of wakefulness as to that of sleep, as much to the cultural space of the Greeks as to the mental pathology of a patient at Kreuzlingen. The Dasein of the oniric image and that of the subject himself/herself are one and the same. The only difference stems from the fact that the former immediately reveals, as an imminent act of experience, what the latter, obligated by censorship, always occludes. It is by observing the thymic space, gestimmterraum, of the manic-depressive patient that Binswanger posed the more general questions concerning the relationships between what he calls, including in the work of art, aesthesis animi, and Fantasia. 277. Warburg was also attempting to analyze these combined powers of the aesthetic, the mnemonic, and the imagination in his works on astrology in the time of Luther and on Francesco del Casa. 298. By including in his history of images the psychopathological themes of schizophrenia and of manic-depressive psychosis, of which Binswanger was, and still is, considered one of the great theorists, Warburg wound up situating his cultural mnemosony squarely in the realm of metapsychology. 299. He wanted to take note of the emotional powers of the image, such as those that his own therapist had observed in him and continued to investigate for many years afterwards. 300. If the image, as an emotional power, affects and transforms all the temporal dimensions of the subject, then, it goes without saying, one can no longer speak of psychological history in the trivial sense. In the dream, as in the symptom, the past is no longer situated behind the present time of a given state. It returns, it survives, and it gives to each experience its own style, even its fixture. But one would be wrong to assume any rejection of history on Binswanger's part, just as it would be in the case of Nietzsche or Burckhardt, for that matter. He was fond of saying that psychoanalysis has no more right than any other science to remove itself from the course of the history of the human spirit vom Gang der Geschichte des menschlichen Geistes, and, citing Dilthey, man is, we learn only from his history. 301. The difference is that, for him, this history reveals itself to be even more complex, given the degree that it can become intricated with pathos and Nachleben. It was by starting, like Freud, from the hysterical symptom, which he began to study as early as 1909, that Binswanger came to understand the fundamental link between the history of suffering Leidensgeschichte, and vital Historie Lebensgeschichte. Every experience of the subject, every decisive crisis, as Warburg used to say with respect to artistic experience, must lead the analysis back to that original phenomenon, that is to say, to the unique historical order of the contents of the lived experience of the individual spiritual person, inasmuch as it is the original kernel of all experience, in short to the interior history of the life and of the person. 302 Binswanger concluded from this that each fecund moment of Lebensgeschichte is itself oriented by this kernel of experience, which ceaselessly acts in continual waves of Nachleben. Everything which is new, great, and beautiful, he writes, drawing on Fichte, has belonged to the world since the beginning, has come into the world, and everything which will appear in the world up to its end has come to it and will come to it, according to an anidiomatic rhythm of latencies and crises, of repetitions and contratom. 303 Warburg, for his part, knew very well that he was getting at the truth, irony aside, in confiding to Binswanger that he wanted to reconstruct the Lebensgeschichte of his postage stamps, and of his cultural archives in general. As we know, it was more precisely a matter of a Nachlebensgeschichte history of survivals in which Warburg was investigating a paradoxical vital function at work in the memory of forms, via those emotive formulas in which there lay crystallized a whole Leidenschaftlichkeit, a history of the emotions in their manifestation as materials of visual figuration. That is why, in 1893, in the prefatory note to his first published text, he was already calling for a psychological aesthetics, psychologische Ästhetik, which alone could help us understand the sources of the force which determines style, Stilbald and Macht. 304. It would be a mistake see a split here along disciplinary lines between Warburg and Binswanger. One cannot say that one of them was simply looking for the sources of style, that is to say, in art, and the other, the sources of the symptom, that is to say, in mental illness. Their common ground lay in the fact that where the former brought to light the symptomatic tenor of artistic styles, the latter brought to light the stylistic tenor of psychological symptoms. Binswanger, for his part, was much too attentive, like any good Warburgian iconologist, to the contents of a delirium to sacrifice any of it to the traditional psychological conception of its incoherence, which was a way, he used to say, of subjecting the world of the psyche to an inadequate naturalist and positivist model. In his view, the psychological symptom did not reveal a lack of meaning, any more than it revealed a deficiency in the functioning, intellectual, for example, of the patient. One must understand what the symptom is, not what it is not. In this sense, one ought to investigate it in the same way, and with the same concern for its dignity, as any major anthropological structure, a lesson which appears with particular clarity in a magisterial book that Binswanger published 4 years after Warburg's death, on Theflight of Ideas über Ideen Flucht. 305. Why this concern for its anthropological dignity? Because, Binswanger says, in a certain sense the patient is closer to Dasein than we are, even if this Dasein ensnares him in a real vertigo trademark. Although this anthropological structure may be vertiginous, there is nothing abstract about it. It manifests itself in a form. This is what led Michel Foucault to say that Binswanger's writings, far from promoting some vague existentialist philosophy, sought to find the place where the forms and conditions of existence articulate. 307. It is pointless to describe a delirium as being inadequate to reality. What one must do, as Binswanger writes in On Theflight of Ideas, is to arrive at an understanding of it as an aesthetic form of lived experience, Ästhetische Erlebnisform. Trademark, that is what is called a style. Trademark. From then on, every study Binswanger made of the symptom took the form of an investigation of style. The best example of this comes from his investigation of mannerism, which starts with a problematic closely associated with the psychiatrist Bleuler, namely the recurrent mannerism of the behaviors displayed by schizophrenics, and ends up in an aesthetic inquiry in which the author invokes the paintings of Pontormo, Bronzino, and El Greco, and the poems of Marino, Góngora, and Grothian, as well as specialized studies by Max Dvorak, Hans Edelmeyer, and E.R. Curtius. 310. Once again, he is not far from Warburg, who as early as 1899 was linking artistic mannerism with the phenomena of formal intensification, for example, in ornamentation, but also with certain types of psychological behavior, for example, superstition. 311. At the conclusion of all these analogies and of all this blurring of the lines between disciplinary domains, we appear to confront one major problem, namely that of establishing a relationship between the being of art of art and existential anxieties malorder feeder. Warburg and Binswanger ponder questions concerning style and symptom simultaneously, because, in their opinion, every case of unease malor and every schism of being takes on a definite form, and because every form must bring into play, at one time or another, the aesthetic domain as such, the construction of a style. Reciprocally, they thought that all art is an art of curing, a transfiguration of the symptom, to the degree that it dares to plunge into our deepest psychological anguish. Warburg saw in this a dialectic of pathos and ethos. Binswanger spoke of a patho of self-realization through art. 312 It is interesting to note that one of the first to learn from this dialectic of symptom and style was none other than Jacques Lacan. Struck by the convergence of what he had just read in On Theft Flight of Ideas with his own studies of paranoid psychosis, Lacan published, at the early date of 1933, in the art journal Minauder, a superb article on the problem of style. 313 There, drawing explicitly on the writings of Binswanger and of phenomenological psychiatry, he asserted that the symptom cannot be reduced to a localized deficiency of psychological functions but instead involves the totality of the patient's lived experience, noting that the direction taken nowadays by psychiatric research offers some new data to these problems of style, problems which are at once anthropological and aesthetic. 314 The symptom, Lacan asserts, resists the objectification of the positivist psychologist because it draws on primary forms of lived experience which are linked with expression more than with meaning, and with overall style more than with a simple local reaction. 315 But how does one recognize a style? By paying careful attention simultaneously to two aspects of the observed phenomena. The first is dynamic. It liberates the phenomena of cyclical repetition, of ubiquitous multiplication, of endless periodic returns of the same events, which sometimes take the form of a doubling or tripling of the same person, and sometimes in a hallucination of a splitting of the subject's personality, all of which Lacan considers to be characteristic of the conditions of typification, which creates style. 316 How can one fail to think here of the multiple avatars of Ninfa or of the snake as periodic or dynamographic figures of Naschleben? How can one fail to think of Warburg himself and of his mixed states? The second aspect is symbolic. It renders the symptom, even if it is dressed up with delirious themes, comparable to the mythic creations of folklore, but, equally so, to the meaningful acts of plastic and poetic productions. Accordingly, in principle, psychopathological analysis may no longer function. Without a cultural anthropology, a Warburgian position if ever there was one, without a stylistics of forms, a history of art, or even without a political history of the depths of social reality, since, as Lacan notes in conclusion, the symptoms of psychosis occur quite frequently in a nerve center of historically real social tensions. 317 This is another way of referring to Warburgian seismography. 318 It is also another way of referring to Warburg's methodological lesson, for he made his own existential anxieties malheur de l'être the occasion of a renewal, even a foundation, of his research on the être de l'art. And it was by pondering the intrication of symptom and style that he wound up by reinventing the history of art as a discipline which is not so much humanist. Here one recognizes Panofsky's dictum, as it is pathological, in the most fertile sense one can give to this word. 319 5 days after his lecture in Kreuzlingen, Warburg penned a brief manuscript entitled Catharsis, in which he presented just this problem: how does one make logos, free, universal, master over pathos, alienated, solipsistic? 320 How, above all, does one ensure that this logos forgets nothing about pathos but, to the contrary, manages to ponder it, anthropologically, phenomenologically, from the very depths of the testing of proof it is subjected to? The challenge of this pathological knowledge enables us to understand a paradox essential to Warburg's epistemic style. On the one hand, he keeps all assertion of his self in the background, hidden behind the presentation of the historical material, the sources. That is the reason why Warburg appears so modest, virtually effaced, in his public writings, where one never finds an attitude expressed in phrases like "as for myself, I think that." On the other hand, his own psychoanalytic experience helps keep him very much aware of the fundamental link between knowledge, erkenntnis, and confession, bekenntnis. In short, he is conscious of the autobiographical dimension involved in every attempt to construct a body of knowledge. Thus, the fantasy Indianness of his youth becomes material for constructing the hypothesis of the indestructibility of primitive man, die Unzerstörbarkeit des primitiven Menschen. 321 His own delirious compulsions become the experiential basis for understanding the compulsion to be connected through incorporation, Vernupfungszwang durch Verleibung, which is characteristic, he states, of the figurine magical activities that he studied in the Native American and Italian rituals. 322 And knowledge of the Naschleben in general could not have emerged except on the basis of an experience already peopled by phantoms. Up to now everyone has managed to find in the ancients what he needed or wished for, especially himself. 323 Warburg reversed the perspective: in each self there lives and survives the phantoms of our entire culture, including antiquity. That is why a construction created amidst insanity was able to give rise to the foundation of a rigorous knowledge of culture and of the forms of its historicity. At the end of his life, Freud recognized that, like the hysteric, every delirious person suffers from his own recollections, because it is humanity in general which suffers from the same illness. 324 An illness that one could perhaps name, with Warburg, mnemosny. In the same text, Constructions and Analysis, Freud presented a clinical observation he had made on many occasions. When an interpretative construction is right or gives an approximation to the truth, the patient reacts to it with an unmistakable aggravation of his symptoms and of his general condition. 325 Should not all this lead us to conclude that in his empathetic plunge into the pile of living snakes, into the dialectic of the monster, Warburg, at Kreuzlingen, came as close as he could to the ultimate knowledge he was seeking? N. For Warburg, the lecture at Kreuzlingen was the occasion for a concrete test and a theoretical deepening of what he had long understood by incorporation or incarnation. He had often spoken of the image in terms of Verkörperung. At the time of his encounter with Binswanger, however, he privileged the notion of Verleibung, which he had already used in the Grundlegende Bruchstücke zu einer monistischen Kunstpsychologie, but which he now understood in a more directly phenomenological sense, namely as a manner of expressing the taking on of flesh prize to chair at work in the symbols of all cultures. What was his initial problem? It was a matter of understanding the efficacy of images, their Lebensgeschichte, their power of Nachleben, in basic anthropological terms. As his starting point, Warburg observes that man is an animal who manipulates things he touches, he utilizes, and he transforms the non-organic nature of objects with a view toward his own vital subsistence. He joins the inorganic to his own organism to the point of incorporating it into himself. It is therefore in terms of empathy, Einfühlung, that the problem will be formulated. But the dialectic of the monster is already there. Having incorporated the inorganic, the human animal no longer knows exactly how far his own limits reach. This operation, which gives birth to culture, including language, religion, art, and knowledge, also gives birth to a basic tragedy, a basic schizophrenia. Whence come all these questions and enigmas of empathy with respect to inanimate nature, diese Fragen und Rätsel der Einfühlung, because for man there is in fact a situation that can unify him with something that belongs to him, precisely in the act of manipulating and carrying, but that does not flow through his veins. Tragedy of incorporation, phenomenology, fluctuating limits of personality, appropriation by incorporation. The point of departure is this: I see man as an animal that handles and manipulates and whose activity consists in putting together and taking apart, verknüpfen und trennen. That is how he loses his organic ego feeling, seine Organgefühl, specifically because the hand allows him to take hold of material things that have no nerve apparatus, since they are inorganic, but that, despite this, extend his ego inorganically, die seine unorganische Erweiterung. That is the tragic, aspect of man, who, in handling and manipulating things, steps beyond his organic bounds. All humanity is eternally and at all times schizophrenic. Schizophren. 326. Here we have, in Warburg's view, a general condition for what should be called the objective biomorphism, struktureller Biomorphismus, of symbols in general, even though, or because, they confront human life with the inorganic nature of things. 327 Empathy is so important in this context only because it designates a process in which inorganic forms are incorporated into organic forms, in which life is projected onto the thing. This makes clear the need to erect an anthropology of resemblance capable of situating the efficacy, imaginary and symbolic, of these forms in the material figures produced by a given culture, but also in its ritual acts, and even its language. The notion of incorporation turns out to be omnipresent in these areas. It is inherent in the technical appropriation of nature. It is dominant, and even alienating, in the phenomena of mimetic metamorphosis, such as sacrifice, dance, and the use of masks and of images in general, and it even sustains, to a certain extent, the syntax and logic of a culture's language. Incorporation is a process that occurs between a human being and a foreign being, animate and inanimate. Die Verleibung als logischer Akt der primitiven Kultur. We have the simple sentence in Staten Ascendi in which subject and object merge into each other if the copula is missing, or annul each other if the accent is different. This situation, an unstable simple sentence made up of three parts, is reflected in the religious artistic practice of primitive peoples to the extent that they tend to incorporate an object as a process parallel to that of syntax. 2. Appropriation through incorporation, Zustand der Anverleibung. Parts of the object remain as associated foreign bodies, thus inorganically extending the ego feeling, Ich-Gefühl. Manipulating and carrying, Hantieren und Tragen. 3. The subject is lost in the object, Das Subjekt geht und das Objekt verloren, in an intermediary state between manipulating and carrying, loss and affirmation. The human being is there kinetically, kinetisch, but is completely subsumed by all inorganic extension of his ego. The most perfect form of the loss of the subject in the object, Verlust des Subjekts und das Objekt, is manifest in sacrifice, which incorporates some parts into the object. Mimetic and imitative transformation. Example: the mask dance cult. 328. In Warburg's thinking, incorporation surely appeared to be some kind of total psychological fact, by which I mean a process so powerful that it is capable, by appropriating a thing, of constructing an identity, that ego-feeling usentiment du moins, it Gefühl, but also of destroying it by causing the loss of the subject in the object, Verlust des Subjekts und das Objekt. In this situation, therefore, finding oneself does not exclude going astray. Construction goes together with madness, knowledge with tragedy, logos with pathos, wisdom with schizophrenia. One cannot escape from the pile of snakes nor from the dialectic of the monster. At most, one can sometimes orient oneself in relation to it, and move in the direction of some guide mark. But intrication reigns supreme in this anthropological and metapsychological model, in this non-Kantian model of the relationships between subject and object. Until the end of his life, Warburg never ceased to penetrate more deeply or, at the very least, to reformulate this nexus of problems. In his final manuscripts, in particular the Grundbegriffe of the Amazoni Atlas, he returned to this energetic empathy, understood as an essential function of the Nachleben itself, its way of giving meaning, or giving meaning once again, to the motifs of classical antiquity. 329. Elsewhere, he employed a distinction at once aesthetic and psychopathological between the expressive, the depressive, and the simpressive. In short, the notions of empathy and of incorporation ended up occupying such a necessary place in Warburg's understanding of images that, at the time of the scholar's death, several commentators saw in this approach an essential element of his entire work, and they were right. In a very lively account of the lecture Warburg gave at the Bibliotheca Hertziana in Rome on June 19, 1929, Kenneth Clark, who was 26 years old at the time, conveyed his impression of the old order's impressive empathetic capacities. He himself said that if he had been 5 inches taller, he was even shorter than Berenson, he would have become an actor, and I can believe it, for he had, to an uncanny degree, the gift of mimesis. He could get inside a character, so that when he quoted from Savonarola, one seemed to hear the Frate's compelling voice, and when he read from Poliziano there was all the daintiness and the slight artificiality of the Medicean circle. 331. In his magnificent funeral oration for Warburg, Ernst Cassirer naturally sought to discover the deepest causes of the empathetic tenor of a body of work devoted entirely to the emotive formulas and to their survivals. He speaks first of all of the immediate, and mysterious, understanding which united them, the day of their first meeting, while Warburg was still at Kreuzlingen and struggling with the monster. He then evokes the life of the scholar, completely consumed by the tragic grandeur of the questions he studied, and, comparing Warburg to no less a figure than Shakespeare, as read by Goethe, he ends by establishing the empathetic equation of the acuity of his gaze and the acuity of his suffering. And when we finally had our first meeting, during my visit to Kreuzlingen 5 years ago, there was already a close bond between us. After speaking for only a short time we had got to know each other and to understand each other in a way that usually is possible only after years of working together. I now grasped more fully than before, as he stood before me, the meaning of his tireless quest, of his efforts, and of his research. I now saw appearing right before me, in its full gravity, its force and its tragic grandeur, the problem that had gripped his life and that had consumed it. Where others saw definite, circumscribed forms, where they saw forms in repose, he saw moving forces. He saw there what he termed the great emotive formulas that antiquity had created as an enduring legacy for mankind. Here he drew upon his deepest, most personal life experiences aus tiefster, eigenster Lebenserfahrung. He had experienced within himself and learned firsthand what he saw before him, and he was really capable of seeing only what he could grasp and interpret from the core of his own being and his own life. Early on he had read that severe phrase, he was familiar with suffering and with death. But from amidst this very suffering Leiden, there emerged the incomparable force craft, and the particularity of his Glückspoem. Rarely has a researcher more fully and more profoundly dissolved his most profound sufferings in his look and thereby liberated it. He always stood in the middle of the storm and turmoil of life itself. He sought to grasp its ultimate and most profoundly tragic problems. And there was one problem above all to which he returned again and again, and with which he unceasingly rested until the end. In his address on Shakespeare, the young Goethe says that, speaking in the ordinary way, Shakespeare's plots are not really plots, and that, instead, his plays all turn upon that secret point that no philosopher has yet seen and defined, where the particular nature of our ego, the supposed freedom of our will, collides with the necessary course of the world. Warburg's research was constantly oriented toward that secret point, geheimer Punkt, and his gazeblick was riveted to it as if he were under a spell. 332. Reading these lines, one understands better why Warburg was able to confide to his journal, a few months before his death, that he felt himself to be, above all, a psychohistoriker, by which we may understand a historian suffering from a psychosis, but capable, for that very reason, and thanks in part to his analysis with Binswanger, of better diagnosing the schizophrenia of Western culture from its images and an autobiographical reflex. 333. One can no longer doubt that a by Warburg science without a name was a tragic science, an emotional-pathic science, a pathology. Daytime to explore what he called a realm of perpetual unrest region der Wagen Unruhe. 334. This science corresponded exactly to the formulation of Aeschylus' Padheimatbos, which suggests knowledge gained through testing la proof. In other words, this was an immanent knowledge capable of bringing forth, on the basis of the emotion or pathos experienced, forms and formulas, if not mathems. 33s. Such an emotional way of knowing obviously defies our common sense. How can one know savoir and suffer patter? How does one find the proper rhythm of knowing, which requires distance, and suffering, which implies the erasure of difference? The answer can already be glimpsed in the diagnosis Binswanger formulated concerning the mixed-state Misszustand of his learned patient. But, more fundamentally, it can be found in the epistemic displacement displayed throughout Warburg's experience at Kreuzlingen, which was one of psychoanalytic anamnesis. I want to speak now, of the very precise, and very original, way in which, starting at this period, the inventor of Daseins analyze sought to carry out this type of anamnesis. 336. Binswanger best formulated it in an article that he sent, surely not by chance, to Warburg, and that figures in their correspondence as early as the end of 1925. The article was a contribution to the journal Imago on the occasion of Freud's 70th birthday. The question it confronts head-on is that of the singular knowledge that the psyche obliges us to accept when it is not only the means used to establish knowledge but is itself the very object of that knowledge. In order to account for this process, Binswanger creates a singular dialectic in which three verbs play a key role to experience. Erfahren, to understand, verstehen, and to interpret. Deuten. 337. Binswanger first turns to what he considers to be one of Freud's basic contributions, the fact that his acts of interpretation, Deutung, are entirely determined by acts of experience, Erfahrung, a word which presupposes three elements: a test one has undergone, a proof to be, the experience acquired, and an experiment occurring at the present time. But how does one go from the experience to its interpretation? Warburg, as we know, had long been obsessed by this question: how does one transform a mania into Sophia, to speak in Plato's terms, a pathos into logos, to use Aristotle's vocabulary, a Dionysian madness into Apollonian knowledge, in Nietzschean terminology? Binswanger responds that only phenomenology allows one to understand this process, which is at once so subtle and so necessary. He calls it understanding, Verten, expanding in this regard on several remarks already made by, among others, Karl Jaspers in his General Psychopathology. To understand someone is not to accumulate, nor to synthesize, the maximum amount of information about him or her, even though this historical archive is obviously necessary. 339. It is to exceed unexpectedly, by a sudden flash, aufblitzed, Binswanger writes, to a motivational context, Motivation Zusammenhang, in which the subject suddenly opens him or herself up and thereby liberates the inimitable dimension of his her Dasein. 34 degrees Henri Maldini assumes that this is the moment when a paradoxical act of getting outside oneself occurs, an act whose stakes are very well expressed in the common formulation to get to the bottom. All found here, to get to the bottom has the double meaning of to sink and to descend toward the ultimate and primordial depths on which everything reposes. It is to be at once swallowed up and to base oneself on something say fonder, i.e., on something far down, but solid, and to do both, at the same time. 341. Warburg undoubtedly found this psychopathological understanding of great interest. First of all, because Binswanger situated it on a very general anthropological level where psychiatry as such enjoys no special privilege, but instead remains attuned to all the other forms of culture, from mystical discourse to poetry, philosophy, and the visual arts. 342 and next, because the stylistic question remains central to the act itself of comprehension, for the latter only arises as a form of existence in which it is not a meaning that is deduced from an expression, but, To the contrary, one in which an expression arises and is grasped or attained in the material of the meaning. And the latter occurs to the degree in which the subject offers itself to us as its sphere of expression, Ausdrucksphäre, in its form and its mimicry, in its gestures and its attitudes and Ergestalt und Mimik, as well as in its spoken expressions. 343 Here Binswanger is clearly coming very close to a discussion of the nature of the work of art. 344 Warburg clearly saw that his notion of the pathos formal received a remarkable phenomenological illumination from this approach and, as a consequence, a confirmation of its anthropological pertinence. Thus, another benefit for Warburg of his stay at Kreuzlingen was the opportunity to carry on a dialogue as an equal partner with a scientist who, like himself, acquired his knowledge by means of intrication. By this I mean he carried out his investigations in such a way that his knowledge was implicated. In other words, working without authoritarianism and without academicism, he simultaneously employed both knowledge and non-knowledge, le savoir et le non-savoir, meaning and lack of meaning, sense et nonsense, construction and destruction. This kind of knowledge was totally opposed to the positivism of the medical semiologies, in which the notion of the symptom had always been tightly aligned with the Simone, the sign of the illness. It was also a knowledge capable of seeking a conception of style ranging beyond its own semiotic dimension, in his own where the iconological rebuses of the dream and of the work of art, which presuppose analytical discernment, the act of interpreting, are jumbled together, becoming incorporated into the pile of living snakes, so that, in the end, all one can do is to understand them. Two stylistic traits, moreover, characterize both Warburg and Binswanger. Their writings are complex and repetitive, meandering like eel soups, which, we recall, is how Warburg characterized his own prose. Above all, their respect for overdeterminations and for intrications renders their approach to the phenomena they study a kind of infinite analysis, which dares to not reach concluscience. Our guide here at all times, should be to give up what Flaubert calls the raging desire to conclude, to give up, which is not an easy thing to do if one considers our one-sidedly naturalist intellectual training, the passionate need to draw conclusions, to form an opinion or a judgment. In brief, to give up the need to reflect on a given thing instead of letting the thing itself speak, or, to cite Flaubert again, of expressing a thing as it is. 345 To express a thing as it is, this is indeed a task for the phenomenologist that Binswanger had become at the very beginning of the 1920s, thus, more or less, at the same period as his encounter with Warburg. 346 He was discovering Husserl while reading Dostoevsky, and he was looking at Franz Marc and Van Gogh while investigating psychosis. 347 He cited, once again, Flaubert. By dint of looking at a stone, an animal, a painting, I felt myself entering into it. 348 He thus was conceiving of knowledge through understanding as an incorporation and empathetic process. To express a thing as it is, this is not a matter of stating its truth from a great conceptual height, convinced of the correctness of one's judgment. It is, rather, to merge empathetically into the mode of expression proper to the thing in question, its style of being. It is to make oneself the phasm of that thing. It is to penetrate the thing in order to be penetrated by it, as Flaubert so well puts it. It means taking the risk of not being able to get out of it, of not being able to come out all right in the end. Knowledge by intrication is knowledge gained through chasms, an endless voyage into the world of things, an acute consciousness of being implicated in it, a deep desire for a life within its folds. That is why it was so difficult for Warburg and Binswanger, those two explorers of psychological matters, to reach definitive conclusions about anything at all within the circle of interpretation. But what, more precisely, is encompassed by this Einfühlung, a term which Warburg and Binswanger both used in their respective works and which they might easily have discussed around 1923, in Kreuzlingen? In the first place, empathy designated a primordial mode of communication based on the movements of the body and their expressive value. In this connection, Warburg was still thinking, as he did throughout his life, of the Darwin of the expression of emotions in men and animals, which he had discovered in 1888, whereas Binswanger was already aware of the very recent studies in ethology and psychology conducted by Beitnaug, Blissner, von Uexküll, and Erwin Strauss. 349 Binswanger must also have known of the more specifically phenomenological significance of Einfühlung and Husserl. The key passage here is, in A Day and Two, where the constitution of animal nature goes beyond itself and becomes no thing less than the constitution of the mind. Einfühlung, according to Husserl, thus designates the transformation thanks to which the pure sensible impressions of the physical body proper give way to an inner subjective objectivity of the thing, as if, in lending to the other an interiority, a soul, man constitutes himself as a psychological being. 350 Edith Stein, who had been able to consult the manuscript of Ide and I before its publication, attempted, in 1917, to create a transcendental radicalization of this concept of empathy, and Max Scheler was then elaborating an entire ethics and a metaphysics of sympathy. 351 Warburg, for his part, was able to speak to Binswanger about a certain conception of Einfühlung that he had adopted while still very young. Indeed, it constituted the substance of his very earliest published sentences, namely the prefatory remark, Vorbemerkung, to his thesis on Botticelli, in 1893. If the question of the Nachleben is so focused on the Pathosformellen and the representation of the animated details, Darstellung, Bewegten Beiwerks, and if the image survives only by incorporating, in the present time of a given culture, the fossilized life of the ancient sarcophagi, that is because a phenomenon of empathy governs this entire transmission of life in the image and in time. Warburg thus inaugurated his work by declaring that he wished to observe an emerging sense within Emiliof, artists of the aesthetic act of empathy as a force which determines style den Sinn für den aesthetisken Akt der Einfühlung in seinem Worden als Stilbild und Macht beobachten. And 352 What, then, was the main thing that he observed? Did he immediately discover? It was a split structure that he would end up calling, in 1923, schizophrenic. On the one hand, he saw the elementary gestures which were so fertile in the classicizing painting of the 15th century. It is sufficient to consider a single painting which seems to contain them all, Pola Ola's Hercules and Deianira at the Yale University Art Gallery in New Haven, gestures elicited by immediate organic reactions, such as seizing, fleeing, desiring, rebuffing, caressing, killing, etc. 353 On the other hand, Warburg discovered, first in Botticelli, and then in Ghirlandaio and many other artists, displacement formulas de displacement through which emotional life shows its capacity to find a home even in the semi-organic or inorganic folds of the coiffures and flowing cloths agitated by the wind. This is the other face of empathy, which could be called animation of the inanimate. Warburg never gave up his efforts to construct, or at least to cobble together, the theoretical tools capable of clarifying, as much as possible, these effects generated by Einfühlung. Although he refrained, in his published articles, from elaborating doctrines of any kind, modestly keeping his theoretikal self in the background behind his erudition and the highlighting of his sources, in the solitude of his manuscripts he did not hesitate to fill thousands of pages in which he was obviously seeking to create a theory of the incorporation of images, one incorporation imaginaire. The Grundlegende Bruchstick zu einer monistischen Kunstpsychology, written between 1888 and 1905, offer a good example of this effort, as ambitious as it was precocious. 354 In some notes dated from January to March 1896, and thus written during his travels among the Native Americans, Warburg introduces, for example, a typology of magico-religious incorporation, Verliebung, and absorption. See absorption. He tries out a schema with three variations in which the object is represented by an oriented field, a square traversed by an axis, and the subject by a strange little spiral which has the look of a mechanical spring or an electrical filament, or perhaps a coiled-up snake. 355, Figure 81. In the first figure, it is the subject which carries the object. The verb Warburg uses, tragen, also has the connotation of supporting, and thus of undergoing or suffering. In the second case, the situation is inverted, and in the third, the subject itself constitutes, within the interior of the object, the axis of orientation of the field. Warburg calls this last figure an example of imitation by identification, Nachahmung, identifizieren, and he completes its annotation with the verb einhüllen, to cover, envelop, or perhaps bury, which accords particularly well with the verb einfühlen, a topic which, moreover, is discussed elsewhere in the manuscript. This schema is immediately followed by a second in which the subject and the object seem to be represented in an even more arbitrary fashion, and a more sexualized one, something like an open lampshade, the object, waiting for a light bulb with its protruding stem, the subject. Here Warburg is again speaking of imitation in terms of empathy, that is to say, in terms of identification. Identification, and of the dwelling, Einkehr, of the subject in the object. 356, Figure 82. One can already gather from this everything that the texts of 1923 will say so forcefully, namely that the relationship of the image must be conceived, henceforth, in terms of projection, of incorporation, and, even more so, of compenetration. People set before their eyes, frescoes, paintings, sculptures, and what they cover their bodies with in order to make a spectacle of themselves, decoration, jewelry, clothing, all that, according to Warburg, aims at a co-penetration of the physical image and the psychological image, to the point where it is no longer possible to distinguish material culture, Stoffkultur, from its psychological culture. The appropriation by touch Diabtast and Anjayung, which demands an accumulation, Hofung, agglomeration and decoration, is being replaced by a bodily empathy with the gesture, Mimische Einfühlung. WJS 7. Every image leaves the body and returns to the body. In 15th century Florence, the liturgical positions of Francis Angelico are those evident in the Portinari altarpiece, the emotional crowds of Ghiberti or of Donatello, and the choreographed nudes of Botticelli or of Pollaiolo all induce this mimetic empathy and its accompanying elementary gestures. But the decoration itself, garlands, draped cloths, family arms, hairstyles, calligraphies, jewels, false marbles, was also, by virtue of its displacement formulas, a part of this empathetic process. Julius von Schlosser started from exactly the same premise when he placed the question of collections and of cabinets of curios in the anthropological perspective of the magical accumulation of bodily trophies and relics. 358 Every image leaves the body, that is to say, separates itself from it, and returns to it. Warburg offers another striking example of this in a lecture given in Göttingen in 1913. Discussing a 16th-century wood engraving, he evokes the sympathetic magic, Sympathies displayed in the co-penetration of astrological imagery, sidereal bodies, and of organic imagery, anatomical bodies. In this engraving, the signs of the zodiac provided the person using it, specifically a barber-surgeon, with a guide to the practice of bleeding his patients. 359, figure 83. The foreign bodies of the celestial and fantastic bestiary that were assigned to various parts of the human figure were thus also indicators of an organic geography of the depths, marking the points where it was necessary to draw off the bad blood in order to purge the body of its impurities. The image thus conveys a dialectic of erratic, distance and of its empathetic erasure. In addition to that, it joins together the psychological temporal process of the Naschleben, pagan gods of the zodiacal pantheon appearing in a Christian calendar of the 16th century, and the psychological bodily process of Einfühlung, sidereal bodies endowed with proximity to, and even the intimacy of, organic bodies. Accordingly, from now on it would be possible to speak of an Einfühlung, a complicated bodily empathy of time, a temporal empathy that could be put to work in the body. The result, by virtue of the inclusion of time, is an intrication of the sensorial present and symbolic memory. Warburg was far from being the inventor of all this vocabulary. August Schmarso, his teacher in Florence, had initiated him into the problems of gesture and expression. Beyond that, he defended a Kunstwissenschaft based on psychology, in which the role of Einfühlung was central. There could be no spatial form, Raumgestalt, Schmarso said, without an image of the body. Körperbild. In 1893, the same year that Warburg defended his thesis, Schmarso published an entire treatise on the empathetic power of architectural forms. 360 Warburg was also a careful reader of Hermann Zeebuck. 361 But, above all, how can one fail to be struck by the unexpected convergence of his thinking, in this area, with that of his most immediate contemporaries, or, one might say, of his closest rivals, namely the formalist art historians? It is indeed surprising to read, in a work published by Heinrich Wülfflin in 1886, several theoretical propositions in which the work of art is approached in terms of a bodily world, of drives, and of mythological imagination, rather than in terms of aesthetic judgment and of purely visual categories. The forms of bodies can have character only through the fact that we ourselves possess bodies. If we were merely optically receptive essences, then aesthetic judgment of the world of physical forms would be forever beyond our grasp, and voluntarily, we submit all objects to soulification. That is a primeval compulsion of mankind which has motivated mythological fantasy even up to our own DIY. And indeed, will this compulsion ever die out? I think not. It would be the death of art. 362. 10 years later, Berenson, whom Warburg knew at this period and whom, it appears, he detested, 363 published, in the introduction to his famous 70 Florentine painters of the Renaissance, an analysis of the work of Giotto in which he combined symbolism and tactile values. The aesthetic of Einfühlung, without being explicitly mentioned, nevertheless constituted the intellectual framework of this aesthetic approach to Florentine art. 364 What is the meaning of these strange similarities among approaches that everything, or almost everything, seems to have separated? It is tempting to see in this something like a spirit of the age. At this period was not any new thought in the aesthetic realm unavoidably influenced by the unifying concept federator of empathy? It is true that the notion of Einfühlung can be found at the heart of virtually every attempt made in Germany at the end of the 19th century to establish a Kunstwissenschaft capable of resolving the problems of artistic meaning and of artistic expression in terms of form. The aesthetic of empathy appears, from this point of view, as an attempt to give life, animation, sensation, corporality, expression, intentionally, or drives, to a form that is now conceived of in terms of its psychological efficacy and psychological immanence. Yet one could equally claim that Einfühlung was a plastic concept rather than a unifying one, considering how easy it is to turn it, or to utilize it in many different directions sense, which in French means both direction and meaning, trans. Which is to say, in any direction one wants. Its philosophical roots are multiple and, on occasion, contradictory. For example, when Aristotle, catharsis, is joined with Hume, the contagion of the passions, Vico, the transports of the human body, with Burke, sublime sympathy, or Kant, the primacy of form, with Herder, the primacy of the body, without counting the great romantics, Novalis, Schiller, Schelling, and Carl Philipp Moritz. Not to mention the key author, perhaps, of this whole genealogy, namely Schopenhauer. 365. As usual, W. Arberg took from the notion of Einfühlung only it could serve the immediate needs of his own psychohistory of images. He was convinced that the problems of aesthetics, which up to this time had been formulated strictly within the field of academic philosophy, that creator of canons, of ideal entities, and of transcendent notions, could benefit from an understanding that had been renewed by the immanent and non-prescriptive point of view of a phenomenology of the psyche. He therefore stood apart from all those attempts that sought to re-establish the notion of Einfühlung within the confines of the great closed systems of philosophy. This accounts for his relative indifference to the theoretical ambitions of D. Lips, Johannes Voigtland, and several others. In the face of the numerous attempts to refashion a critique of judgment with the addition of Einfühlung as a new faculty, Warburg, radical anti-Kantian that he was, steadfastly refused to accept any criteriological moralization of empathetic experience. The aesthetic sentiment, aesthetisches Gefühl, in Kant, is a uniquely intellectual sentiment, a sentiment of reflection, a sentiment of judgment, wrote Victor Basch in his remarkable essay Kritik zur Ästhetik de Kant, published in 1896.366. For him, it is a betrayal of experience itself to want to purify sentiment, to cut it off from the activity of feeling sentir, which is always characterized by a mixed state Mistzustand, that is agitated by perceptions and sensations, fantasies and actions, desires and drives, in short, by all kinds of motions that are impossible to reduce to a single disinterested judgment. The contemplative aesthete is not a normal being, as Victor Basch puts it. And a little further along he notes the crowd of feelings which accompanies all the manifestations of our normal life but which are stifled by our intellectual and volitional activity are liberated in the aesthetic state and display all their infinite riches there, because during the contemplation of a work of art they escape both from the dreary and desolate jail of the concepts and from the vice of the categorical imperative. 367. From what we have seen above, it is easier to understand why Warburg did not pay any special attention to Wilhelm Weringer's famous essay Abstraktion und Einfühlung, which appeared in 1907. Several topics of interest to Warburg, it is true, do appear throughout that essay: the Italian Renaissance and the question of naturalism, and primitive art and the question of ornament. But Weringer's grand polarity was aimed only at hypostatizing two great temporal styles: the naturalistic and cultivated Einfühlung, sustained by the sweet harmony of organic being, on the one hand, and, on the other, primitive geometric abstraction, penetrated by a spiritual anxiety in the face of space. 368. All of Warburg's experience contradicted this schema. Empathy, he had found, is not a form of style but a force which determines style. It is as powerful in the geometric snakes of the Walpi as in the naturalistic snakes of the Laocoon. It engenders harmonies of organic being as much as anxieties in the face of space, as many spatial harmonies as organic anxieties. It is not by chance that W. Oranger's sole conceptual reference for his concept of empathy is the late and overly rigid definition given to it by T. Lips. 369. W. Arberg himself had already gone beyond that. He started from the native and inventive moment of the phenomenon of Einfühlung. A moment which was still heuristic, not yet axiomatized, and still open, not yet fixed as an academic concept. It was still as free from any neo-Kantian presuppositions as it was from any neo-Schopenhauerian obscurantism. At this point, we need to turn to a brief work, 50 pages at the most, published by Robert Vischer in 1873 and entitled Über das optische Formgefühl, on the optical sense of form. It is to this work that Warburg referred, as early as 1893, in the prefatory note to his thesis on Botticelli, and it is to it that he will again make reference in 1923, at the moment when he sets forth the synthesis of his notion of anthropological incorporation. 370 Why this loyalty? First of all, because Robert Vischer, the son of Friedrich Theodor Vischer, a fascinating 19th-century personality and author of, among other works, A Monumental Aesthetic 71, provided an approach which, theoretical though it might be, remained the work of a man of experience. He was an art historian who, like Warburg, sought to understand the Renaissance through Giotto and Signorelli, Raphael and Dyer. 372 Second, Robert Vischer drew upon the same sources as W. Warburg. He arid abstractions of Kantian theory bored him profoundly. He preferred, instead, the writings of artists, those of Hogarth in particular, the audacious remarks of Herder, the figurations of Nietzsche, and, above all, the brilliant intuitions of Goethe. 373 Like W. Warburg, he was allergic to every kind of idealism and every kind of formalism, if, by formalism, one means that other purism of form defended, for example, by Johann Friedrich H. Herbert or Robert Zim M. Huberman. Long before Binswanger recognized in Freudian psychoanalysis an active interpretation Deutung, based on acts of experience, Erfahrung, Robert Vischer had sought to base an interpretation of form on the experience of his own psychological and bodily capacities. To accomplish that, he had to take the risk of opening up the act of seeing ouvrir le voir. That is to say, he had to recognize the existence, in every visual event worthy of the name, of something like a twofold scheme, a mixed state. Mischzustand, traversed by a schism. The unity, Einheit, with which an image ultimately offers itself to our gaze, Vischer called it Gesamtbild, or phenomenon of the whole. This unity is only a complex amalgam traversed by the schism of passive seeing, Sehen, and active scanning, Schauen. 374 Moreover, this process is to be understood as a global activation of the concomitant sensations, in which, Vischer makes it clear, the whole of the body is involved. Confronted with an image, the entire physical being, der ganze Mensch, is moved. That is why, under the crushing heat of a Mediterranean landscape, putting on a pair of sunglasses can give one the sensation of reducing the heat a little. 375 This recognition of an omnisensoriality of experience, in which seeing becomes looking, in which looking becomes feeling, in which feeling becomes physically moving, and in which physically moving becomes emotionally moving, led Vischer to conceive of form as a force of co-penetration. The next step is to understand how the gaze manages to incorporate the object. If WHT the image gives us to experience is a hybrid, miscarine, a fluid medium in which the WORLD's contradictions, rest and motion, self and non-self, are joined in a mysterious whole in einem Rätselhaften Ganzen. How then should one describe this force of reunion? This is the role of Einfühlung. Vischer recognized in it a basic anthropological element that he called similarity Ähnlichkeit. The latter, however, has nothing to do with the naturalism of the image, any more than it does with any sort of criterion of style or of internal harmony. It is, rather, a matter of the immediate response that visual sensation Gesichtsempfindung offers to every kind of form. We look, inescapably, at every form from the vantage point of our own, human, form. We grasp it only through the intermediary of our own bodily and psychological forms of motion, Bewegungsformen. 377 In short, the only way any form, either it be organic or geometric, figurative or abstract, is engaged by our gaze is through a process of response, which Vischer calls Nachfühlung, or of empathetic responsive feeling. Hitch, for him, defines Einfühlung as such. 378 It is a question, in every case, of endowing form with a content of and significance menschliche Schuldbedeutung. It is a question, in every case, of incorporating the inorganic into the organic and of projecting the self into the non-self. We thus have the wonderful ability to project and incorporate our own physical form into an objective form. Thus I project my own life into the lifeless form, just as I quite justifiably do with another living person. Only ostensibly do I keep my own identity although the object remains distinct. I seem merely to adapt and attach myself to it as one and clasps another, and yet I am mysteriously transplanted and magically transformed into this other. 379 The image does more than just extend us a hand. It takes ours, then draws us in bodily, inhales us, devours us, into the magic, mysterious movement of empathetic attraction and of incorporation. 50 years later, W. Warburg was to write that the power of images is a power of co-penetration of the object into the subject and, worse, of the subject into the object. W.E. recalled that he deduced from this a schizophrenic structure mingled with the non-self. The self no longer knows where its own limits lie. 380 In 1873, Vischer had already reasoned in an analogous manner. When the feeling, Gefühl, engages the form, the self, in reaction, undergoes a change of state, specifically a dissociation, which can be one of either furtherance or disturbance Forderung oder Strung. Under the sway of empathy into the imagination, the subject of the gaze therefore experiences a situation in which, Vischer writes, it becomes difficult to distinguish between purely aesthetic and pathological behavior, zwischen rein ästhetischem und pathologischem Verhalten. To recognize that images have the power of empathy is not only to open up the act of seeing and to incorporate the object, it is also, and this is its ultimate theoretical consequence, to open up the subject. Accordingly, one can better understand the paradigmatic role which the dream occupied throughout Vischer's account. Nowhere more than in the dream, and in the symptom, Freud and Binswanger will later add, does the image's power of co-penetration attain greater intensity. It creates, Vischer says, a second self dominated by acts the will is unable to master. Here, the forms are not only significant, they are also resonant, Klangformen. Here, the unity of image and content is total. It is impossible not to be moved by a curved line, and impossible not to feel either elevated or crushed by a vertical line. 384 English translation modified, trans. Vischer's entire argumentation is based here on a work published in 1861 by Karl Albert Schiemer, Das Leben des Traums. 38 Freud, in his own Traumdeutung, constantly pays homage to the work, with the exception of a few critical remarks. He recognizes that it is to Schiemer that we owe the idea that a desire is at the origin of a dream. It is also in his work that we discover the constant relationships between the oniric image and organic movement. And, finally, it is he who created the first modern notion, freed from the ancient keys to dreams, of a symbolics of the dream. 386 This is what allowed Vischer to establish, in psychological terms, his notion of empathy on the basis of the co-penetration, in the dream, of the representation of the object, Objektvorstellung, and the representation of the self Selbstvorstellung. This is what allowed him to recognize the driving force, Die Treibkraft, of images, using the model of the dream. English translation modified, trans. Point 387 Above all, this is what permitted him to conceive forms, forces, and meanings conjointly, something Warburg had attempted to do throughout his life. One of the most beautiful lessons of Vischer's account of Einfühlung in this inaugural text is that form, apprehended in its empathetic movements and in its force of incorporation, gives rise, ultimately, to a way of conceiving the symbol, which Vischer conveys very well in the expression emotional symbolism of form Symbolic des Gefühls. It will come as no surprise, then, that he was able to draw on beliefs and myths, as well as on dreams, in presenting examples of his notion of empathy, which here found its generic expression, its anthropological expression par excellence. 389 There is no doubt that Warburg recognized in Robert Vischer's essay a structural tool as much as an aesthetic principle or a psychological description. In this moment of its infancy, the notion of empathy remained open to every possibility. It was hoped at the time that, thanks to it, it would be possible to join, in a single notion of the image, pathos and logos, the affective and the cognitive dimensions, the physical and the semiotic, and feeling and meaning. 390 But just what is a meaning sense attained through feeling sentier hat theoretical modifications does the symbol, and with it the notion of culture in general, receive from the empathetic principle? It is easy to understand why Warburg had such a strong need for a theory or an anthropology of the symbol, for, whether he was faced with the Uribe Indians and their piles of living snakes, with the Laocoon and its memorial intrications, or with an infant or clothing in motion, he rejected the idea that art history deals with pure forms. Pure forms do not exist for anyone who considers the image to be a vital question. Forms exist only in an impure state, that is to say, intricated in the network of everything that academic philosophy sought to oppose them to: materials, contents, meanings, expressions, functions, and so on. All of these penetrate forms to the point of becoming jumbled up with them, like the snakes in the mouth of the Native American or around the body of Laocoon, and like the wind in each fold of Nymphis garments. Here, Warburg shared the presuppositions of Robert Vischer, who, going against Herbart's view, rejected the Kantian notion of pure form rein form. For Vischer, there are no forms without contents, and empathy teaches us, moreover, that there are no forms without anthropomorphic contents. The unity of these two things, which are abstractly opposed but concretely intricated, is what Vischer called of formal symbolics, form symbolic. 91 Thus, as early as 1893, Warburg understood that the theory of Einfühlung made it possible to rethink entirely the notion of the symbol and thus to go beyond what had previously been postulated by Kant and then by Hegel. In other words, the symbol is something quite different from the impoverished indirect presentation of a concept, and also quite different from the primitive and ambiguous stage of the sign, in which the idea is still seeking its artistic expression. 392 Yet Robert Vischer provides no explicit definition of this symbol. We know simply that he reconceived it in terms of the processes of psychological incorporation, where it is constituted by speaking and imagining beings. Instead, he refers implicitly to the works of his father, Friedrich Theodor Vischer, whose most synthetic account of this question appeared in an 1887 work soberly titled The Symbol. 393 According to Edgar Wind, this text was a kind of breviary for Warburg, who frequently read it again and again at the start of his work. It was no less than his conceptual framework. 394 It is easy to see why it immediately caught Warburg's attention, for it did not frame anything, nor did it schematize anything at all. To the contrary, it took as its point of departure the very intrication that every symbolic formation presents. Symbols, Vischer writes, are a multiform proteus, ein Gestaltwurzelnder proteus. The question they pose appears simple at first. It concerns the connection, Verknüpfung, between an image, Bild, and a content. Inhalt, through the intermediary OF comparison, Vergleichungspunkt, but the answers they offer are of a complexity that challenges our usual conceptual frameworks. 395 The entire problem resides in the constitutive inadequacy of the symbol. But, where Hegel saw in this a deficiency or privative condition, Vischer sees a heuristic advantage, a condition of multiplicity, of exuberance, of invention, in short, one of style and of historicity. The intrication and the inadequacy defy the concept, but they are to be conceived of as constituting the force itself. Of symbols. 396 It is sufficient that they no longer be subordinated to the common standard of truth, i.e., adequatio rei et intellectus. Vischer therefore advocates a thinking of the one and the other, in the ander denken. He attempts to clarify the intrications and polarities this creates by distinguishing, as W. Warburg will later do, different outcomes for the connection between image and Meaning, Verbindung zwischen Bild und Sinn, assimilative associative, or comparative dissociative. For example. 397 A simple polarity already allows Vischer to transform the inadequacy, the essential ambiguity of symbols, into the recognition of a genuine energetic capacity to produce images, Energie des Bildvermogens, ether in language, in myth, in the rite, or in art. 398 The examples Vischer gives, notably those of pagan sacrifice and of the Christian Eucharist, old continue to fascinate W. Warburg until the end of his life. 399 These examples have in common the fact that they directly implicate, empathetically, the human body in the formation of symbols. Even when we employ the abstract language of spirituality, we are manipulating, Vischer asserts, a symbol which refers to the Latin word spiritus and, beyond that, to a notion of breath based on the intimate experience of your own breathing. This act, which occurs in semi-obscurity, dunkel hell, ich is free and not free, unfrei frei, that is what the symbolic is. 400 In this semi-obscurity clair-obscur, in this status of the symbol as being free and not free, we can recognize the essence of W. Warburg's anxieties concerning the image and culture in general. Vischer had understood why the most free symbols of classical art remain irremediably attached to the obscure depths of magic incorporation or mythic projection. 401 Is pressed in temporal and psychological terms, this interpretation amounts to the assertion that survival and empathy are constitutive of symbols. As such, their inadequacy, their ambiguity, but also their variety and their exuberance, are simply the mark of the vital residues they incorporate, which, in every case, turn them into impure and taches signs, into signs existing in a clair-obscur state. Wht captivates us empathetically in every image. Ether, it be free, artistic, or modern, is actually a force of attraction emanating from its very obscurity, that is to say, from the long persistence of the symbols at work in them. It is not by chance that Vischer devoted the whole last section of his essay on the symbol to the concept of empathy. 402 The form symbolic really emerges only in an experience of Einfühlung, in which, at first, the symbols, as in the dream, aim only at bestowing a soul on inorganic things. Wht is Raphael's Sistine Madonna, after all, but a large piece of lifeless canvas? The vital character of its symbolic efficacy emerges in the conjunction of an acto Erfahrung, or an aesthetic experience occurring in the present, and a Nachleben, say in a return of the memorial of the Divine Mother or the Eternal Feminine, as Vischer expresses it here. 403 We are not surprised to find that the word Nachverlung, once again, is an integral part of this whole vocabulary, transmitted from father to son, though admittedly one time does not make a rule. 404 However that may be, henceforth it became necessary to understand the empathetic experience, that symptomatic moment, as a contact with symbol apprehended in their temporal density their power to obsess us and to return in a ghostly fashion revenants. Wh.D. Victor Bash was already affirming on a strictly individual level, the feeling of empathy is, in the final analysis, the reviviscence of an affective state through the intermediary OFC presentation. 405, was at this point to be conceived in historical and anthropological terms. Now, this is just what W. Warburg counted on achieving, right from the start. To present empathy as the formative force style amounted to conceiving it, in the same intellectual operation, as the surviving force of symbols. Thus, already as a young man Warburg had adopted the approach advocated by Friedrich Theodor Vischer in his 1887 essay, where the author, rejecting the Kantian notion of pure form, restored to the Romantic concept of the symbol the status of an analytical tool, of a scientific tool attuned to the disciplines of psychology and anthropology, which at the end of the 19th century were undergoing a profound renewal. 406 Among the Romantics relevant here, there was, of course, Goethe. But there was also Thomas Carlyle, whose extravagant work, published in 1833-34, entitled Sartor Resartus, The Tailor Retailored, fascinated Warburg throughout his life. 407 It is a book which takes its place in the line which runs from Jonathan Swift and Lawrence Stern to Warburg's contemporary James Joyce. Its hero, Professor Teufelsdruck, regularly immerses himself in the reading of the Weisnichtungsanzeiger, i.e., the indicator of I don't know where. 408 It is likely that Warburg, a mad scholar and a great expert on witticisms, which those close to him called Warburgisms, 409 easily recognized himself in the figure described by Carlyle. On the whole, Professor Teufelsdruck is not a cultivated writer. Of his sentences perhaps not more than 9/10 stand straight on their legs, the remainder are in quite angular attitudes, buttressed up by props, of parentheses and dashes, and ever, with this or the other to drag hanging from them a few even sprawl out helplessly on all sides quite broken-backed and dismembered. Nevertheless, in almost his very worst moods, there lies in him a singular attraction. A wild tone pervades the whole utterance of the man, now screwing itself aloft as into the song of spirits, or else the shrill mockery of fiends. 410. In this dialectic of tatters and rags, one could almost consider the phrase an apt description of the physical state of Warburg's manuscripts. There nevertheless took shape a genuine project for a new way of thinking, namely, just that, a dialectic of tatters and rags. Professor Teufelsdruck was, first of all, the hero of a philosophy of accessories in motion, a hero in, an allegorical, quest of the fabric of beings and of things. 411 For Carlyle, the fact that man is a clothed animal as much as a talking animal leads to the inanity of everything in itself, and of all talk of ontological purity, for the texture of beings is nothing but the endless fraying of a vast polymorphous fabric. There is no core. There are only overlappings, endless folds, on the model of the onion, opposed to each other and intricated in each other. There will therefore always be a black spot in our ontological sunshine, an everlasting no in the everlasting yea, a constant assertion of chaos in every form. 412 Having looked at the fair tapestry of human life, Professor Teufelsdruck clearly understood that the only way of reaching the superlative level of thinking is through a transcendentalism, which the author advocates in a melancholic and ironic way. 413 In his own way, Warburg was also a dialectician of tatters and rags. The only way he wanted to grasp his superlative nymph was through the humbleness, virtually the base materialism, of the folds of a serving girl's garment painted by a maker of garlands for a bourgeois of the Quattrocento, figure 67. He understood, before Walter Benjamin, that the historian's only chance of gaining access to the long stories of the survival of things lay in the indelicate déplaced gaze of the rag picker, who is daring enough to make a history out of the rags of history. 414 He is the one who will confront the putrefying ex voto of a church in Florence with a masterpiece from the Uffizi Museum, a banker's Reich ordains with the Divine Comedy, the American chapbooks with the whole corpus of great literature, 415 and propaganda broadsides, horoscopes, advertisements, postage stamps, and such like with the engravings of Rembrandt. Carlyle had outlined this problematic in very precise terms. His critique of history, elaborated at the same time as he was writing Sartor Resartus. 416 culminated in a philosophy of symbols, which he considered to be clothes susceptible of alternating between the splendor of brocades and the degradation of rags. Or, looked at in another way, as constituting a proliferating obsidianal milieu. For, about 30 years before Baudelaire, Carlyle asserted that man walks through the world as through a forest of symbols by symbols. Accordingly, is man guided and commanded, made happy, made wretched. He everywhere finds himself encompassed with symbols, recognized as such or not recognized. 417 Just as articles of clothing are always more or less inadequate to the body, either fitting too loosely or too tidy, so symbols are only logical ambiguities. Lying somewhere between a revelation and a mystery, between a word and silence. 418 And yet, opposing both Kant and Hegel, Carlyle asserts that this inadequacy is the very thing which gives the symbol its hold on being. And, of course, this occurs by virtue of a typically romantic preeminence of the imagination over the other faculties. It is not our logical, mensurative faculty, but our imaginative one that is king over us. I might say, priest and prophet to lead us heavenward, or magician and wizard to lead us hellward. The understanding is indeed thy window, too clear thou canst not make it, but fantasy is thy eye, with its color-giving retina, healthy or diseased. It is in and through symbols that man, consciously or unconsciously, lives, works, and has his being. Those ages, moreover, are accounted the noblest which can the best recognize symbolical worth, and prize it for the highest. For is not everything a symbol ever, to him who has eyes for it? 419. Man is a being destined to use symbols because the image in him governs, and ceaselessly displaces and stirs up, the exuberance of signs. The theoretical framework could only attain completion when Carlyle recognized that our entire relationship to time is affected by the way these symbols work. He thus wound up by naming the symbol, as the German language required, in this outstanding parody of serious philosophy, image of time, Zeitbild, or, in English, time figure. 420 From this point on he acknowledges the historicity of symbols, that is to say, their capacity to transform themselves, but also to age and to be used up, as when a rich cloth winds up becoming a tattered garment in the dust of forgetting. But, on the whole, as time adds much to the sacredness of symbols, so likewise in his progress he at length defaces, or even desecrates them, and symbols, like all terrestrial garments, wax old. Homer's epos has not ceased to be true, yet it is no longer our epos, but shines in the distance, if clearer and clearer, yet also smaller and smaller, like a receding star. It needs a scientific telescope, it needs to be reinterpreted and artificially brought near us, before we can so much as know that it was a sun. Alas, move whithersoever you may, are not the tatters and rags of superannuated worn-out symbols, in this rag fair of the world, dropping off everywhere sick, to hoodwink, to halter, to tether you, nay, if you shake them not aside, threatening to accumulate, and perhaps produce suffocation. 421. In this text one glimpses a twofold call for the reinterpretation of ancient symbols, whether outmoded or surviving. On the one hand, the modem artist must sweep away, or, rather, as Carlyle more precisely puts it, shake aside the dust they have accumulated. This is the way that art becomes capable of reinterpreting the symbols of myth and religion. We may observe here that James Joyce will famously take Carlyle's suggestion literally in reinterpreting the entire epic of Ulysses. On the other hand, it is the telescope of science that Carlyle calls upon to help us recognize, in the dust of the present, the survivals of ancient splendors. Warburg, the erudite seer, was later to follow this program to the letter. In order to do this, one had to give a scientific or positive content to the notions of image and of symbol that Romanticism had championed against Kant's logic and schema. It was not enough that Baudelaire had sketched a brilliant program for establishing knowledge on the basis of the image. The imagination, Baudelaire wrote in 1857, is not the faculty of fantasy nor is it sensitivity, although it is difficult to conceive of an imaginative man who was not also sensitive. The imagination is a quasi-divine faculty which perceives straight away, independently of any philosophical methods, the intimate relationships and secrets of things, the correspondences and analogies. The honors and functions that he confers upon this faculty give it such value that a scholar savant without imagination no longer seems anything but a false scholar, or at the very least an incomplete scholar. 422 A scholar full of imagination, and one, moreover, who was seeking to establish a historical science of the imagination. Warburg used every means at his disposal to reach the intimate relationships and secrets of things, the correspondences and analogies inherent in the long-term survival of images and symbols. Gombrich revealed the suggestive role played here by an obscure Italian positivist named Tito Vignoli, whose book entitled Mito e Scienza does contain several elements capable of strengthening the link already established by the Vischers, father and son, between empathetic forces and symbolic forms. 423, Gombrich, it may be noted, considerably overemphasized Vignoli's importance in this regard, and the reason is obvious. Once again he wished to keep Warburg's thinking at a safe distance from psychoanalysis. Hermann Usner had reviewed this book in 1881 and welcomed its crucially important treatment of myth as the original form of thought, while at the same time rejecting the notion of myth as personification, which, in his view, was too vague. 424 What attracted Warburg and Vignoli's efforts was, first of all, his use of a kind of psychologized Darwinism to provide a model for the emergence of symbols. In an earlier work, Vignoli had formulated a genesis of the psychological faculty in relationship to the general economy of the organic kingdom. 425 Like many other scientists of the period, he explained the formation of psychological images on the basis of sensations, associations, synesthesias, and an objectivation of the self that in Germany was already being called Einfühlung. 426 Now, Vignoli had a conception of empathy, and of what he called the psychological force in general, that would naturally have interested Warburg in at least two respects. In the first place, he did not hesitate to stress the immanence of symbols, to the point of seeing in them an organic or even animal condition of human societies. 427 His references to Tyler's views of animism led him to set forth what was virtually a theory of psychological animality, in which the Kantian a priori was vigorously thrust aside by a point of view he termed psycho-organic. 428 Later on, he proposed an evolutionist aesthetics, which abounded in analyses of animal morphology, to counter any kind of transcendental aesthetics rooted in philosophical idealism. 429 Vignoli thus sought to push to its extreme biological limits the Darwinian principle of the impression. But he also developed the principle of antithesis, and this second aspect was to find a much more powerful echo in Warburg's thinking. For Vignoli superimposed on the immanence of symbols a capacity for inversion. The empathetic force, according to him, was not simply a projection of the self into the object, but the inversion of a basic fear in the face of the object, the transformation into an attraction of an earlier movement of flight. This is one of the reasons why, according to Vignoli, the same force governs the symbols of culture, myths, religions, art, and the symptoms of psychological illness. 430 In 1923, Warburg confided, or confessed, to his working sketches the decisive role of Freud in the intrication of the image and of the symptom, a role which in his view was autobiographically and philosophically primordial. I would like to remark here that no book had such a tumultuous romanticizing effect on my youthful imagination as Balzac's Petty Annoyances of Married Life, VNTH. French illustrations by Bertol, trans. Among these illustrations were images of Satanism oddities for example in Illegible, which I saw again before failing ill from typhus in 1870 and which played a curious demoniac role in my feverish dreams. In Mythical Thinking, C. Tito Vignoli, Myth and Science, a stimulus evokes for example as a defensive measure, the always imaginary exciting cause in a maximally intensified ibiomorphic creaturely form, that is, when for example a door groans on its hinges, one believes one hears, or rather unconsciously wants to hear, the growling of a wolf. 431. The images, therefore, transform the fright into attraction. But, because they have the power of memory, because they suffer from recollections, they allow the fright to survive in the attraction. Their entire force, the vitality of the Nachleben, derives from that. Their entire force consists in producing this survival as empathy, or this Nachleben as Einfühlung. It occurs when the sounds of the ages, which are so distant from us and so far in the past, rise up within us like a new bodily and psychological sensation, as near to us as the present time. Warburg briefly describes here the heuristics of this process. It is verified even in the case of his autobiographical reminiscences of the phantasms, the bizarre happenings and Satanisms, in which he was plunged as a child by the illustrations of the Petites Misères de la vie conjugale, figures 84, 85. 432 On the basis of these images, which are virulent and almost surreal, rebuses, in particular, abound in them. Warburg showed in detail an example of the process of empathy at work. At first, one sees in them the inversion. The empathetic force, according to him, was not simply a projection of the self into the object, but the inversion of a basic fear in the face of the object, the transformation into an attraction of an earlier movement of flight. This is one of the reasons why, according to Vignoli, the same force governs the symbols of culture, myths, religions, art, and the symptoms of psychological illness. 430 In 1923, Warburg confided, or confessed, to his working sketches the decisive role of fright in the intrication of the image and of the symptom, a role which in his view was autobiographically and philosophically primordial. I would like to remark here that no book had such a tumultuous romanticizing effect on my youthful imagination as Balzac's Petty Annoyances of Married Life, VNTH. French illustrations by Bertol, trans. Among these illustrations were images of Satanism oddities for example in Illegible, which I saw again before failing ill from typhus in 1870 and which played a curious demoniac role in my feverish dreams. In Mythical Thinking, C. Tito Vignoli, Myth and Science, a stimulus evokes for example as a defensive measure, the always imaginary exciting cause in a maximally intensified biomorphic creaturely form, that is, when for example a door groans on its hinges, one believes one hears, or rather unconsciously wants to hear, the growling of a wolf. 431. The images, therefore, transform the fright into attraction. But, because they have the power of memory, because they suffer from recollections, they allow the fright to survive in the attraction. Their entire force, the vitality of the Nachleben, derives from that. Their entire force consists in producing this survival as empathy, or this Nachleben as Einfühlung. It occurs when the sounds of the ages, which are so distant from us and so far in the past, rise up within us like a new bodily and psychological sensation, as near to us as the present time. Warburg briefly describes here the heuristics of this process. It is verified even in the case of his autobiographical reminiscences of the phantasms, the bizarre happenings and Satanisms, in which he was plunged as a child by the illustrations of the Petites Misères de la Vie Conjugale, figures 84, 85. 432 On the basis of these images, which are virulent and almost surreal, rebuses, in particular, abound in them. Warburg showed in detail an example of the process of empathy at work. At first, one sees in them the biomorphic form of the eternal conflict elicited by marriage. Here and there Bertol has depicted the same couple, who look at each other, dance, embrace, and who sleep in the same bed but whom destiny, allegorically, maintains on a sort of eternal seesaw, cf. Figure 25. Then, all of a sudden, the image of the couple becomes that of two puppets who fight and thrash about hysterically, between the hands of a giant Mephistophelian figure 433, figure 84. This is just what Vignoli termed a personification, and Warburg doubtless would have recognized what he calls the curiously demonic role it played in his febrile deliriums. But the inverse process also exists and forms a system with the preceding one. Thus, the chapter of the Petites Misères entitled Brutal Revelations opens with a very large close-up view of an eye being held open by two tiny demonic creatures 434, figure 85. Here, therefore, instead of growing larger, the fright withdraws into the biomorphism of an organ looked at so closely that it appears to be enormous. No longer does a great religious symbol of wickedness toy with human puppets, rather, a nasty little bodily symptom makes us see and cry at the same time. The heuristic analysis of the symbol thus utilizes all the scales of empathy, just as the heuristic analysis of empathy operates on all the levels of the symbol. Beyond the polarities discussed above, we glimpse the emergence of a third way, the only one which allows us to escape the alienation of both the religious symbol and of the hysterical symptom. This is the process of thinking. We must make creative work out of the non-knowledge affair oeuvre du non-savoir that is born by the symbols and the fright that gives rise to them or revives them. This amounts, then, to forging, as a counterpoint to the Enlightenment and the necessary progress of reason, a theory of the demonic, a notion dear to Warburg until the end of his life, all the more so as Binswanger, working on parallel lines, made a renewed metapsychological use of it. 435 Following the positivism of Vignoli and preceding the advent of the psychoanalytic approach, Warburg found another conceptual tool capable of aiding the image's symptom him in this difficult task of clarifying the relationships between symbol and empathy. It was the law of participation, which Lucien Levy-Bruhl had formulated in order to account for certain practices that Warburg, in another context, had been equally involved in studying. These included the effigy, the cult of the dead and the belief in their survival, mythical genealogies, attitudes toward illness, divination, the symbolic manipulation of numbers, and the magical interpretation of the organs of the human body. 436 For Levy-Bruhl, the most important thing was to describe as precisely as possible the models of causality employed in magical and mythical thinking, what Warburg, we may recall, termed the Urkausalität form, and to analyze the consequences of these regarding the status of collective representations. 438 Reinterpreting Tyler's notion of animism, Levi-Brill sought to account for the disconcerting way in which each thing, in the kind of thinking that was still called primitive, is capable of being other than itself, elsewhere than where one finds it, and older than the time in which it appears. In varying forms and degrees they all involve a participation between persons and objects which form part of a collective representation. For this reason I shall, in default of a better term, call the principle which is peculiar to the primitive mentality, which governs the connections and the pre-connections of such representations, the law of participation. I should be inclined to say that the collective representations of primitive mentality, objects, beings, phenomena can be, though in a way incomprehensible to us, both themselves and other than themselves. In a fashion which is no less incomprehensible, they give forth and they receive mystic power, virtues, qualities, influences, which make themselves felt outside, without ceasing to remain where they are. 439. The core of this argument is that wherever the objective world presents differences, the magical world generates connections between these differences. As soon as nature displays heterogeneities, culture assembles them into some sort of system. What Levi-Brill at first called the primitive mentalities and difference to secondary causes 440 he later referred to using the more interesting and more morphological terminology of fluidity and of transformation. The mythic world recognizes no law at all in nature, not even of this flexible kind. The fluidity of the mythic world consists simply in the fact that the shapes and forms of the very species themselves, the plants and animals, appear to be as variable as are the laws governing their existence. Hence anything can happen at any moment. Similarly, any one being may change into the form of any other. The fluid versatility associated with the mythic world affects its temporality as well. The so remote past of the myths is at once past and present. The mythic work, which has never ceased to operate, still at every instant brings its influence to bear upon the world of present fact. 441. It is easy to understand that the survival of forms, their tenacity over time, could not exist without an essential plasticity of the symbolic material, thanks to which linkages and rhizome-like assemblages can be established between the present, historical time, a long time ago, and mythic time, a very long time ago. 442 When, in 1896, Warburg started a large notebook of 200 pages, of which only 24 pages were ultimately written in, with the intention of clarifying his own theory of symbolism, he showed from the beginning that he was aware of this dialectical aspect of the problem, dialectische Vorfrage. 443 Warburg understood that in investigating symbols one always winds up on the dividing line between two contradictory movements, one of them static in its tenacity with the other being dynamic in its plasticity, one absorbing, absorbier and, as in an empathetic experience, and the other differentiated, differenziert, as in a logically constructed form of knowledge, one assimilating, anglationed, as in a dream image, and the other comparative, verglation, as in a sign used in making distinctions. 444 Warburg's whole theory of dynamic polarity stems from this basic reflectine on the oscillatory or pulsating status of symbols. At the time of his studies on Botticelli, around 1893, this status was expressed in terms of Apollonian stasis and Dionysian movements. By the time of his studies on the Florentine portrait, around 1902, Warburg saw an oscillation between the Christian present, solemn, realistic, northern, and pagan survivals, emotional, classical, southern. The same dialectic would later underlie all his research on astrology, the classical gods of Olympus oscillating with oriental demons, around 1912, and the rational conquest of the astra paralleled by the demonic survival of the monstra, around 1920. 445 Are symbols to be considered proofs of the conquest of culture over nature, of reason over instinct? Undoubtedly. But survival is at work within them. Because they remember, despite themselves, what they sought to conjure away, and because they suffer from recollections, Warburg will be unable to view them in any other terms than those of the dialectic and the symptom. They bring to bear what he calls a strangely contradictory twofold force, unheimlich entgegengesetzt to Doppelmacht, of the image, Bild, and of the sign, Zeichen. 446 In short, the symbol reveals its own force and its genealogy, its temporal complexity, its layers of survivals, its bodily anchoring, only inasmuch as it survives, in history, as a symptom. Even before he considered characterizing all of culture in terms of the psychopathological paradigm of schizophrenia, of manic-depressive psychosis, or OF melancholy, 447 Warburg, while he was at Kreuzlingen, had already imagined the human condition in its entirety as a kind of a dance with the monster in which man alternately takes the animal in his hands, literally, as a way of joining his body to it, empathetically, pathologically, and understands it, by maintaining a distance, by representing it conceptually. This dance is vital, and inherent in every culture. One could even say it resembles the beating of its heart. Conscious and reflective man is situated between systole and diastole. Prehension and comprehension, Greifen und Begreifen. He moves, as it were, in a semicircular arc up from the earth and back down to the earth. And when he stands upright, at the vertex of this arc, an advantage he has over the animals. The transitional states between instinctive self-loss and conscious self-affirmation become clear to him. 448 Between bodily prehension and comprehension at a distance, that is how the symbol works and oscillates. That is how the collision between the empathetic and the semiotic in all form symbolic arises, as the two aspects come into contact with each other and oppose each other. Warburg concluded this line of reasoning with the assertion that the artistic process itself is situated between mimicry and knowledge, Zwischen Mimik und Wissenschaft, that is to say, between the pathos that one experiences and the logos one elaborates. A few pages earlier, Warburg complained that he did not have Freud's books to hand. 449 One mentioned this detail only to situate the psychoanalytic context in which he would ultimately express these general hypotheses concerning the symbol. In 1923, Warburg understood the oscillation of Greifen and Begreifen as being directly related to the psychoanalytic model of the traumatism of birth. The originary category of causal thought, die Kategorie kausaler Denkform, is childbirth. Childbirth links the enigma of a materially determinable interconnection Zusammenhang, with the inconceivable catastrophe unbegreifliche Katastrophe, of separating one creature from another Loslosung. The abstract space of thought between subject and object is based on the experience of the severed umbilical cord. 451 Could scarcely go any further in contesting the Kantian abstractions governing the relationships between subject and object. The anthropology of survival and the metapsychology of unconscious memory had been the tools of this contestation. Beyond that, they made it possible to establish this entire symptomatic comprehension of symbols, a comprehension at once emotional, empathetic, and psychopathological. One should therefore not be surprised that Warburg, in 1923, was so eager to reread Totem and Taboo. His own analyses of V-magic and the demonic intersected at many points with the omnipotence of thought theorized by Freud on the basis of the obsessional structure. 451 How can one forget, for example, that for Freud the paradigmatic situation of the creation of symbols was that, analogous to giving birth, of the Survivors position in relation to the dead die situation des Überlebenden und gegen den Toten, when faced with the cadaver of his fellow human. Must not the survivor transform the inconceivable catastrophe of the separation into a relation in the realm of thought, and the empathy of the situation into a distance, into a primitive representation of the soul from which all the symbolic polarities are able to flow? 452 Moreover, the highly technical, or symbolic, nature of Warburg's studies of astrology, which were contemporary with his psychotic collapse and the psychoanalytic treatment he underwent under Binswanger's guidance, should not lead us to forget that the higher we rise in the starry sky, the more deeply we find ourselves immersed in the material of the monsters, that is to say, in the imagination of our own visceral upheavals. Not only are the zodiacal constellations modeled on elements in the realm of the organic sur des champs organiques, figure 83, but even prophecy appears as a desire existing in a state of survival, a desire which does not say its name. Freud had illuminated this process as early as 1901. When he declared that superstitions provide an indication of an unconscious knowledge which is allocated, by displacement, to the external world. 453 That is how our most intimate monstra continue on their path and describe such beautiful constellations in the ether of the celestial astra. Anything is certain that W. Warburg's understanding of symbols could not have developed without an energetic SOF psychic incorporation and OF its translation into emotor language. It did not emitter WH ether. He understood this energetics with Nietzsche as Dionysian pathos, with Vischer as empathy, or with Freud and Binswanger as the symptom of a psychopathology. In each case, there was a shattering of the synthetic unity by which, in general, the notion of the symbol was conceived. WHAT are the consequences of this shattering. Now, for the status OF all OF cultural history and, a fortiori, for any form OF art history? Symptomatic forces and symbolic forms Warburg with Cassirer? The question posed above is really that of the development OF the concepts that W. Warburg employed with a view to establishing a historical science of images, which was still without a name. WHAT was the ultimate goal OF this endeavor? HOW was one to understand, in the context OF all these theoretical borrowings, and thus beyond the specific vocabularies OF Thomas Carlyle or OF Robert Vischer, of T. E. Tovignoli or of Lucien Levy-Bruhl, the survival OF symbols in the visual forms of art, Re specifically, what status was one to attribute at that time to the famous form symbolic of Vischer, which still belonged to the episteme of the 19th century. The crucial moment of this development was, once again, the year 1923. Within the space of a few months the strands which needed to be joined were tied together and the separations which needed to occur took place. This is the period when Warburg, still in Kreuzlingen but already engaged in the intellectual project of gathering his thoughts together again concerning the survival of primitive man in psychology and artistic practice, experienced the terrible solitude of the exile, of the unaffiliated scholar. He wrote at the beginning of his notes. 454 This amounted to saying, among other things, how can I undertake a work of this kind when the strands of my own thinking are still so unraveled, or, on the contrary, so intricated with one another? How was he to think when he lacked his key references, and not just Freud's totem and taboo? How, moreover, could he work without his most important tool, namely his library? In contrast to the solitude of the patient in Kreuzlingen, the library in Hamburg had, if one may put it that way, turned a decisive page in its history, for Fritz Saxel had transformed the private tool of the absent founder into a public institute linked to the city's new university. 455 This was how, in 1921, Ernst Cassirer came to make his famous visit among the master's bookshelves and was dazzled by what he saw. 456 One recalls that later Cassirer was to evoke his meeting with Warburg in Kreuzlingen in 1924 as a meeting which had already taken place. It was an intellectual encounter, a confrontation of scholars hoppling in different ways with related problems. 457 Their meeting does indeed date from 1923. It was in that year, in the sanatorium, that Warburg, from within the midst of his insanity, managed to start developing his own thinking again about symbolic forces, thanks to his recourse to the notions of incorporation, of the unconscious, and of the symptom. During this time, in Hamburg, Cassirer, then at the height of his intellectual powers, opened the series of the Vorträge der Bibliothek Warburg with a magisterial article which established the soon-to-become famous concept of symbolic forms. 458 One can interpret this coincidence, but also the difference in status between the respective efforts of Warburg and Cassirer, in two entirely different ways. The first consists in sketching out a circle or framework in which this encounter would find its explanation, and even its final cause. It is certain that his discovery of the documentary riches assembled by Warburg oriented and lastingly influenced the style of the philosophical research that Ernst Cassirer undertook at the same time. The ambitious nature of this research contributed to the general movement among German art historians of the time to establish their discipline on a new foundation. 459 In this context, the Hamburg Library quickly appeared to be the community of workers Arbeitsgemeinschaft Phi, so ardently desired by its founder, one in which art historians could join with philosophers, archaeologists with philologists, and historians of science with folklorists. 460 This is how it came about that Warburg and Cassirer could have students in common, and not negligible ones either. For example, Erwin Panofsky and Walter Solmitz. 461 The signs of this community of workers can be seen not only in the fact that Cassirer opened the series of Vorträge with his article on the concept of symbolic form der Begriff der Symbolisken Form, but also in his inauguration of the prestigious series called Studien der Warburg Bibliothek with an essay on the form of the concept in mythical thought Die Begriffsform im mythischen Denken. 462 And in 1927, Cassirer is the Individual in the Cosmos, another volume in the same series, devoted a 3-page dedication to Warburg for his 60th birthday. 463 Meanwhile, the whole enterprise of the philosophy of symbolic forms, although published in Berlin, had benefited from the constant logistical support of the Warburg Institute. Given all of that, nothing could be more tempting than to equate this community of workers with an identity of thought, or at the very least, with a coherent theoretical framework from which there supposedly emerged that revolutionary methodological principle, which was soon to be the dominant one in all of art history, which became known as iconology. There are those who would like, first of all, to move from the common interest that Warburg and Cassirer had in the notion of the symbol to the idea that, despite their differences in temperament, the two men advocated remarkably similar conceptions of the nature and development of human culture. 464 And commentators have been quick to invent a Warburgian Cassirer and a Cassirerian Warburg, with the differences between them simply being distributed to the different roles they supposedly played in developing this ideal framework for the iconological program. Thus, we are told of the conjunction of the inspired passion of one man, by Warburg, and of the intellectual power of those, above all, Cassirer and Panofsky, who were able to state clearly what Warburg had only a fatally obscure intuition of for so many years. 465 This distribution of roles, passion experienced on the one side and an active power on the other, corresponds to a teleological approach as spontaneous as it is widespread. In other words, it is assumed that after W. Warburg's overly romantic or, on the contrary, overly positivist wanderings, 466 Cassirer was able to establish philosophically the concept of the symbol upon W. H. Ichbanovsky was subsequently able to construct scientifically the discipline of iconology. It is as if we were witnessing, from W. Warburg to Panofsky via Cassirer, the standard development of a branch of knowledge for which its inventor had been incapable of providing strict rules. The two directions ultimately taken by iconology have confirmed, and even strengthened, this distribution of roles, which is at once hierarchical and teleological. The historicist development of iconology rejects W. Warburg because of his anachronistic notion of the Nachleben, while the semiotic development of iconology rejects him because of his notion of the pathos formal, that is to say, because of its phenomenology of emotional incorporation and imagination. 467 One can also see that such a distribution of roles corresponds exactly to the strange genealogical division whose stigmata iconology seems to bear even today. This discipline, in fact, has had no fewer than two founding fathers. Warburg could be called THC phantom founder. No one disputes the fact that at the Rome Congress of 1912 it was he who gave the term iconological analysis, iconologische Analyse, its modern sense. 468 The Dutch art historian Godefridus Hoogwerf recognized this in 1931.469 Later, William Heckscher sought to convey the full epistemological scope of Warburg's invention by setting it within a context which included Einstein's relativity, Freudian psychoanalysis, and the invention of cinematography. 470 This erratic and phantom founder, who was crazy, into the bargain, this father who was incapable of baptizing once and for all his own science W without a name, was contrasted with, and subordinated to, the figure of Erwin Panofsky. This second founding father came to represent, for every iconologist, the real commanding figure. Most discussions concerning the methodological status of the interpretation of works of art have been obliged to refer to as monumental oeuvre. However, even before taking up the misunderstandings arising from such a Panofskyan development of Warburg's iconology, we must first consider the decisive moment when this development began. This was the moment, in 1923, when Cassirer set forth his famous conceptualization of symbolic forms. This was the starting point of a series of steps which saw Panofsky, in 1927, explicitly draw on Cassirer's concept before constructing, on his own, the theoretical and practical edifice of iconology. 471 But this cycle, or this circle, was broken ahead of time, namely at the point where Warburg broke it with his thinking without a name. Not only did Cassirer's construction, his general idea of a foundation of the sciences of the mind, owe nothing to Warburg's influence. 472 In addition, the latter maintained a certain reserve with respect to Cassirer's philosophical masterstroke. He made no direct response to it, nor did he even comment on it. And it did not alter his own vocabulary, being absent, notably, from his Allgemeine Ideen and Grundbegriff, written between 1927 and 1929. In 1923, an ontological gulf already separated Warburg from Cassirer. In the succeeding years, Warburg proved to be as feverish in his intellectual projects as he was discreet, already phantom-like, in his publications, contributing not a single line, for example, to his own institute's famous Vortrage. He had already understood, perhaps, that the circle which had formed around his name was not really very eager to include the moving terrain of his thought. A new conception of the symbol was beginning to assert its dominance, one which in no way offered a clearer form with which to approach the problems he had submerged himself into the point of madness. This conception offered, instead, was actually a way of avoiding those problems altogether, namely, a Kantian, or neo-Kantian, formulation conceived with the aim of substituting function for force and synthesis for symptom. Right at the start of his article, Cassirer, as if in response to the introduction by Saxel, 473 wanted to pay tribute to W. Warburg's library, if not to his thought. Although his project touched on the systematic aspect of philosophy, systematische philosophische Art, and, for this reason, seemed to exceed the historical field of the sciences of culture, Cassirer evoked his first visit to the W. Warburg Library by offering a very vivid image of an uprising levy or of a sudden animation of his own philosophical questions that occurred on the bookshelves, and behold, they appeared suddenly to rise up before me in flesh and blood. Gleich zum Werkerperf. 474 The problems Warburg wrestled with thus supposedly provided the historical and figurative incarnation of the philosophical and systematic questions set forth by Cassirer. Did it not take the eye of a philosopher to understand immediately that such a library was organized less as a collection of books, Sammlung von Büchern, than as a collection of problems, Sammlung von Problemen, undoubtedly. But this particular philosopher, far from being a Carlyle or a Nietzsche, immediately sought to determine which general and systematic problem of the Philosophie of und allgemein systematisches Problem der Philosophie des Geistes, W. Warburg's library wished to represent. 475 concerning the question of the fields involved, Cassirer observes in the library the convergence and correlation of the history of art, of the history of religions, of myths, of the history of language and of culture. C1 concerning the question of time, it includes, of course, the Nachleben der Antike. Cassirer immediately translates the field into the unity of a spiritual domain die Einheit eines geistigen Gebietes, postulating that W. Warburg's entire collection forms a circle organized around an ideal central point, idealer Mittelpunkt, that is common to all of it. Hen he translates the time of the survivals into the canonical, and Platonic, expression of the relationship between being and becoming, die Beziehung des Im das Werden, that is to say, between permanence, Dauer, and change. 476 In my view, this way of approaching the material already tells the whole story for this translation of, really betrayal of, or, rather, disrespect for, W. Warburg's problems is immediately carried out in a way which blatantly contradicts their style of thought, even if Cassirer does not forget to render homage to the romantic theories of the symbol, notably Goeth's as transmitted by Friedrich Theodor Vischer. 477 The bifurcation is obvious, even though it is nowhere stated as such. W. Warburg, a marginal figure with respect to the Vorträge of his own institute, was not only absent, confined to Kreuzlingen, and thus unable to question this philosophy of mind. The idealist translation of his Problems, the reduction, was effected with the authorization and even enthusiasm of his own assistant, Fritz Saxl. By wrongly clarifying W. Warburg's problems, by linking them immediately to conceptual themes that are as academic as they are inadequate, Cassirer, as it were, undid the anxiety-provoking aspects of survival. Die Cinquante la Survivance and, along with them, the relationships of the symbol to the image, to the body, and to the psyche. W. Warburg, in confronting the objects of his inquiries, found only schisms in the soul. Cassirer immediately sought to discover a unity of the mind. He does not even begin, as Vischer did, from the multiform proteus displayed by the concrete life of symbols, but from a definition which, right from the start, is likely to reduce this multiformity to a unity of function. The unity of a mental domain, die Einheit eines geistigen Gebietes, can never be defined and secured starting from a consideration of the object, but only from the function, von der Funktion, which underlies its symbolic expression, that is to say, the expression of something mental, eingeistiges, through sensory signs and images. Dutch Zeichen und Bilder, should be understood in its broadest meaning, and the question becomes whether this expressive form, given all the variety of its possible applications, is based on a principle which marks it as a self-contained and unified basic process, ein in sich geschlossenes und einheitliches Grundverfahren. Symbolic form should be understood as any instance of energy of mind in which a mental meaning is linked to a concrete sensuous sign and is intrinsically adapted to that sign. 478. This definition of the symbolic form not only departs from Warburg's approach through its desire to reduce the problem to the philosophical dualisms of the Academy, and to the hierarchy which implicitly organizes them, that is, to the oppositions between the concrete sensible and the spiritual or mental meaning sense. It is also distinguished from it by its intrinsic way of envisaging the whole nebulous cluster of relationships designated by the terms sensible and sense or meaning, empirical and rational, singular and universal, and so on. Everything that Warburg, in studying his symbolic material, tried to understand at the level of its intrication. Let us recall, once again, the embracing of man and snake in the Laocoon in the Hopi ritual. Cassirer, good systematizer of problems that he was, sought to disintricate. Similarly, whereas the Warburg Library sought to create circulations between the different domains of knowledge, Cassirer continued to separate them into reconstituted areas, as distinct as the volumes or the chapters of his own works: language, mythical thinking, knowledge. Finally, everything that Warburg envisaged from the perspective of a perpetual and anachronistic movement of dissemination, the very kind that we experience just by leafing through the pages of the Mnemosyne Atlas, Cassirer brought back to the usual historical and encyclopedic classification, in the manner of Hegel. Yet Cassirer spent many years among the books of the Warburg Library, giving to his philosophical discourse a historical erudition and a cultural dimension that remain unequaled. This is because for him the relationships of the singular to the universal are not governed once and for all by a relationship of hierarchical inclusion. The mental unity never reduces the diversity of the forms. The diversity re-emerges in every thought of the relation that the mind maintains with each one among the forms. 479 It is one of the great virtues of Cassirer's thought that he wanted to respect diversity and the irreducible character of singularities. Accordingly, he always refused any attempt to create uniformity among the empirically given on the basis of some generalizing reason. His whole polemic with the philosopher Konrad Marquardt, in 1938, was centered around this point. 480 Until the end of his life, Cassirer attempted to conceive the unity of the mental world without forgetting its multiplicity, that is to say, its diversity, which is shot through with tensions and even disharmony. 481 But how did Cassirer solve this problem? He did so by supplanting, as early as 1910, the traditional metaphysical unity, which is a unity of substance, with a structural unity internal to the relationships of things, or of forms, among themselves. He called this a unity of function, and since it was conceived as an epistemological extension of the Kantian primacy of function over the object, it made possible a new approach to historical and cultural phenomena. 482 In this way, Cassirer could envisage the symbolic function on the model of a general grammar applicable to particular idioms, which, in his eyes, is wh language, myth, and art or modified, trans. Point 483 That is how the critique of reason that was earlier formulated by Kant became transformed into a critique of culture, for which Cassirer claimed the support of the fundamental principle of philosophical idealism. The philosopher explored the multiplicity of particular symbolic expressions solely to reach the shore he so longed for, the shore of the universal, allgemeins. It would seem as though we could apprehend reality only in the particularity of these forms, i.e., language, myth, or art. But the philosopher desires to apprehend the world as an absolute unity, die Welt als absolute Einheit. He hopes ultimately to break down all diversity, and particularly the diversity of symbols, so as to discern the ultimate reality, the reality of being itself. 485 Now we are better able to understand the great distance which separates such an ambition from Warburg's project. Cassirer was looking for the unity of function where Warburg had found only a dialectic of irremediably contradictory forces. Force, according to Warburg, presupposes, as it did for Nietzsche and as it soon would for Bataille, expenditure and excess, whereas function as Cassirer meant it is ultimately conceived on the mathematical model of the integral. I 486 When Cassirer employs the word formula, formal, whether in the context of language, of myth, or of art, he is thinking first of all of the abstract chemical formula inasmuch as it no longer designates according to its sensuous content, its immediate sensory data, but instead grasps it in a regulative stability outside of time, or, put in other terms, as the totality of possible chains of causality which are defined by general rules. 487 We know that for Warburg, to the contrary, a formula designates a surviving moment of the form, at once tenacious, in its repetitions, and fleeting, in its differences. The symbolic function, according to Cassirer, does not exist without the unity and the laws of its functioning, which he calls the unique system of actions of the mind. 488 The second part of this quote does not appear in the English translation, trans. For Warburg, on the other hand, the functioning of symbols never occurs without the dysfunction that the survivals bring to the regular unfolding of forms in history. Cassirer's model can be compared to a circle embracing diversity, a synthesis reducing the ambivalences of meaning to the unity of the function. Warburg's model, in contrast, is that of an intrusion that is never stilled. The symptom intensifies the ambivalences to the point of destroying any possible functional unity. In 1922, Cassirer, citing Warburg, evokes the fear of demons characteristic of mythical thought solely in order to describe their disappearance in the mathematical concept of functional number. Astrology, he asserts, does not yet recognize this new and decisive significance of number. 489 Yet Warburg had already suggested, in 1920, that the conquests of reason never reduce ambivalence, and that the fear of demons derives from a basic psychological order, 1. Which is tenacious precisely because of its primitiveness and therefore always capable of producing survivals and of introducing symptomatic intrusions into the exercise of reason. 490 In sum, where the philosopher wanted to make order and introduce a structure into diversity, the man of the science without a name had been content to embrace the necessary disorder, the proliferation of polarities, and the structural intrication inherent in diversity. Whe the man of enlighten me, and he believed in the progress of science to the point of extending the Kantian critique of reason to a critique of culture, the man of chiaroscuro, if I may be allowed to dub him that, dared to invert the critique of pure reason into a critique of pure unreason, Kritik der reinen Unvernunft. 491 This was still a way of seeking enlightenment, but in a tragic mode, in the melancholy affirmation that the monsters resist or, rather, survive all the stages of the progress of reason. After 1929, the circle of iconologists was able to see in Cassirer's symbolic forms a necessary clarification of the vast cultural domain traversed by Warburg's inquiries. Actually, this clarification was only a schematization in which the domains of the spirit perhaps regained their autonomy, but also their frontiers. The result was that Cassirer's presentation, paradoxically, ended up obscuring the relationships, the contacts, intrusions, and confusions, of the cultural fields among themselves. From this point of view, the philosophy of symbolic forms played a role with respect to Warburg's manuscripts and Mnemosyne Atlas analogous to the one that Hegel's Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences played with respect to the extraordinary general sketch penned by Nervalis, in which it is not the unity of each domain, but rather the circulation of relationships among them, which appears most prominently. 492 And the schematization of the field was accompanied by a schematization of time. In his 1923 article, Cassirer reduced the entire form of time form der Zeit, to the paired notions of to be born and to persist. 493 He thus forgot the essential lesson of Warburgian Kulturwissenschaft concerning forms and symbols, namely that they, too, are capable of dying and of surviving their own death. It is no accident that Cassirer was interested in the philosophy of the 15th century solely in terms of the Renaissance. The birth of a systematic unity of thought marked, for him, the advent of our own modern world, and he paid scant attention to the unexamined elements or survivals stemming from antiquity or the Middle Ages. 494 Moreover, Cassirer viewed the historical understanding of cultural phenomena from the almost Hegelian perspective of a reconciliation between the present and the past. This view into the depths of time is opened up only when action is replaced by pure vision. Das Reinschauen, when our present becomes penetrated with the past, and the two are experienced as an immediate unity als unmittelbare Einheit. 495 A king a completely opposite tack, Warburg's historical practice, like that, soon to come, of Walter Benjamin, presupposed the examination approve of a past which suddenly splits the present, divorcing it from its own manifest genealogy. Finally, where Warburg troubled the meaning of history by insisting on the phantom-like impurity of the revenances, Cassirer hypostasized the meaning of history by establishing an order which takes on all the appearances of a teleology of the Hegelian type. 496 In his 1923 article, this teleology is organized according to a progression which goes from myth to art and from the latter to science. In myth, says Cassirer, the symbols are products of the non-differentiation of the image and the thing. Art supplants the indifferentiation with the constant tension between the image and the meaning. Finally, science alone produces the absolute unity of the concept, the ideal form of all our relationships to the world. 497 In the philosophy of symbolic forms, this progress undergoes an important modification. The 3 volumes of that work treat, in succession, language, myth, and knowledge, with the result that the question of art, precisely the one that could have led Cassirer to make use of Warburg's research in his synthesis, disappears from the picture. But the 3rd volume, subtitled The Phenomenology of Knowledge, reconceives the problem from the ground up by proposing a new, more conceptual terminology for this trinity of the symbolic function. Specifically, the phenomena of expression, Ausdruck, are succeeded henceforth by representation, Darstellung, and then by meaning, Bedeutung, as such, which Cassirer will also call pure meaning, because it alone, in his view, that constitutes scientific knowledge. 498 The phenomenon of expression, Phänomen des Ausdrucks, obviously brings us back to all the things that Warburg found interesting in the emotive formulas of the art of antiquity and of the Renaissance. He defines the link uniting the empathetic forces with the symbolic forms. Moreover, in 1929 Cassirer offers a strictly empathetic definition of expression, the fact that a certain phenomenon in its simple giveness and visibility, Sichtbarkeit, makes itself known to be inwardly animated als ein innerlich beseeltes. We are not surprised that in this context Cassirer is able to evoke the biological roots of mythic expression as described by Vignoli. 499 For it is indeed myth, and not art, which he is discussing here. And he considers myth to be based on the lack of distinction between the psychological and the corporeal, between content and form, and between image and thing. In Cassirer's account, Myth is the bearer of a living force of images, of oniric emotion, and its domain is characterized by the fluid and vague character of all limits, the sovereignty of an omnipresent and demonic at 9a, the perpetual transformation of familiar things into powers of the unheimliche etc. He calls myth a genuinely primitive phenomenon, from which knowledge draws its roots, but from which, of course, it must distinguish itself with all its might. 500 Expression, as primary form of consciousness the real, exists only to be overcome, in the Hegelian sense of the term. It becomes so in the richer and higher forms of experienced Zurückernanntur in Form and der Weltansicht J. 501 in the first rank of which Cassirer replaces representation. Representation conditions the structure and formal unity of consciousness, der Aufbau des Bewusstseins. Und die Bedingung seiner eigenen Formeinheit, nothing less. 502 The keystone of the system of symbolic forms, representation separates itself from empathetic force just as it does from the sensuous material, sinnliches material, of the image. The latter, thanks to representation, finally assumes its fixed nature, fest. Wesenheit, far from the confusions of the dream and from the fluidities of the mythic world. 503 Here Cassirer returns to a Kantian tone completely, deriving all consciousness of space and time solely from representation. 504 But what does this reign of representation lead us toward, if not a schematization of the mind, and thus into a trap, a philosophical trap, that Warburg never fell into? Cassirer's great error was probably to have conceived the symbolic forms on the implicit model of an exact science. Non-knowledge and unconscious knowledge have no place in it, except in terms of negation, absence, or dismissal. When representation supplanted expression, the latter existed henceforth only as error. The primitive state is always overcome in the progress of the mind, thus it never makes a return. In other words, Cassirer failed to learn the Freudian lesson about the symptom, just as he failed to learn the Warburgian lesson about survival. His analysis is Kantian, transcendental, wholly indebted to the philosophy of mind. Whereas Warburg's analysis is immanent, indebted to rhizomes and to the returns of pure unreason, an approach which presupposes an energetics, a dynamic of psychological intrications in which the life of symbols never ceases to be the scene of struggle. We now understand better why Cassirer never wrote his famous volume, foreseen since the beginning, on art as a symbolic form. The organization of his own working tool, that is to say, the Warburg Library, would have destroyed his progressive schema by making it confront that perpetual debate, that tenacious intrication, and that fundamental impurity of artistic forms revealed by all of Warburg's research. In a letter to Paul Arthur Schulp dated May 13, 1942, Cassirer justified this empty place by noting that an unfavorable period had always delayed the composition of the work. 505 But the rediscovered manuscript of this famous fourth volume devotes only a few pages to the question of art. The problem is therefore intrinsic to Cassirer's thought. From beginning to end, Cassirer, following a long-standing philosophical tradition, placed all aspects of the question of art under the jurisdiction of aesthetics. Let us recall that Warburg started from the opposite premise. From 1917 to 1922, Cassirer followed step by step the path which led from Romantic poetry to the great conceptual systems of German idealism. Then he went back to the Platonic tradition, arriving at the position that the primacy of the beautiful and the idea must govern every approach to art. 506 Let us recall that Warburg had arrived at the opposite conclusion. The system of symbolic forms was, of course, obliged to incorporate this idealization of art, which is henceforth envisaged as the overcoming of expressive imitation and the consequent attaining of pure symbol, von der Nachahmung zum reinen Symbol. 507 Art as pure symbol? By that term Cassirer means the very highest and purest spiritual activity known to consciousness. In it, the end is reconciled with the sensible world, which amounts to saying that here the demonic element of the mythic world has been defeated and destroyed. The second part of this quote does not appear in the English translation, trans. .508, ONE recalls that W. Warburg, from the Florentine portrait to the work of Böcklin, 509 had observed the opposite phenomenon. All of Cassirer's later reflections on art will thus be oriented by an analytic of pure forms. His main reference in RTHI story will henceforth be Wolflin and not W. Warburg. 510 Keeping himself very far from any ghost stories for grown-ups, Cassirer will continue, until the 1940s, to investigate art employing the pure approach of aesthetic value, or even ethical or educative value. 511 Yet one must also say of Cassirer what Heidegger somewhere says of Kant: he is a philosopher who does not cheat. He never tries, on the path toward W hat he considers the truth, to avoid obstacles. He did, OF course, refrain, despite his respect for diversity and for singularity, and despite his frequent visits to the W. Warburg Library, from looking closely at even a single painting and producing a detailed analysis of it. But he did take the risk, on one occasion, of examining a symptom in detail. He considered it, certainly, as the negative of the symbol, a pathology of the symbolic consciousness, as he puts it. Still, he accorded it such great attention, 100 pages, making it the longest chapter in the third volume of the philosophy of symbolic forms, that one senses in these pages something exceptional. It is as if the Cassirerian system was putting itself to the test, Didi constructing itself. The chapter deals mainly with aphasia and was written during the same period W. Warburg was composing the Mnemosyne Atlas, his vast MUT synthesis of Western art seen from the point of view of survivals and of emotive formulas. Cassirer, for his part, took as his point of departure the clinical material gathered by H. Jackson, K. Wernicke, Freud, and, above all, Adhemar Gelb and Kurt Goldstein. His argument is as passionate as it is troubling, because one senses that in it the theory of the symbol is obsessed by its own negative counterpart, the asymbolism asymbole of the symptom. Here we suddenly come very close to the areas explored by W. Warburg, empathetic incorporations of the image, and by Binswanger, thymic moments of delirium. If I speak of obsession, it is because here the symptom constitutes much more than a simple countermotif of the symbol. The problem that it poses, Cassirer already admits, goes far beyond its own confines, by which he means its nosological limits. 513 ONE suspects that ultimately the symptom, inasmuch as it is the negative of the symbol, in the sense of a failure, or even of a total collapse of its functionality, constituted from the very beginning a model of symbology itself. John M. Michael Croas, in a remarkable article, has shown, moreover, the importance of the medical and psychopathological paradigm in Cassirer's construction of the idea of natural symbolism. 514 Now, just before this elaboration of the pathology of symbolic consciousness, Cassirer wrote a kind of brief parenthesis, eminent to constitute the link with the question of time, which was treated in a preceding chapter. At this point, one grasps that his thinking is all of a piece. The question of time was no doubt expressed in neo-Kantian terms, that is, in terms of consciousness and of representation. But the question of the symptom was in the process of recasting, of surreptitiously modifying this whole schema. The parenthesis I'm speaking of is only the uncertain sketch, a very rare situation for Cassirer, of such a modification. It is entitled Symbolic Pregnance. 515 Let us admit that we do not immediately understand what is going on here. It seems that at this point the philosopher is seized by a kind of anxiety in the face of the problem, clearly a redoubtable one, of the construction of experience. He reaches at first for the garde fou par excellence. Accordingly, Kant returns to the scene, with his transcendental apperception, his synthesis, and his understanding. But Cassirer, who does not cheat, suddenly admits that this Kantian schema resembles a magician and a necromancer animating dead sensation, awakening it to the life of consciousness, without explaining the magic employed in this process of animation. He then turns toward modern phenomenology, which, he says, starts much less from Kant than from Brentano, and which has a somewhat greater chance of describing the very mysterious relationships between the experience of things and its symbolic construction. 516 Finally, Cassirer throws out his hypothesis, as one would throw a pair of dice. We will attempt to express this reciprocal determination by introducing the concept of symbolic pregnancy, symbolisch Prägnanz. Trademark. We learn very little about this in the following 2.5 pages, as if the philosopher himself had fallen victim to vertigo when facing the possible consequences of this sudden breach opened up in the neo-Kantian system that he had so patiently elaborated. From this breach there escaped, or, rather, reappeared, right in the midst of the reign of representation, a whole vocabulary that one assumed had been definitively shipwrecked on the shores of expression. But the problem under consideration is none other than that of the most basic link between life and meaning. More than that, it is how one should understand life and meaning that is at stake here. 518 At this point we see the resurgence of all those structural biomorphisms that Warburg, in 1923, asserted are stubbornly persistent, and pregnant, at all levels of culture and of symbolism. In speaking of pregnance, Cassirer is speaking to us of imprinting and, above all, of vital latency, of gestation, and of future births. The now is filled and saturated with the future pregnans futuri, as Leibniz called it. Could one not say, as well, that it is saturated with the past, considering that Cassirer clearly recognized the existence in this process of the characteristics of primitive intrication? Reading these 2 pages, one is struck by the appearance of terms such as pulse, Pulsschlag, flow, Bewegtheit, participation, Teilhabe, and, above all, interlacing or interwovenness, Verwobenheit. 519 It is no accident that Cassirer arrives at the most precise formulation in the chapter on the symptom we have designated as symbolic pregnance, the relation in consequence of which a sensuous thing embraces a meaning and represents it immediately for consciousness. 520 Despite the fact that this presentation was much less systematic than was usual for him, symbolic pregnance has recently been promoted by specialists in Cassirer's thought, mainly on the basis of rediscovered manuscripts, to the rank of the most basic concept of the philosophy of symbolic forms. 521 Why has this concept become so important? Because this is precisely where, in Cassirer's work, the problem of the symbol is coupled with that of the organism. This is where Cassirer sought to understand the meaning which is immediately expressed by a bodily movement. On this point, he comes close to the views of Erwin Strauss. This was a way of returning to the notion of empathy and of casting doubt on the primacy of articulate language as the symbolic form par excellence. Could one now, on this basis, tie together the theoretical threads of the symptomatic forces W. Warburg discovered in images and those of the symbolic forms Cassirer discovered in all the other spheres of culture? Probably not. For the theoretical styles of the 2 thinkers were entirely different, despite the profound esteem in which each one held the other. W. Warburg was undoubtedly several steps behind with regard to the possibility of constructing the circle of his discoveries in conceptual and functional terms. But he had taken a giant step just by gathering the historical and anthropological material for his library. For this reason, he had given up on what we might call disintricating his subject matter. He had given up on making use of the available philosophical concepts to create dividing lines in the objects he studied, dividing lines which Cassirer tenaciously clung to. W. Warburg found the traditional distinctions between nature and culture or between body and symbol 522 to be irrelevant. He set them aside, because he knew that all these notions, originating where they did, that is to say, in the 19th century, were unsuited to giving a rigorous form to the intrications he observed. He could say that throughout his life, W. Warburg, faced with a pile of living snakes, was waiting for a formulation or an original form which would be able to display this intrication. A form which would be rigorous, in other words, theoretically well-founded, and which would not be schematic, in other words, not impoverishing, but rather capable of respecting each and every singularity. This form of exposition does exist. Certainly it is paradoxical, and, given its status as a hypothetical work, it is irremediably provisional. It is the Mnemosyne Atlas, the assemblage of images on which W. Warburg worked tirelessly from his return from Kreuzlingen in 1924 until his death, in 1929. It is generally said that Fritz Saxel had the idea of grouping together a number of photographs which would provide a summary in images of certain the themes studied by his master. It was to set up an 8 in order that W. Warburg's research might be reborn from its ashes or, rather, from his fall into madness. The idea of an atlas goes back in W. Warburg's thinking to 1905.523, but in 1924 it was something more, something like a raptus. Suddenly a form appeared which, in his eyes, was not only a summary in images but also a way of thinking by means of images und pensée par images. It was not only an aide memoire but an instance of memory at work. In other words, this was memory as such, the living memory, from which he derived the proper name that was to be given to the whole enterprise, Mnemosyne, the classic personification of memory, there of the 9 muses and, as one might expect, vaguely related to Ninfa. Above all else, the Mnemosyne Atlas is a photographic apparatus dispositive. The paper prints, drawn from the immense collection assembled by W. Warburg, S24 were, at first, glued to large pieces of heavy black paper, grouped by the mess and displayed side by side, edge to edge, in a uniform manner, throughout the elliptical space occupied by the reading room of the Kulturschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg, in Hamburg, figure 86. But the display took on its definitive form when W. Warburg and Saxel began to use screens of black cloth stretched out on frames, measuring 1.5 meters by 2 meters, on which they were able to group the photographs by affixing them with small, easily manipulable hooks, figures 69-71, 90-91. Strictly speaking, What they did, therefore, was to make a picture tableau with the photographs, and that in both senses of the word tableau. In French, the word means both a picture or painting and a table, such as one would find in a textbook, trans. In the pictorial seme, inasmuch as the cloth suspended from the frame became the support of an imagery of extraordinary diversity, both in subject matter and in chronology, but one drawn together by the choice of a consistent tone of black and white or, more accurately, of grisaille, which was the effect produced by the grouping of all the photographs when viewed from a distance. Warburg's artist created a tableau above all in the combinatory sense of the word, a series of series, as Michel Foucault so well defined it 525, since it created ensembles of images that it then placed in relation to each other. But this table was no longer of the same type as that used by Charcot or Lombroso. What, then, was its style? One could usefully devote a study specifically to the art of the groupings and cross-references in the Mnemosyne Atlas, given the many types of serial effects, and contrasts, coexisting in it. The images of a single group of photographs shown at the same scale produce the effect of a deck of cards spread out upon a table. 526 In contrast, certain plates seem to pour out a chaotic accumulation of images which are themselves cumulative. 527 He groupings may. Figure 86 Reading Room of the Kulturschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg, Hamburg, on the occasion of the exhibition Digest der Antike and Mittelalter und Renaissance, 1926, 27. London, Warburg Institute Archive. Photo The Warburg Institute. Be formal, a circle, a sphere, or gestural, showing death or lamentation. 528 A single image can be dispersed into a repeated display of its own details. 529, Figure 91. A single location can be explored systematically from a distance or from up close, or even, so to speak, in a traveling shot, as one sees in the case of the Malatesta Temple in Rimini and the Chigi Chapel in Rome. 530 The photographic prints can be used several times and be seen in differing formats or be differently framed as they move from one plate to another. The chromatic unity of the ensemble serves, paradoxically, to highlight all the possible heterogeneities contrasts of the ensemble, a statue, and its details, the motif of its base, the mise en abîme of photographs, art objects, and of photographs, art books shown displaying their own use of montage. 531 Violent shifts in scale, the Arch of Constantine next to a gem Augustio as big as the arch. 532 And reversals of spatial orientation, an aerial view right next to a subterranean view. 533 There are also anachronisms, Giorgione with Manet, an ancient medal with a postage stamp, and even montages which deliberately consist of different levels of reality, the Mass at Bolsena painted by Raphael next to an informal photograph of Pope Pius XI. 534 What should we make of these pictures? Tableaus composed of photos, notably of photos of pictures? This could be considered a minimal definition of art history as seen from its most practical point of view. What, in general, does the practitioner of this discipline do? First of all, he explores areas that present the most disconcerting and sharply contrasted diversity of elements imaginable. He goes from one culture to another, from one period to another, from a familiar topic to an exotic one, from one museum to another, from a church to a library, from a miniature to a cycle of frescoes, or from a chapel to a cathedral. The common denominator in all of this is the photographic scale, for it allows him to spread all of that out on his work table, then to arrange it in accord with his hypotheses, and, finally, to produce a comparative series of all these objects which are so distant in real space and real time. In joining his library with a photo collection, for the constitution of which he initiated several photographic campaigns, such as the one undertaken by the Alinari brothers at the Sassetti Chapel, Warburg showed very early on that he understood that art history could achieve an epistemological mutation only by allowing itself be guided by the recently developed capabilities of photographic reproducibility. As early as 1894, Emile Mail had offered a very clear expression of this new episteme. One could say that the history of art, which until then was the passion of a few curious individuals, has only become a science since the existence of photography. Photography partially freed the work of art from the conditions which constrain it, distance and immobility. Photography has made it possible to compare, that is to say, to create a science. The establishment of a library of photographs, but photographs taken by archaeologists, not by amateurs, will no doubt appear, in a short time, to be a necessity for scholars. 535. Like other historians of his period, Warburg was constantly exploring the new heuristic possibilities offered by the manipulation of photographs. It is said that at his famous talk at the Congress of Rome in 1912, he became the first art historian to use color slides. 536 He conceived each lecture less as an argument illustrated by images than as a sequence of images illuminated by an argument. Thus, in 1923, he placed his entire lecture at Kreuzlingen under the double sign, characteristic of Mnemosyne, of a series of photographs that I myself have taken for the most part, and of an attempt to refresh and rework old memories. Alte Erinnerungen, Aufrisken und Durcharbeiten, linked to a basic question concerning the anthropological significance pregnance of images. I can only assure you that, in sharing my distant memories, aided by the immediacy durch die Unmittelbarkeit der Aufnahmen, of the photographs, what I have to say will offer an impression both of a world whose culture is dying out, die Austerbende Welt, and of a problem of decisive importance in the general writing of cultural history. In what ways can we perceive essential character traits of primitive pagan humanity? 537 From this point of view, the Mnemosyne Atlas appears as a radical overcoming of the constraints, and of the shortcuts, imposed by the lecture form, for it provides a synoptic exposition which avoids reductive, summary accounts of a topic. Flynn had become famous with his introduction of the double projection of slides, which was especially well suited to the conceptual polarities he was attempting to establish. 538 The Mnemosyne Atlas, by contrast, is a tool designed to maintain intrications and thus to make perceptible the overdeterminations at work in the history of images. It enables one to compare, in a single glance, and on a single board, not 2, but 10, 20, or even 30 images. I have often indicated how hard it was for Warburg to eliminate any aspects of the multitude of meanings he detected in the singularities of his material. Thus, whereas a lecture often obliges the speaker to choose, to summarize, to be reductive, and to present the subject at hand in a linear fashion, the Mnemosyne Atlas allowed the speaker to display the entire archive, to unfold, as it were, the many strata contained in the file drawers. What had been blindly piled up in the library or in the photo collection quickly became an obsidianal, expanded visual milieu, with the spread-out plates of the Mnemosyne Atlas constituting a kind of elliptical double wall surrounding the reader at the Hamburg Library. 87. Already in 1926 Warburg gave a lecture on Rembrandt 539 in which the images were not projected one by one in the course of his argument but presented together, right from the start, on the famous black cloth screens. Thus, the lecturer spoke while going from one to another, as if he were moving about in the very interior of the conceptual space of his argument. One of the most intense activities of the Institute, until 1929, was thus the mounting of exhibitions which restored to the archive itself its theoretical force. The subjects addressed in this way included astrological and astronomical imagery, ancient gestures, primitive words of the language of passionate gestures, Urwort. Leidenschaftliche Gebärdensprache, was the exact title, Ovid's Metamorphoses, postage stamps, etc. 540 W. Warburg thus devoted the whole last period of his life to exhibiting the pictures of his thinking, presented as series of images and series of series. Beyond simply recapitulating a work of art or a research topic, which ran the risk of bringing discussion of the subject to a conclusion, W. Warburg wanted to unfold it in all its aspects in order to promote the discovery of still undetected possibilities. In the plan originally conceived for W. Warburg's complete works, Anlage der Gesamtausgabe, Fritz Saxl had expected to publish the Mnemosyne Atlas under one of the numerous titles, or rather subtitles, imagined by the master. A sequence of images exploring the function of the ancient, predetermined expressive values through the representation of the vital activity seen in the art of the European Renaissance. Eine Bilderreihe zur Untersuchung der Funktion Vorgeprägter antiker Ausdruckswort bei der Darstellung bewegten Lebens in der Kunst der Europäischen Renaissance. J. 541 This project is significant, for it is a response to the recognition that W. Warburg's writings constituted only a part of his work. Henceforth, one must view the Mnemosyne Atlas not as the illustration, but, on the contrary, as the visual armature of his whole way of thinking, as the library provided its textual armature. No W. Warburg's commentators have overlooked the importance of the Mnemosyne Atlas. Saxl was the first to see in it an original way of presenting the full richness of W. Warburg's scholarly work in a form that would show its unity and iconographic plenitude. For him, it went without saying that this unity, Einheit, revolved around one central question, einer zentralen Fragestellung. For was it not obvious that the Nachleben der Antike provided the raison d'etre and the coherence of such an atlas, and even what was at stake in presenting his argumentation in this manner? Saxl rightly says that with the Mnemosyne Atlas we possess an ad oculos demonstration ad oculos demonstriert, OFW Warburg's whole conception OF images and their modes of transmission over time. 542 But the Casserian tone OF these statements will not have escaped the attention of the attentive reader. It is one thing to recognize the importance and coherence of the Mnemosyne Atlas throughout the entire course OFW Warburg's thinking, 543, or even to emphasize its real philosophical importance. 544 But it is quite another thing to offer a circular, synthetic, or unitary idea of this coherence. Gomb Rich has already underscored, and rightly so, the kaleidoscopic aspect OFW Warburg's Atlas. 545 It would be even more accurate to speak OF constellations in the sense in which W. Walter Benjamin used the term, provided one emphasizes that each of the configurations obtained is always subject to permutation. IFW Warburg, through a supplementary photographic mesenibum, had developed the habit of p-hotographing each arrangement OF his material before completely changing it in favor OF a new transformation. It is because the coherence of his gesture resided in the permutability itself. In other words, it resided in the incessant combinatory displacement of the images from plate to plate, and not in some kind OF final POINT, which would be the visual equivalent OF a form of absolute knowledge. If one examines the question carefully, one cannot be satisfied with a single result, for in this context each interpretation is always theoretically modifiable, awaits the surprise of a new datum, and thus can never lead conclusively to any kind of unity. W. Warburg understood that he was obliged to give up the idea of placing the image in a fixed configuration, just as a philosopher has to give up the idea of keeping his opinions permanently unchanged. Had is a matter of plasticity, of mobility, and of metamorphosis. Had is why W. Warburg even had to give up on gluing the photographs to the cardboard plates, just as Saxel was later obliged to do later for other exhibitions held at the Institute's London home. The simple technical device of the little clips, which enabled the images to maintain their mobility and to never finish the game, in itself constituted a refutation of any potential synthesis or definitive state. Let us observe, one more time, that photography made it possible both to remember each version and yet not to conclude definitively with any one of them. 546 The Mnemosyne Atlas can doubtlessly be considered a program. But it is an open program. It demonstrates ad oculus does not take the form of a classic syllogism. It does not refold diversity back into the unity of a logical function. Then, is the form of this atlas, the style of this exposition, of its presentation monstration? W. Warburg himself responds that he had undertaken, from the beginning, a work of unfolding did apply a work designed to unfold the memorative function inherent in the images of Western culture. Thanks to the zealous assistance Dr. Bing has accorded me, I have been able to assemble the material for an atlas of images which, by virtue of arranging them in a series, Zeus Bringen, will spread out, i.e., display in space the function, die function, auspraten, of the ancient expressive values, originally imprinted through the presentation of life and movement, whether internal or external. At the same time, this will be the foundation of a new theory of the memorative function of images for human culture, eine neue Theorie der Funktion des menschlichen Bildgedächtnisses. S47. Such is the grandeur of the Mnemosyne Atlas. In it Warburg turns a recapitulation of the subjects he himself had studied into a genuine theoretical program for future research. Much more than in the Kreuzlingen lecture, here dissociation is transformed into construction, and paralysis is overcome, turning into real movement. Upon his return from the Bellevue Clinic in 1924, Warburg felt himself incapable of embarking on any entirely new scholarly endeavors, and even incapable of completing his work on astrology, which he felt was still imperfect. 548 He understood at this point, on the basis of his psychoanalytic work with Binswanger, that only an anamnesis of his own thinking could restore his capacity for theoretical invention. The Mnemosyne Atlas thus bears all the traces of a private language and of an autobiographical quest. It is a kind of self-portrait that has burst into thousands of pieces, namely those several thousand images pinned to the 63 black screens in which W. Warburg's thought, the history itself of this thought, could be recognized in the countless interrelationships among them. As Giorgio Agamben has said, it is a mnemonic system for private use, into which the psychotic scholar projected and sought to resolve his personal conflicts. 549 But its intrinsic force consists rather in having converted the particular elementary ends of this personal reminiscent introspection into materials for a new theory of the memorative function of images. What is this memorative function of images? Is the very question which, from the beginning, W. Warburg's concept of survival was eminent to answer. It designates the way in which images survive survienant and come back revienant in a single movement, which is that of the symptom, its dialectical relationship to time. For several reasons, therefore, we should consider the Mnemosyne Atlas as an atlas of the symptom. Above all, it is the atlas of a symptom characteristic of W. Warburg himself that incapacity, so strange in a historian, to recount the history of art as one would recount an ordered sequence of events, or else, in the manner of Vasari, as a charming family saga. At this same period, Robert Musil, while writing The Man Without Qualities, was experiencing his own incapacity to recount a story. But, more explicitly, the Mnemosyne Atlas is an atlas of the symptom in the sense that it is a collection of the emotive formulas that Warburg detected throughout a lifetime of investigating Western culture. 550. This compulsion to engage with the world of pre-established expressive forms, Formwelt Pragdrastruksword, regardless of whether their origin is in the past or the present, signifies the decisive critical moment for any artist intending to assert his own character. It is recognition of the fact that hitherto this process had been overlooked, despite its unusually wide-ranging importance for the stylistic formation of the Renaissance in Europe, that led to the Mnemosyne Atlas I work here, based on its fund of images, in ihrer Bildmaterial and Grundlage I seeks most immediately to present nothing but a traceable inventory of pre-coined expressions that demanded that the individual artist either ignore or absorb this mass of inherited impressions, for a progon, surging forward in this dual manner. 551. Let us remember that between 1905 and 1911 Warburg had tried to organize this vocabulary of the pre-established forms of emotion into a group of regularly arranged tables tableaux réguliers, with ranges, abscisses, and ordinates. And let us remember, too, the failure of this attempt, which was entitled Schemata Pathos figures 47, 48. 552. From that time on, Warburg clearly understood that one cannot schematize the history of images, let alone the history of their emotive formulas, because the images do not allow themselves to be pigeonholed, if I may put it that way, except at the cost of losing their own capacities of metamorphosis and openness to overdetermination. Organized into proliferating tables tableaux proliferants, the Mnemosyne Atlas responds better to the challenge that the image addresses to all forms of classificatory reasoning. How can one conceive of an order, within the image, consisting as it does of a mixture of rationality and of irrationality? How can one orient oneself amidst the pure unreason of the symptoms? How should one present the unconsciousness of the symbols? How does one unfold their intrications and account for their multiple forces? How does one give form to their dissemination? Scarcely had Warburg returned from Kreuzlingen and his difficult work of trying to construct something amidst insanity, and there he was, confronted with a quasi-Freudian, interminable analysis of predetermined expressive values that have been ceaselessly transformed by the very fact of their survival over the long course of Western culture. The author of the Mnemosyne Atlas found himself, from this time on, confronted with a genuine dispossession of thought, in the very elevated sense that Merleau-Ponty suggests when he writes that to think is not to possess the objects of thought, it is to circumscribe by their means a domain of thought that we are not yet thinking about. 553. It should be remembered that Warburg was not without resources in facing such a task. The classification of his library, with its system of 3 permutable capital letters, evoking the Talmudic exegesis of the roots of Hebrew words and always admitting forthcoming developments in research, as Edgar Wind has well explained, had already, sub D, constituted the order of a space that is limited by the chaos of a rhizome-like domain, and that, in theory, is infinite. 554. Looking at the plates of the Mnemosyne Atlas, it is impossible to get a clear sense of how Warburg intended us to look at them, or of the exact meaning he attributed to the relationships among the neighboring images. The more one looks, the denser and more intricated the relationships begin to appear. At the same time, the images appear to take off in several directions, to stream out everywhere like fireworks. Even the saturated packets of images seem like sprays of light about to explode. It thus appears that the Mnemosyne Atlas is less the illustration of a pre-existing interpretation of the transmission of images than a visual matrix meant to increase the possible levels of interpretation. Its great virtue is, first of all, rhythmic. When looking at these plates, it is as if we are scanning a Nachleben, so that the atlas seems to present, in miniature format, long spans of cultural history. It is a rhythm composed of surprises and recurrences, of prominences and pregnant moments, of survivances and returns, revenances that are observable in the relationship of each image with all the others. And all that appears to us visually, as if preceding any explanatory scheme and any notion of historical determinism. Judging from contemporary photographs, The Mnemosyne Atlas appears as a collection of images lacking any guidance or even any captions. Commentators have often, too often, stressed the exclusively visual character of the Mnemosyne Atlas, and they have spoken, in this regard, of an art history without a text, and even of a mute art history. 555 This fits in with the approach taken by Gombrich, for whom the Mnemosyne Atlas is, first of all, a response to a blockage in what he considered to be Warburg's psychotic and paralyzing relationship to language. 556 But this is to forget that the original plan for the Odyssey was not only to extend the corpus of images to about 2,000, but also to accompany it with no less than 2 volumes of writ 10 commentary. 557 Above all, this is to forget that the visual layout of the Odyssey, by turns chaotic and ordered, compact and centrifugal, saturated and dispersed, corresponds exactly to the textual layout of the numerous manuscripts that Warburg produced at the same time that he was developing his collection of images. These manuscripts, which one will naturally be able to discuss more fruitfully when they are finally published, testify to an extraordinarily intense period of writing, especially in the years 1927 to 1929. Their tides are enough to indicate that Warburg wished to accompany the Mnemosyne Atlas not with a history of the influences of antiquity, but rather with a theoretical discussion of the memory of images and of symbols based on the phenomena associated with memories, forms of survivances. Thus, we find him working on topics like general ideas, allgemeine Ideen, fundamental concepts, Grundbegriff, method for a science of culture, Kulturwissenschaftliche Methode, etc. 558 Reading these manuscripts can be a very disappointing experience for anyone looking to find in them a clearly formulated theoretical framework. Warburg had long before given up on creating such frameworks. In these texts, therefore, the author of the Mnemosyne Atlas does not attempt any formal presentation. He devotes his energies instead, erratically but tirelessly, to a theoretical experience, at once a testing of proof and an experimentation, which finds its coherence in the very style of its exposition. The latter relates to the standard philosophical dissertation exactly as the Mnemosyne Atlas relates to a standard historical account. It is composed entirely of repetitions, revenances, intersected by strokes of genius, survenance, as well as by large empty stretches, blank spaces, silences, intervals. Reading these texts turns out to be by turns exhausting, exciting, and disquieting. The 2 volumes of Grundbegriff, for example, are almost entirely occupied by the quest, compulsive, proliferating to the point of delirium, for a subtitle for the Mnemosyne Atlas. The various versions number in the dozens. 559 As for the 222 folio pages of the Kulturwissenschaftliche Methode, they bear approximately the same relation to a treatise on method as Finnegan's Wake bears to a realistic novel. The theoretical intuitions fly off in every direction, and everywhere there is an absence of links, of the articulations of an argument. 560 The ideas are disposed on the white pages like the images on the black screens of the Mnemosyne Atlas in living piles, in constellations, in exploding packets. One of these manuscripts, dating from 1929, bears a very significant title. Fugitive Notes, Flüchtige 561 In it Warburg attempts to develop several hypotheses for the arrangement of his atlas. The plates are provisionally numbered and ordered, and placed fairing a stenographic summary of their theme. Thus, one reads, one example among many other possible ones, for the date of September 19, 1929. In these scattered notes one can find all the shades of meaning of the German adjective that Warburg uses here. Schlütig. What he is attempting to construct will in fact remain ineluctably ephemeral, temporary, transitory, volatile, and thus always incomplete, always needing to be redone. S63 The ideas burst forth, but they also flee. This twofold state offers a good summary of Warburg's whole way of thinking, its genius and its suffering, at the time when he was trying to elaborate the Mnemosyne Atlas. Whether it is a matter of images pinned to a cloth or of works thrown down, as it were, on paper, the Mnemosyne Atlas project surely derives from what we might call an explosive style of thinking on pensée en fusées. By that we mean everything that the word fusée can mean in French, something temporal, since the UUZF is the technical name of the horological mechanism necessary for rewinding a clock; 2. Something intricated, since the UZF also designates the massive thread rolled around the spindle of a loom, which is why, figuratively, we say untangle a spindle démêler une fusée for penetrating or unraveling a mystery, or finish off his spindle whichever sa fusée for ending his life, or, 3. Something projected, something illuminated and employed for the ephemeral beauty of fireworks or for the definitive death of enemies in an artillery battle. In music the UZF is an extremely quick diatonic note that only a few great singers can boast of mastering. But it is, above all, a French equivalent of the German word wit's, a witty or brilliant remark. Voltaire, a man of the Enlightenment, liked this word and used it. But it was Baudelaire, a man at home in chiaroscuro, who lent it its true stylistic dignity when he employed Fusies as the title of a collection of erratic thoughts, as philosophically profound as they are free from dogmatism in their intimacy of tone. There we find a whole conception of pagan culture and survivals that Warburg undoubtedly would not have objected to. Baudelaire suggests, among other things, that the sacred survives everything, even and indeed, above all, the non-existence of God, that pantheism survives into modernity, that magic 360 he surviving image survives in language, even and especially in popular sayings, in its unperceived aspects, and that, finally, civilized man is no less in the savage state than an American Indian. 564 Baudelaire was aware that as Fusies, skyrockets, spurting forth but fugitive, did not constitute a work un oeuvre in the sense of something completed, any more than did his Pensées d'album, his Aphorisma, or the jottings notifies of his Mon cœur mis à nu, my heart laid bare. I believe that I have produced what the professionals call an hors d'oeuvre, he wrote. Yet I will leave these pages, because I want to record my anger. S6s Warburg, too, preserved all his flutige Notizen, taking care, day after day, to record his anxieties. Warburg hastily jotted down the arrangements of the Mnemosyne Atlas and the most complex hypotheses about the structure of symbols with the urgency and fragility one would expect to find in an intimate journal. He knew, therefore, that he was writing only the hors d'oeuvre of a future art history, an hors d'oeuvre whose very depth, with its character of more than thought plus que pensée, had to be paid for by the permanent disassociation of a state of near insanity. Binswanger wrote one day to Warburg's son that, at a later date, his father's psychosis would merit being described and analyzed on account of its great fecundity. Binswanger never did that, however, since it was apparently too difficult to disentangle, within the same emotional style-pathic, the rockets Fusies generated by thinking from those produced by the impossibility of thinking. But only 4 years after the death of his illustrious patient, he published a magisterial work of which it has sometimes been remarked that it perhaps owes certain of its pages to the daily observation, in the years 1921 to 1924, of Warburg's style of thinking. It is, in fact, a book on the twofold notion of flutage as a book on the way that the ideas that spurt out fusant cause their author, their actor, to run the risk of having only ideas which flee. Über Ideenflucht, on the flight of ideas, appears at first to be a study of the maniacal mode of thinking and existing. For the maniac, nothing is definitive. There is only a world in which division, opposition, and contradiction reign. Instead of describing psychologically the maniac's changes of state from one extreme to the other, sometimes transported by joy, and sometimes mortally afflicted, Binswanger tries to offer an anthropological characterization of the maniac, whom he baptizes the problematic man, der problematische Mensch, par excellence. 566 In this way of considering the problem, the maniac becomes the man who has the clearest mind concerning the oppositions which structure the real world as well as the imaginary ones he experiences. 567 The fleeing ideas thus turn the patient into an extraordinarily lucid observer. He sees the world in its constitutive transience and plasticity. He perceives the relationships among things better than he perceives the things themselves, with the result that the contours of the objects of his thinking are no longer sharp and tend to a generalized pallidness. 568, to that grisaille which so fascinated Warburg. But, in pondering this general intrication, this fluidity of all things, teeming with polarities and antinomies, Binswanger understood, with the help of Bergson and Dilthey, but also of Rilke and Proust, that all this is a question of time, of rhythm, of tempo. S69 The man with the fleeting ideas is thus the man of sudden changes, of rapidity, of the rocket. Fusee is rhythm, is the jumpy from one thought to another. When the jump is festive, it is a dance, and one is aware of the importance Warburg attributed to the latter. Hen it is not, it is a loss, a fall, a whirlwind with howls and violent gesticulations. 570, of the type that Warburg often displayed at Kreuzlingen. But in all these cases, the jump is the method. It is first of all as a heuristic that one must interpret the maniacal linkage of ideas. Even if only in a fugitive manner, the patient always pays attention to the rule or the method determined by the conceptual theme, and to the linkage of his thoughts. Seen from the vantage point of his original behavior, his thought certainly displays no tendency to jump over an intermediate element, but solely a determinate manner of the jump itself. This stems from the act that, for the patient, everything, thoughts, people, things, is much closer together in space, so that he has everything within reach, much nearer and more easily than in the normal case. 571. This is a good description of what the Mnemosyne Atlas represented for Warburg, a way of having at hand a whole multiplicity of images, a practical tool for jumping easily from one to the other. But this jump, Binswanger remarks, bears, beyond its rapidity, its capacity, as I would put it, of allowing the survivals to spurt forth, a second characteristic, which is repetition, the tempo of the revenances. The man with fleeting ideas is also the man with ideas which return, except that they never return completely, a circumstance which constantly incites him to make renewed attempts. 572 This is exactly the impression, a painful one, that one is left with after reading Warburg's manuscripts. The genius of Binswanger lay in not leaving things at this point. Contrary to everything that Wernicke had affirmed concerning the incoherence and dissolution of fleeting ideas, 573 he attempted to bring to light the serial coherence, indeed the knowledge value veiled connaissance, inherent in this type of thinking. It is very disturbing to recognize, in Binswanger's description of maniac grammar, a quite precise insight into Warburg's late-style linguistic prolixity which uses and abuses compression or the concision of formulas and a moderate taste for series with an abundance of rhymes, assonance, similarities between words, alternately close to poetry and to drivel, a recurrent use of corrections, inversions, and negations, a characteristic rarity of verbal forms, the retreat of the verb, as Binswanger puts it, in favor of an accumulation of nouns, the coexistence of a fragmentation of words and of a linkage of syllables permitting the new formation of other words, the high level of complexity of meanings capable of lodging themselves in an impoverishment of syntactic articulation and the ludic, and sometimes poetic, character of the puns, and even of the grand words pronounced as prophecies. 574 Thus, the man with fleeting ideas constructs his castles in the air. Luftschlösser, as Binswanger terms it. Does that mean that he lives in a world of illusion? Not at all. For one has to invert the psychologico-positivistic perspective, for which the symptom is a deficiency and exaltation in error, and consider, in a phenomenological way, the problem of the existential meaning of the imagination, Fantasie. The imagination is so predominant in the style of the man with fleeting ideas that the only knowledge he is capable of achieving, but in this domain he is a master, concerns images. It is, Binswanger states, an aesthetic knowledge, in which the mental life knows, more than elsewhere, how to become intricated in the life of the drives. 575 Indeed, Binswanger did not hesitate to recognize in someone with this condition not only an intellectual dignity but also a moral one. And to make his point he cites two examples, important ones for Warburg throughout his life, as we have seen Nietzsche and Goethe. According to Binswanger, they both definitively pose the question of whether the maniacal style is the razor-sharp dividing line between psychosis and genius. 576 Binswanger's conclusion again accords with a theme that is omnipresent in Warburg's work when he writes that the flight of ideas manifests a demonic form of existence that is precisely characterized by the tension between the creation of form and the destruction of form. Spannend zwischen Formskopfung und constantly incites him to make renewed attempts. 572 This is exactly the impression, a painful one, that one is left with after reading Warburg's manuscripts. The genius of Binswanger lay in not leaving things at this point. Contrary to everything that Wernicke had affirmed concerning the incoherence and dissolution of fleeting ideas, 573 he attempted to bring to light the serial coherence, indeed the knowledge value veiled connaissance, inherent in this type of thinking. It is very disturbing to recognize, in Binswanger's description of maniac grammar, a quite precise insight into Warburg's late-style linguistic prolixity which uses and abuses compression or the concision of formulas and a moderate taste for series with an abundance of rhymes, assonance, similarities between words, alternately close to poetry and to drivel, a recurrent use of corrections, inversions, and negations, a characteristic rarity of verbal forms, the retreat of the verb, as Binswanger puts it, in favor of an accumulation of nouns, the coexistence of a fragmentation of words and of a linkage of syllables permitting the new formation of other words, the high level of complexity of meanings capable of lodging themselves in an impoverishment of syntactic articulation and the ludic, and sometimes poetic, character of the puns, and even of the grand words pronounced as prophecies. 574 Thus, the man with fleeting ideas constructs his castles in the air. Luftschlösser, as Binswanger terms it. Does that mean that he lives in a world of illusion? Not at all. For one has to invert the psychologico-positivistic perspective, for which the symptom is a deficiency and exaltation in error, and consider, in a phenomenological way, the problem of the existential meaning of the imagination, Fantasie. The imagination is so predominant in the style of the man with fleeting ideas that the only knowledge he is capable of achieving, but in this domain he is a master, concerns images. It is, Binswanger states, an aesthetic knowledge, in which the mental life knows, more than elsewhere, how to become intricated in the life of the drives. 575 Indeed, Binswanger did not hesitate to recognize in someone with this condition not only an intellectual dignity but also a moral one. And to make his point he cites two examples, important ones for Warburg throughout his life, as we have seen Nietzsche and Goethe. According to Binswanger, they both definitively pose the question of whether the maniacal style is the razor-sharp dividing line between psychosis and genius. 576 Binswanger's conclusion again accords with a theme that is omnipresent in Warburg's work when he writes that the flight of ideas manifests a demonic form of existence that is precisely characterized by the tension between the creation of form and the destruction of form, Spannung zwischen Formskopfung und. Warburg himself had offered a somewhat similar interpretation of his own work. In December 1927, feverishly preparing for the annual meeting of the governing committee of his library, where he would have to sit face to face with his banker brothers and justify a new financial subsidy, he wrote a short presentation in the form of an intellectual autobiography. It is entitled Vom Arsenal zum Laboratorium, From the Arsenal to the Laboratory. In it one finds, in a very condensed form, the whole dialectic, and gamble, which was to serve as the scientific basis of the Mnemosyne atlas he was trying to construct. At the start, Warburg presents his work as having always been motivated, but perpetually threatened, by contradiction, and he attributes the beginning of his intellectual development, der Anfangspunkt meiner wissenschaftlichen Entwicklung, the initial affirmation of his own self, to the struggle against a severely dogmatic orthodoxy, der Kampf mit einer dogmatisch strengen Orthodoxie, which was suffocating him. 578 Here we may understand the latter term in all its possible dimensions, including familial, since Orthodox Judaism was the first obstacle he had to surmount in his project of devoting his life, his dominant passion, to images, and intellectual, since the historical orthodoxy of Winckelmann and the aesthetic orthodoxy of Lessing had been the first obstacles to overcome in his project of establishing an art history understood as anthropology or Kulturwissenschaft. 579 At the same time, Warburg admits that his work is motivated, but perpetually threatened, by intrication and the loss of self that it presupposes. He is aware of the intrinsic folly of his initial project, which is to have wanted to consider all the images along with all their possible interrelationships. He adds that in order to avoid the danger of my projects becoming infinitely dispersed, das mein Forscher will sich nicht in unendliche Verlauer, I have maintained, as the core of my research, the theme of the influence of antiquity. 580 But this is a limitation in name only, for Warburg knows very well that with the concept of the Nachleben he has set free the entire mass, the rocket, of an infinitely branched historical material. The Revenant of Kreuzlingen, as Warburg called himself at this period, was also well aware that the style of his way of knowing things, le style de son savoir, had always been motivated, but also threatened, by the same dialectic. A constitutional sensitivity to the power of images obliged him to experience the empathies, the attractions, and the alienations of a nervous disease, Nervoserkrankung, but this very fragility simultaneously gave him a chance to freely develop his passion for research. 581 It was as if his insanity, which threatened to destroy him, through an overabundance of intrication, also protected him in his struggle to oppose, through ceaseless contradiction, all the reigning orthodoxies. Warburg concluded this brief and magnificent self-presentation, Selbstdarstellung, by showing that the dialectic of contradiction and intrication governed his style of knowing things so forcefully only because it governed, in the first place, the objects of his knowledge. Were not his first contributions to art history, at the time of his studies on Botticelli and Ghirlandaio, concerned with revealing the process of polarization in the formation of style, der Prozess der Polarität der Stilbildung? Were not the contradictions he found there omnipresent, including those between North and South, realism and classicism, and Apollonian and Dionysian? Did he not find, however, that all these antinomies and all these tensions also turned out to be intricated among themselves, as if they existed within one and the same ceaselessly moving enigmatic organism? Warburg was so convinced of this that he wrote, one must consider works of art to be the stylistic product of an entanglement with the dynamic of life itself, eine Verflochtenheit mit der Dynamik des Lebens, which, he stresses, is precisely what he saw with his own eyes during his travels in the land of the Hopi Indians. 582 Why, we may ask, does he call the place to observe this dialectical laboratory? It is because direct observation, whether spontaneous, positivist, or historicist, does not allow one to comprehend as a single ensemble the relevant intrications, whether considering the phenomena en masse, as tangled together, or in their fluidity, and contradictions, i.e., the phenomena of rupture, of tension, and of polarity. For that, one needs to invent an experimental protocol. This is what the library was meant to achieve with its very particular classification, designed to engender individual problems, as well as series of problems. It is also the role of the Mnemosyne Atlas, which was an experimental protocol conceived to present visually, and as an ensemble, the intrications and polarities of the Nakbal Bandera Antica. To achieve this, it was necessary to invent a new form of collecting and of displaying. A form which would be neither an arrangement, which consists in placing together things that differ as little as possible, under the authority of a totalitarian principle of reason, nor bric-a-brac, which consists in placing together things as different as possible in a totally arbitrary manner, in the absence of any authority. It was necessary to show that the fluxes consist exclusively of tensions, that the potentially explosive packets gerbes that have been amassed will indeed wind up by bursting forth, but, equally, to show that differences also form specific configurations and that, when taken together, the dissimilarities create unperceived orders of coherence. Let us call this new form a montage. 583 The montage, at least in the sense that interests us here, is not the artificial creation of a temporal continuity on the basis of discontinuous plans arranged in sequences. It is, on the contrary, a way of visually unfolding the discontinuities of time throughout all of history. When Warburg mounts on the same plate of the Mnemosyne Atlas the agony of a vanquished figure from antiquity and the triumph of a Renaissance conqueror, figure 44, he is recounting the use-value of the same gestural formula only in order to break the temporal unity of this destiny. The formula survived only at the price of a fundamental hiatus, which here is found in the dynamic inversion of its meaning. Each montage at work in the Mnemosyne Atlas liberates, it seems to me, paradoxes of this kind. The manifest disparities are almost always the signs of latent connections, and the manifest homologies are almost always the signs of latent antinomies. In this context, therefore, the mounting of images never derives from an artificial narrative designed to unify scattered phenomena. On the contrary, it is a dialectical tool which splits the apparent unity of the figurative traditions of the West. Once again, the manuscripts Warburg worked on in parallel with the constitution of the Atlas lend support to this practice, characteristic of Warburg's montages, of dissociative linkages, which are also deconstructive and hence analytical in the strong sense of the term. Thus, the idea of a Nash-Gestaltung, which seems to combine in a single survival formation a formation according to a matrix d'après une matrice and a formation after the fact, presupposes at the same time the pre-existence of an inventory of original impressions, inventory or progon, and the transformation necessary to every creation of style, stillbild and function. S84. When reading these fragments, one quickly comes to understand that the form of montage inaugurated in the Mnemosyne Atlas tends to displace the canonical arrangement of the comparative table, just as an unorthodox form of the dialectic, a proliferating dialectic, replaces any pretension to the establishment of a unifying dialectic, whether one of Hegelian reconciliation or the functional unity proposed by Cassirer. In the years 1905 to 1911, Warburg was still making use of double-entry, and later, triple-entry comparative tables. 585, figure 47. But during his final years, the montage form he used presented simultaneously as many elements to be compared to each other as the pile of snakes presented interlaced animals. The images of the Mnemosyne Atlas are intended to illustrate this process, which one could define as the attempt to absorb pre-coined expressive values by means of the representation of life in motion. Its images will most immediately form the basis of an inventory of pre-coined classical forms which inform the stylistic development of the representation of life in motion in the age of the Renaissance. Such a comparative analysis would have, to draw on a more penetrating examination of social psychology, in order to grasp the sense of these remembered expressive values as a functional and meaningful intellectual technique. 586. With the Mnemosyne Atlas Warburg truly invented a new form of comparison. At one point, during the NTH attempt to come up with a subtitle for his atlas, he called it a comparative linkage of the images of art and history with a view toward a science of culture, Vergleichskunstgeschichtlicher Kulturwissenschaft. J. 587. In this context, how could the dialectical tenor of the phenomena fail to engender a proliferation of relationships? The polarities or the contradictions thus affected each organism, each organ of this living ensemble. Every function will be at least doubly oriented Doppeltendenzids, every conceptual space, Denkraum, will be surrounded by a space of desire, once Chrome, which simultaneously guides and disorients it. Henceforth, no one will be able to claim he or she understands an image without undertaking an analysis of the context in which it is inscribed and which it disturbs at the same time. According to Warburg, all energy will seek to expand its domain, but it will also tend to become involuted, and even inverted, and all this type of activity will continue in an endless play of metamorphoses. 588 All art will henceforth be understood as an art of memory. But the transmission of the latter, in what Warburg called the migration of images, Bilderwandlung, will be engulfed in the drama of the soul, Seelendrama, engendered by the schism of conscious memories and unconscious engrams. 589 The result is that every historical strand will be entangled in the mass, or else projected into the lightning flash, of the rocket's off-memory fusees de la mémoire. Hence, in the Odyssey we find presented together, on the same plate, epics far distant from each other in time. The basic anachronism of the Mnemosyne Atlas is thus completely justified by the concept that gives it its very tide. Memory is not deciphered through a text oriented by successive historical stages, but rather in the anachronistic puzzle of the survivals of antiquity, whether it takes the form of a sarcophagus next to a postage stamp or an ancient nymph next to a contemporary female golfer. While it is a montage, the Mnemosyne Atlas clearly offers something very different than a simple collection of memory images souvenir recounting a story. It is a complex mechanism designed to present, indeed to open up, the visual markers of an aspect of historical memory that had hitherto remained unexplored or even undetected, namely that which Warburg had always termed Nachleben. The knowledge it yields is so new in the field of the human sciences that it seems very difficult to find models for it, let alone equivalents. Atlases did, however, proliferate at the end of the 19th century. Whereas Darwin's essay on the expression of the emotions in man and animals still appears as a book occasionally illustrated by line engravings, figures 40, 41, and a few photographs, Duchenne de Boulogne's work Mécanisme de la physionomie humaine is already divided into two parts: a text offering general considerations and a photographic atlas that is also called Partie esthétique, figure 42. In 1875, Charcot co-created his iconography photographique de la Salpêtrière, while César Lombroso, in 1878, recorded the results of his studies of criminal anthropology in an atlas which constituted a separate volume on its own. 590 In Germany, the Ethnologisches Bilderbuch of Adolf Bastian, published in 1887, probably gives us a good idea of what Warburg would have expected of a summary, comparative presentation of anthropological themes arranged in the form of a repertory. 591 But a comparison of the plate that Bastian devotes to cosmological illustrations, figure 89, with its Warburgian equivalent, figure 90, immediately makes clear how vastly different they are. In the one case, the unity of representation, all the images are reduced to the same type of line engraving, serves as support for a hypothesis concerning the unity of meaning, namely that in all periods of human history people have had a tendency to represent the world in a circular fashion. In the other case, the disparity in the representation, with the objects shown in their respective formats and their heterogeneous materials, Babylonian terracotta, Etruscan bronze, or Roman stone, next to Ptolemaic miniatures or Egyptian reliefs, immediately renders the perception of the theme under consideration more complex and more problematic. Whereas Bastian is content to compare symbolic scheme as reduced to the same scale, Warburg enters into the heart, and the disproportion, of the anthropological questions raised by the very idea of a cosmos. It is only when viewing the plate of the Mnemosyne Atlas that one understands the imaginary intrication of the relationship between man and the image he constructs of his universe. That is why on this plate one sees representations of the sky placed together, but also a whole world carried on the back of a man, Atlas, and, what is more, worlds configured within our own viscera. At the top of the plate are 4 photographs of livers used by the Babylonians and Etruscans for the purposes of divination, figure 90. In order to account for the strange appearance of the Mnemosyne Atlas, several of the most knowledgeable commentators on Warburg have proposed an artistic and avant-garde model, contradictory to, but perhaps also complementary to, this scholarly and positivist one. The first to do so, William Heckscher, suggested that Warburg's atlas employed a form of composition, the one seeming to be a non-composition, equivalent to certain artistic experiments contemporary with Warburg's work, including the cubist collages of Braque and Picasso, Marcel Duchamp's nude descending a staircase, and the experiments in cinematography of the first decades of the century. 592 Martin Warnke, Werner Hoffmann, and several others then developed the notion of collage as Warburg's model, recalling the experiments of the Dadaists and The Surrealists. 593 Recently, Giorgio Agamben and Philippe Alain Michaud have taken up the notion of montage in its most specific sense, seeing Warburg's efforts as a real manipulation of photograms, in short, as a history of art in the age of cinematography. 594 These comparisons are debatable, and not only because Warburg was completely unaware of the montages of the Surrealists or of Marcel Duchamp. He was even, it appears, uninterested in the cinematographic experiments of his time. For example, while he was feverishly attempting to acquire a cast of a livery used for divination in Piacenza, 595, he never tried to procure the short films made by Dixon of Indian dances. Thus, Benjamin Buclaw has sharply challenged any comparison between Warburg and the montage techniques of the avant-garde. 596. His argument is threefold. First of all, it is specific or technical in the sense that he emphasizes the procedural differences that separate all the avant-garde types of assemblage from the arrangements of material in the Mnemosyne Atlas. In this regard, Buclaw is right to distinguish the photographic montages of Rodchenko from those of Warburg. They are not produced in the same manner and consequently do not signify the same thing. Second, there is the question of the ideological division concerning the confidence, or lack of it, that one should place in the emancipatory functions of technological reproduction and dissemination, a debate which, at the period, saw Siegfried Kracauer and certain Russian avant-garde artists taking opposing positions. 597. It soon becomes obvious, however, that it is misleading to maintain such sharp divisions, and with so little dialectical awareness. The liberation that a technique provides in one area may be offset by restrictions in another. Warburg harshly criticized the way in which modern techniques, the telephone in particular, had become ominous destroyers of the sense of distance, Verhängnisvoll Gefühlserstörung, yet he equipped his library with telephones and with sophisticated means for rapidly transmitting the books. He was probably well aware that what he gained by manipulating his thousands of photographs had to be weighed against all that he lost there by the scale of the objects, the empathic relationship to colors, the concrete space, and even the dusty air of that Florentine archivio where he used to say that he heard the timbro f the voices of the men and women of the Quattrocento. A much more general and philosophical argument supports Benjamin Buclaw's rejection of the attempt to understand the Mnemosyne Atlas in terms of a montage. It concerns the models of time inherent in the Atlas, on the one hand, and in avant-garde thought, on the other. The Atlas emerged from an attempt to model of the construction of social memory and to reconstitute the different layers of cultural transmission. According to Buclaw, that presupposes that the Mnemosyne Atlas employs a model of historical memory and continuity of experience which is opposed in all respects to models of modernity, inasmuch as they provide instantaneous presence, shock, and perceptual rupture. 600 presented as something totally obvious, this latter opposition, instantaneousness and rupture, on the one hand, and memory and continuity, on the other, has the great demerit of subscribing to a postmodernist credo, one inspired, notably, by the questionable authority of Jean Baudrillard. 601 Beyond the fact that it excessively schematizes the history of the avant-garde themselves, 602 This approach completely misunderstands the meaning given by Warburg, and by certain of his contemporaries, such as Freud and Walter Benjamin, to the notion of memory. Buclaw is satisfied, in fact, to prolong the usual confusion of survival with the continuity of the tradition, and of memory with the mnemonic ties to the past. He is thus unable to imagine what the theoretical lesson of the symptom has taught us, that the act of memory presupposes the intrication of everything that he wishes to oppose. We must expect to find shock with historical memory and rupture with cultural transmission. 603 It is not because it is a mechanism for conveying memory that Warburg's Atlas does not invent anything as radically shocking and out of step with its time as a surrealist montage in the manner of Documents. Documents was a surrealist journal published in Paris from 1929 to 1930, trans. The Mnemosyne Atlas is thus clearly, in its way, an avant-garde object. Not because it makes a break with the past, of course, a past into which it ceaselessly plunges, but because it makes a break with a certain way of thinking about the past, regarding which our contemporary postmodernists propose, without knowing it, the most trivial schemas, even if only those of Andy and Post. The Warburgian break consists precisely in having thought about time itself as a montage of heterogeneous elements. This is the anthropological lesson of the survival formations, and one which finds such a strong parallel in the metapsychological domain in the form of symptom formations. The montage we see in the Mnemosyne Atlas is obviously not a procedure that Warburg might have borrowed from Georges Braque, Kurt Schwitters, or Alexander Rodchenko in order to produce his Odyssey. It is not only the way it constructs its objects which obliges us to see that montage is used in the Mnemosyne Atlas, it is, above all, the paradigm itself of the thinking which supports it and of the knowledge which results from it. William Heckscher has understood this, as we can see from his discussing Warburg's constructions in terms of decompartmentalization and of interpenetration. Moreover, in this regard he cites Warburg's remark that thoughts cross frontiers without having to pay a toll, Gedanken sind zollfrei. 604 Now, it is only montage, considered as a form of thinking, that makes it possible to spatialize this deterritorialization of the objects of knowledge. The Mnemosyne Atlas is an avant-garde object in the sense that it dares to deconstruct the historicist souvenir album souvenirs of the influences of antiquity, in order to replace it with a nodus of memory. However, this is an atlas in which memory is shown to be erratic, governed by the unconscious, saturated with heterogeneous images, invaded by anachronistic or immemorial elements, and surrounded by the blackness of the screens, which, in many cases, is an indicator of empty spaces, of missing links, of memory gaps. Given that memory is made up of gaps, the new role that Warburg attributes to the historian of culture is that of an interpreter of repressions, of a seer, of the black holes of memory. 605 The Mnemosyne Atlas is an untimely object because it dares, in the age of positivism and of the triumph of history, to function as a puzzle or a game of tarot, in which the cards are not subject to the normal rules, allowing unlimited configurations and an infinitely variable number of cards to play with. The differences are never absorbed into some kind of superior identity as in the fluid world of participation, they are animated by the interrelationships, which are detected, through constantly renewed experimentation, by the fortune teller of this game played with time. The Mnemosyne Atlas is thus the anachronistic object par excellence. It plunges into time immemorial, in the Babylonian astrology of the first plates, and later jumps forward to the future, in the prediction, in the last plates, of the outbursts of fascism and anti-Semitism. 606 It has been said that the Atlas lies midway between the Talmud and the Internet. 607 Above all, it creates an entirely new epistemic configuration of knowledge obtained by means of montage, close to that conceived of by Walter Benjamin, but also to that of Bataille Eisenstein. 608 And it achieves this on the basis of an observation of the Nachleben itself, for the images, which are bearers of survivals are essentially montages of heterogeneous meanings and temporalities. In this sense, the Mnemosyne Atlas is an ageless object. For it mimics the very thing it seeks to know, namely the temporal montage that is constituted by every survival formation. Warburg had an intuition of this very early on, since in his manuscript notes from 1890 we find him observing that the vital movement of the figures of the Renaissance, we may think of Pollaiolo, owed its force not to an isolated image but, in every case, to a sequence of images. Attribution of movement. In order to attribute movement to a figure which is not moving, it is necessary to awaken a series of images which are linked to each other, not an isolated image, kein einzelnes Bild, loss of calm contemplation. 609 Let us consider one example. Plate 43 of the Mnemosyne Atlas, devoted to Ghirlandaio's Sassetti Chapel, figure 91, clearly appears to be a dismantling 1D montage of the pictorial ensemble itself, figure 92, that is to say, an interpretive reassembling remontage of its main configurations. At the upper right, the entire space of the chapel is displayed in 3 drawings due to Mary Hertz, Warburg's wife, who was herself a painter. Right next to that it is a presentation of stylistic and iconographic history that we find displayed, specifically in the comparison between the confirmation of Rule of St. Francis by Giotto and the renewed version by Ghirlandaio. 610 Warburg sets up other comparisons between Ghirlandaio's readable, northern and classicizing, and a contemporary Madonna by his brother Benedetto, inspired exclusively by the tradition of the Master of Moulin, and between Ghirlandaio's St. Jerome and Botticelli's St. Augustine. All the other fragments of this montage are concerned with the portraits, the kneeling donors, the children, and their humanist tutors piling out of the famous underground staircase invented by the painter, and finally the group of notables, among whom Warburg recognized, between Francesco Sassetti and his brother Bartolomeo, the figure of Lorenzo de' Medici. 611 The plate of the Mnemosyne Atlas thus produces fetoct, interpretively, a montage by displaying, on the black screen, visual makers organized either in polarities or in sequences of details, photograms. At the same time, it makes evident pronoct, even if only partially, the fact that the chapel presents itself as being an art of memory, a gigantic album unfolded on the walls of the Florentine church, a space of iconographic and temporal montage. The present of the portraits anticipates the future mortality of the donors. The chapel is funereal, with the images of Sassetti and his wife placed adjacent to their own sarcophagi. The past of the Franciscan legends or of the stories of Christ serves as a model for the future of the resurrection. A divine child is born on the altar table, with his head supported by an ancient sarcophagus. A dead child, an allusion to a family drama of the Sassettis, is resuscitated in the scene depicted in the next register, while a number of children emerge from the ground in the highest register of the chapel's decoration. All of that occurs under the liturgical authority of the altar and its inexhaustibly renewable real presence, with aid of the Holy Communion. Ghirlandaio thus assembled Monte in its frescoes all the levels of the sacred and profane, of private and public, of distant space, Bethlehem, and local space, Florence, of the history of Christ and of Franciscan history, which is an imitation of the former, of the northern realistic style and the southern classicizing style, of medieval values and Renaissance values, of the humanist intellectual and of bourgeois materialism, of the births and deaths of all types, and integrated them all into a grand Christian figurative system haunted on by the survivals of ancient paganism. 612 The first model of the Mnemosyne Atlas should be sought, therefore, in the structure itself of the objects it analytically investigates, disassembles de Monte, and reassembles re Monte. The atlas allows us to understand survival formations as montages. This is true for Ghirlandaio, but also for the rebus frescoes of the Palazzo Schifanoia, the bas-reliefs framed within the Arch of Constantine, and the enigmatic assemblages displayed in Diarra's engraving Melancholiae. It is equally true, however, that the images of this figurative tradition allow us to understand the importance of this knowledge acquired through montage and rooted in it, the very newness of which, paraphrasing Benjamin, returns us to the whirlwind of the origin. Does not the Mnemosyne Atlas create precisely this mutually enriching link between art and knowledge, between the sensible and the intelligible? 613 This, in any case, is what Warburg himself was seeking to establish in his Atlas 614. Thanks to this research for my Atlas, I am today able to understand, and to demonstrate, that concrete thought and abstract thought are not strictly opposed to each other but, to the contrary, determine an organic circle of man's intellectual capacity. In my Mnemosyne Atlas I hope to be able to represent such a dialectic in its historical development. What, then, does a montage consist? What are its elements? Warburg, who did not have at his disposition the technique of the photogram, often spoke in terms of details. Details, little unperceived things, such as those discrete motifs lost in the grisaille of a fresco, the reverse side of an unknown medal, or the modest base of a statue that one sees, here and there, within Warburg's Atlas. Details, above all clippings, cutouts, and reframings crowded together in the vast field of images, like those isolated faces of the three children of Lorenzo the Magnificent on plate 43 of the Mnemosyne Atlas, figure 91. Here we are brought back to the most famous Warburgian motto, unfortunately as misused as it is celebrated, "The good Lord dwells in the details, der Liebe Gott steckt im Detail," a maxim Warburg made note of, in October 1925, for his Hamburg seminar. Gombrich, having found the phrase written in French in certain manuscripts, attributes it to Gustave Flaubert. 615 According to Wonke, however, the direct source is really a philological dictum of Usner S., namely that it is in the smallest points that the greatest forces lie. 616 But William Heckscher is surely right to look much further back in time, to Vico and to the little perceptions of Leibniz, for the origin of this theoretical, or theological, notion. 617 For one senses that it is the bearer of a whole tradition haunted by the image of the mundus and God of the world in a drop, trans. And by the problem of the hidden truth in all things, even the humblest. 618 The detail has no intrinsic epistemological status, everything depends on what is expected from it and on the use made of it. Thus, in order to understand Warburg's maxim, it is necessary to investigate the use value of the detail in his work. If plate 43 brings together in this manner the faces of the children who come spilling out of the ground in Ghirlandaio's fresco, it is because Warburg was seeking, by presenting them in detail, to singularize them. First of all, by giving names, by identifying them Piero, Giovanni, and Giuliano de' Medici. The detail thus serves, in the first place, as an index of identity. The historian has scrutinized the faces, compared paintings to medals, followed the modifications of the physiognomies over time, studied the family crests, the Ricordane's memoirs, and the genealogies. And this how he was able to give a name to almost every one of the faces painted by Ghirlandaio at Santa Trinita, or by memoing on the external panels of his Last Judgment. 619 Warburg applied the term nominalism, unhelpfully, perhaps, to this act of prosopographic reconstruction, the difficulties of which are close to those of detective work. In this case the material supplied by historical detective work, durch die Kunsthistorischer Detektivarbeit, lies before us, for the time being inert. For all the effort that has been lavished on digging for information, nothing as yet has emerged but the milestones on long buried roads, with the distances half obliterated. And yet, as we cast about for indirect ways of bringing the record to life, indirect Wiederbelebungsmittel, historical nominalism, der historische Phänomenalismus, at long last comes into its own. Even so superficial a fact as the knowledge of Katerina's maiden name restores her to us as a living personality, asked Katerina als Lebhaft Persönlichkeit auf Verstebenes 20. By succeeding in identifying all these painted figures by means of indirect methods or of external data, that is to say, primarily through multiple cross-checkings in the archives, Warburg seems to have beaten the positivists on their own ground. The temptation is thus great to include Warburgian detail in the armory of the scientific detectives of art. Warburg has worked so skillfully at making these figures speak that they revealed their own names to him, writes, for example, Enrico Castelnuovo, with unfeigned admiration. 621 Consequently, the temptation is great to reduce the Warburgian detail, and with it the Freudian symptom, to clues of the type used by Sherlock Holmes, or, worse, in the manner used by Galton and Bertie Yuan, or to the criteria used for identification by an attributionist historian like Morelli. 622 The detail, according to Warburg, is not a simple index of identity, nor a summand allowing us to include a work of art in a nosology of styles, nor, lastly, an iconological key enabling us to reveal the hidden meaning of images. The detail is always understood by Warburg on the basis of its symptomatic nature, which implies, at the least, 4 very precise points. First of all, the identification of the painted figures is not at all the goal of Warburgian interpretation, just as, for Freud, the declaration of an identity, its mama, does not mark the result of the analytical work but, on the contrary, its beginning. So, too, for Warburg, Katerina's maiden name serves only to initiate the interpretative work, which, he says, aims at resuscitating, Aufersteben, a phantom, at giving back to it something of its lost incarnation, Lebheit. The ultimate goal of Warburgian history is not the identity, the prosopography or the sociology, of the actors depicted in the image, but rather their paradoxical life, Leben, as enigmatic fossils their Nachleben. Secondly, for Warburg the detail is always to be understood on the basis of its intrusive effects or of the exception it represents, in short, as a historical singularity. 623 The epigraph he chose for his 1902 text on the portrait is, not by chance, a eulogy of the exception taken from Francesco Guicciardini. 624 This is indicative of the fact that Warburg's real concern is not the identity of the individuals represented in a Renaissance fresco, but rather the particular character, Besonderheit, one could even say the abnormal, or pathological, character, of the mysterious relationship established between a portraitist and his client, between an effigy and the person it represents. What he desires to investigate is not the product, Resultat, obtained by the artist but rather the process, der Prozess im Werke, intersubjectively employed in the making of the images. 625 Thirdly, this singularity, this breach in the present, is understood, in turn, as the index of a structure of survival. If Gerland Dio, in his Ritable, represents the devotion of the shepherds with such a luxury of details, the tracing of whose origin back to Flemish realism is sufficient to satisfy the historian, this is partly, Warburg states, in order to bring to life and to facilitate the survival of an ancient treasury of pagan superstitions linked to the practice of the ex-voto realists, molded on the deceased's own body, since Etruscan and Roman times. Accordingly, the acute observation of the detail in the painter's work should be interpreted as a function of an age-old anthropological phenomenon, a religious background in which one finds the enigmatic intrication of northern and southern customs, of Christianity and paganism, and of the historical present and the surviving long ago. Fourthly, this use of detail assumes that the scholar, in understanding its function, is guided by the powers of the unconscious. Just as in Freud's work, the detail in Warburg's work is revealed in the rejection of observation. It is a detail produced by displacement, and not a detail produced by enlargement. Think, for example, of the famous accessories in motion, those details which are practically ornamental and on which Botticelli placed the burden of supporting the good god of emotional expression. 626 Likewise, think of the crucial importance, stylistic but also anthropological and symbolic, that Warburg accorded to the minor arts such as engraving and to the applied arts such as tapestry. 627 For Warburg, therefore, detail is not a matter of a consciousness of minutiae directed at establishing with exactitude what is seen and discerned. That is why one finds scattered through his texts so many instances where the detail is criticized from an aesthetic point of view. For example, Piero della Francesca is praised for his doing without the inessential constituted by natural phenomena, while Agnolo Gaddi is taxed for still indulging in them. 628 The fact that this critique of detail considered as exactitude likewise elicited Warburg's praise of contemporary painters such as Arnold Böcklin and Max Klinger. 629 Clearly indicates the degree to which his theoretical model, here as elsewhere, is emotional or even psychopathological, as Edgar Wynne suggested already. In 1931. 630 accordingly, the significant detail pertains to movements or displacements of a desire that does not tell its name. What is involved here is less a consciousness of minutia than a sly unconscious which is always quick to reside where one is not looking for it. Does the good Lord of Warburg's aphorism harbor a sly genius and a certain power proper to phantasms? He in fact is not all-seeing, nor all-knowing, as a positivist would hope. The details turn out to be meaningful only when they are bearers of incertitude, of non-knowing, of disorientation. At the very period when Warburg was investigating the compromises that Ghirlandaio managed to effect between the Christian superego and the pagan survivals, Freud was discovering that the details which seem to convey certainty are only the mask or screen of a compromise with repression. 631 It is not by chance that Warburg's celebrated formula, "The good Lord dwells in the details," appears right next to another formula, one which is concerned, precisely, with non-knowing. We are seeking to find our own ignorance, and where we find it, we fight it. 632 Why tirelessly seek out this element of non-knowledge and then fight it? Quite simply put, why not be satisfied with knowing, as all scholars are supposed to be? Warburg's response to this question emerged from his own psychoanalytic experience at Kreuzlingen, and non-knowledge bears the mark of what is most crucial in ourselves and in our culture, but also of what is the most combated, the most repressed, the most excluded. For this reason, the good Lord should be seen as the emergence of all our unavowed demons in a detail which is capable of generating a paradoxical knowledge, namely a knowledge woven of non-knowledge, incapable of constituting its object without being implicated in it, without being entirely intricated in it. In any case, Warburg's assumption that the detail has symptomatic value makes it easier to understand the strangely non-iconographic structure of the Mnemosyne Atlas. In 1891-92 Warburg had indeed attempted to classify certain figurative motifs by alphabetical order in a repertory entitled Iconographische Notion, VTH entries like Judas under J, King under K, etc. But this repertory, like so many other attempts of this sort that Warburg made, remained almost entirely empty. 633 It is clear that the dictionary model, that is to say, the organization found in Cesare Ripa's famous Iconologia, was unsuitable for an epistemologically informed study of survivals. Warburg's rhizomatic, comparative approach was less concerned with the identification of motifs and the law of their historical evolution than with their contamination and the latter's effect on survivals over time. 634 The Mnemosyne Atlas makes it abundantly clear, right from the start, how Warburg, in breaking the iconographical guardrails, displaced, right from the start, all the ambitions of the type of iconology that he is assumed to have fathered. Iconology is certainly not the science without a name that Abbe Warburg was hoping to create his whole life long. First of all, because it constitutes only one instrument among others, and that is the whole burden of his famous speech at the Congress of Rome in I9I2. 635 Secondly, and most importantly, because the iconology magisterially developed by Erwin Panofsky has secretly rid itself of all the great theoretical challenges that Warburg's oeuvre had borne. Panofsky wanted to define the meaning of images, whereas Warburg sought to grasp their very life. Leben, their paradoxical survival. Panofsky wanted to interpret the contents and the figurative themes beyond what they expressed, whereas Warburg sought to understand the expressive value of images beyond what they meant. In short, Panofsky wanted to reduce particular symptoms to the symbols which encompass them in a structure, in accord with the famous unity of symbolic function dear to Cassirer, whereas Warburg had undertaken to follow the reverse path reveal, within the apparent unity of the symbols, the structural schism of the symptoms. Panofsky wished to start out from Kant on the road to what we may call knowledge as conquest, and the success of this approach is to be seen in the extraordinary fecundity of his studies, his constant self-awareness, and the impressive quantity of the results he obtained. Warburg, in contrast, set out from Nietzsche on the path of what we may call knowledge as tragedy, and the results can be seen in the erratic nature of his studies, the extraordinary pain involved in his thinking, the place occupied in the latter by non-knowledge and empathy, and the impressive quantity of unanswered questions that he left us with. In order to establish his knowledge, Panofsky, like all those who, after him, derived their authority from the discipline of iconology, never ceased to separate form from content, whereas Warburg never ceased to intricate them. To see this one has only to look at the steadily increasing importance Panofsky accorded to iconographic discernment. In essence, he says that no study can begin as long as one does not know for sure whether, for example, a certain figure represents Judith or else Salome. 636 Warburg, on the other hand, from the Ninfa up through the Mnemosyne Atlas, never stopped decomposing this kind of discernment or discrimination in order to work on the basis of intrications, Judith with Salome and with so many other possible incarnations, on the basis, in other words, of what we may call iconographic indiscamables. 637. All the same, Warburg does make claims for an iconology, as is attested by his manifesto of 1912. But in using it he displays a considerable degree of precision, which distinguishes it from all the Panofskian and Neo-Panofskian decodings which succeeded it. While the declared aim of standard iconology has been to offer a solution to the rebus constituted by the figurative work of art, Warburg had energetically protested against this ambition in advance. My fellow students, I need hardly say that this lecture has not been about solving a pictorial riddle for its own sake, die Auflösung eines Bildererzählers, especially since it cannot here be illuminated at leisure, but only caught in a cinematographic spotlight. See Kinematographische Scannerfen. 638. The Mnemosyne Atlas perfectly clarifies this non-aim of Warburg's. In his work he does not attempt to come up with the decoding of a rebus but, rather, with the production of the rebus itself. In other words, a montage for the latter is an interpretation which does not seek to reduce complexity but instead to show it, to lay it bare, to unfold it in a way which reveals a further, unexpected degree of complexity. This presupposes that one can construct it, but only by unavoidably discontinuous shots from the movie projector. In thinking about this metaphor, which evokes the quasi-filmic character of the slides that the lecturer projects in the form of shots fusees, one can hardly avoid recalling the theories of montage elaborated by several great figures of the cinema who were Warburg's contemporaries, such as Ziege Vertov and S. M. Eisenstein, as well as the disjointed, sprunghaft, flux mentioned by Walter Benjamin in characterizing his own notion of the dialectical image. Warburgian iconology seeks, in fact, to produce something like a dialectical image of the relationships between images. It works by disassembly demontage of the figurative continuum, by shots fusees of disjointed details, and by the reassembly remontage of this material in original visual rhythms. Warburg was famous, even before the Mnemosyne Atlas, for his lectures, in which, after a brief introduction, he shouted "Darkness Dunkel." As a director shouts action, he commented on the images from his seat in the darkened room, in the jerky rhythm of the successive images. Then he shouted "Light," "Licht," concluded, and the session was finished. 639 With an Mnemosyne Atlas this jerky or disjointed character becomes a four-tabular characteristic, perceptible synchronically. The semi-darkness of the projection room, where the slides burst onto the white screen, gives way to a series of black screens, where, in the ambient light, the photographic prints, in black and white and shades of gray, tend to merge on the cloth they are pinned to. All the attractions and all the contrasts are, henceforth, presented visually in simultaneous packets, while the darkness of the background of the screens gives to this montage its basic milieu of appearance. Right from the first glance, the layout of the Mnemosyne Atlas stands out sharply from those of all the other scientific atlases of the period, thanks to the visual impact of the black screens. J. Figures 44, 69, 71, 90, 91. What, then, is the function of this semi-darkness, the importance of which, it seems, was not fully grasped even by Warburg's own disciples? 640 What is the meaning, in this context, of the milieu of appearance? It means, first of all, a background fond. The black cloth of the screens of the Mnemosyne Atlas are located physically under the images, which thus appear to us to be in front of it. But the milieu in question here is not simply the optical field upon which the figures stand out. It constitutes, at the same time, their material space, the dynamic environment, their abode séjour. The dark milieu is therefore to be understood as the Umwelt, the surrounding environment, of the images mounted on the screens of the Atlas, like an ocean in which flotsam and jetsam, originating at many different times, have become amassed at the bottom of the dark water. Such a milieu can be understood, equally, as the chromatic material, the images of which then appear as textural variations ranging from a black stroke on a white background, figure 14, to grisaille, to the most confusing shadows and traces, figure 90, at the bottom. The milieu can thus be understood as a medium, in the physical, or even chemical, sense of the term, that is to say, as a visual atmosphere capable of manifesting itself even in the images themselves. Finally, the milieu can be understood as the interval which occurs between the images, those details or monads of each plate. The interval first appears in the borders that separate the photographic prints. They often form large empty spaces on the black cloth. This latter sense of the word milieu, which in German would be called Zwischenraum, the space in between, is essential for understanding everything that the Mnemosyne Atlas invents and employs in its manipulation of images and in the knowledge it yields. Because these black zones arranged by Warburg produce a backdrop fond, a medium, and even a passage between the photographs, it is clear that they are far from being a mere background arrière plan on which to place the various elements of a puzzle. They are integral parts of the puzzle itself, providing the montage with its working space, something which Dziga Vertov, in a very different context, of course, had observed as early as 1922. It is the intervals, passages from one movement to another, and not at all the movements themselves which constitute the material elements of the art of movement. The organization of movement is the organization of its elements, that is to say, of the intervals. 641. Is it surprising, then, that Warburg defined the particular characteristic, even the goal, of his iconology as an iconology of the interval, Ikonologie des Zwischenraums, M2? This expression has struck many of his interpreters as very enigmatic. It seems to have defined, in 1929, the project of his atlas as the grouping together of a stock of images forming the visual corpus of his hypothetical psychology of evolution in the determination of causes, an expression in which we recognize one of the innumerable formulations Warburg considered for the possible subtitle of the Mnemosyne Atlas. 642. It also seems to relate to the dictum, inspired by Goethe, according to which the problem, but Warburg also wrote the truth, lies in the middle. 644. In order to grasp what is at stake epistemologically in the iconology of intervals, we must start from a consideration of the process itself of montage as employed in the Mnemosyne Atlas. Let us look again at Plate 43, Figure 91. Each detail is clearly separated from the adjacent one by a more or less intensely dark interval, which sketches out, negatively, the visual armature of the montage as such. But each detail is itself reframed in such a way as to include the whole system of intervals which organizes, on the walls of the Florentine chapel, the arrangement of all the elements of the representation. The Sassettes, husband and wife, for example, are visible between the two false marble cornices which frame them and which serve, above all, as an intermediate space, a Zwischenraum, between the period of the portrait, Florence, in the year 1480, and the one which is represented right near it, by the Redouble of the Adoration, Bethlehem, in the year 1. Each detail of the Mnemosyne Atlas could no doubt be analyzed as a function of the network of intervals that its own framing has produced. But Warburg has gone even further, because the framing of the photographs has been selected precisely to make visible the arrangement of the intervals which structure their referent, i.e., the fresco itself. Thus, the three details of the Medici children, on Plate 43, lead us to discover, close up, that big cleft, a spatial interval par excellence, invented by Ghirlandaio in the ground of his confirmation of the rule of St. Francis. By being attentive to this, we are able, if we refer to the chapel as a whole, Figure 92, to understand the essential role of the intervals in the figural montague effected by the painter himself. His moves include the following: creating the zones separating the real altar and the painted sarcophagus on the Redouble, the mesenobim of the pilasters of the gilded wood framing and of the pillars represented in the picture, the moving fold of the wall which includes the donor's sarcophagus and the wall exhibiting his portrait, the dramatic roll of the intervals created between the different registers of the wall. A figure in abysso springs up above the heaven of the adoration, the depiction of the living children emerging from an underground level situated above a celestial apparition of St. Francis resuscitating a dead child, etc. All of this leads us to understand that the intervals are a network of figural hinges, charniers that organize the entire system of the representation. From the above description one could thus deduce, without distorting the facts, that for Warburg the good Lord dwells in the interval. Now, this assumes that he has a notion of detail which is based on the existence of interval. This, in turn, requires a detailed analysis of the intervals. In defending the former position, Warburg anticipated a key idea of Walter Benjamin's, according to which it is precisely in the minute details of the intermediate zone L' in Rempound dire that the eternally identical aspect of those things capable of survival manifests itself. 645 In promoting the latter view, Warburg anticipated the project of a structural analysis of the singularities. The detail is valuable only inasmuch as it is a singularity, that is to say, as a hinge or pivot, in other words, as the interval which makes it possible to effectuate a passage between heterogeneous orders of reality that one nevertheless has to mount together as an ensemble. In his speech of 1912, Warburg maintained he had shown that iconological analysis can range freely, with no fear of border guards, and can treat the ancient, medieval, and modern worlds as a coherent historical unity, als Zusammenhang und Epokige. 646 The interval, which had already allowed the painter Ghirlandaio to bring together in the same composition the antiquity of a Roman sarcophagus, the characteristic religious devotion of the Middle Ages, and the modern age in the form of a bourgeois portrait, would therefore become the primary epistemological tool of disciplinary deterritorialization employed by Warburg throughout his life. Frontiers, as we know, are often arbitrary separations in a country's geological rhythm. What does the clandestine traveler do when he wants to cross a frontier? He makes use of an already existing interval, a fracture line, a fault, a corridor formed by erosion, and if possible, a detail unnoticed by the customs agents. And that is how the iconology of the interval functions, by following the geological rhythms of a culture in order to transgress the limits artificially imposed between disciplines. If Warburg wished to have the word mnemosiny engraved on the pediment of his house, that is, of his library, it is because he understood the essentially mnemonic nature of the facts of culture. Now, memory is an excellent assembler. Monty use it arranges heterogeneous elements, details, it creates faults in the continuum of history, intervals, in order to open up new pathways, and it plays with, and works with, the interval between fields. That is why the library, like the Otis, had to create bonds between all the domains of human history, which are so diverse and yet so intricated. Once again, Edgar Wynne got it right, for he understood perfectly the essential role played in this landscape by the transitory transitorisk, intervals which are omnipresent in reality and which are to be seen as pregnant moments, Fruchtbarster Augenblick JZ, of a given culture considered in its entirety. 647 All the phenomena connected with memory present themselves as intrications, of fields, of meaning, of time. If one wants to see what takes place inside a given intrication, if one wants to come close to the living intimacy of a pile of snakes, one discovers that the movement of the entangled bodies produces a whole network of intervals which themselves are in motion. This is pretty much what Warburg wanted to do when he studied a fresco, a votive ritual, or an astrological belief. By paying attention to the intervals, one is able to observe how the elements of a given intrication embrace and separate, how they fight each other and mingle, and how they distance themselves from one another and exchange places. That is why the interval immediately alters the notion of iconology that Warburg associated with it. It completely alters the idea of the relationship between images, icono, and textology, that is still widely accepted among historians of art. Where Panofsky and his disciples wanted to read texts as sources or interpretative keys to images, or where a historian like Mario Praz maintains the images in their parallel relationship to literary texts, 648 Warburg, for his part, quickly sought to bring to light that milieu lodged in the interval between them which functions as the natural connection between word and image, Zusammenhörigkeit von Wort und Bild. 649 This does not mean that everything can be joined in an undifferentiated mass with everything else, nor that some symbolic form crowns both images and texts from a position of higher unity. It means, rather, that the differences, and the polarities, and even contradictions that they presuppose 650, free up, here and there, processes which occur in the intervals and in which one can detect THD passage, or the possible conversion of one order of reality into another. In his lecture of 1923, Warburg remarked that the tropological attitude is a state of mind that allows image exchange to be observed in staten ascendi. Trademark, and here he put his finger on that function called figura by the ancients and, later, figurability, Darstellbarkeit, by Freud. It is thanks to the latter that the exchange of word and image, in art, in the dream, or in the symptom, becomes possible. There is no natural link between world and image, that is to say, a hypothetical milieu as Umwelt which would join them together, except in the symptomatic opening which can sometimes occur in the one or the other, that is to say, in a milieu as Zwischenraum which dissociates each one of them from itself. The Mnemosiny Atlas, which plays, and works, with the intervals of fields of knowledge, does the very same thing with the intervals of meanings. No symbolic world would be possible without the creation of a distance, 652, and no image could be created without the rhythmic movement of this distance. Meaning is significance, sense signification with incorporation, meaning is sensible embodiment. The interval thus rules everywhere. It is a basic psychological lav, one that Tito Vignoli already had an inkling of, 653, and that Freud later integrated into his theory of the symptom, for example in noting the importance of those points at which an interruption has been made by the unconscious desire into the ego organization, points that he compares to a frontier station with a mixed garrison. 654 There is no doubt that Warburg always conceived of iconology from the perspective of a psychological symptomatology of images, a psychoiconology. 655 And he did not hesitate to use it to analyze himself, carefully preserving all his schemas, both theoretical and autobiographical. In them one can observe an abundance of fracture lines, figures 13,15, 77, 80, openings, and oscillatory motions, figures 23-25. All of them ways, among others, bringing to light the power of intervals. Warburg's whole way of thinking, its power and its tragedy, can be seen as revolving around this question of intervals. In working his way through the innumerable polarities waiting to be discovered in the details of the images he studied, he finally understood the schizophrenia of Western culture in its entirety, with its perpetual oscillation generated by the ecstatic nympha, manic, on the one side and the mourning river god, depressive, on the other. 656 At Kreuzlingen, Warburg waged a struggle with himself in exactly this interval, the one which separates manic states from depressive ones, ideas which shoot forth from ideas which flee, and mornings of delirium from afternoons of reflection. In his interactions with Warburg, Binswanger derived from this fecund interval something like a comprehensive interpretation, a rhythm yet to be discovered. Pierre Fadita writes that with Binswanger a psychopathology worthy of the name opened itself up to the phenomenology of the encounter, to what takes place in between. 657 It appears that in this area, too, the ideas of Warburg and Binswanger are closely allied, and that this interpretation, like a montage, could only be constructed on the basis of the interval itself here. We could compare this phenomenon to that of the cinematographic montage or to the technique of collage used in painting. The result, then, is that what appears to pertain specifically to the interpretation lies within the realm of the interval. This amounts to saying that the interpretation is to be worked out in the zone between two meanings dans yet or du sens, thus, in the area where meaning has not yet been thematically constructed. 658 Now, a zone between two meanings cannot come into existence except in the zone between two times of entre deux temps of a scansion, of a rhythmic syncopation, whether in the articulation of a sentence or in the continuum of an image. All the oscillatory phenomena that Warburg, whether he was studying them or experiencing them, compared to the beating of a heart, the diastole of the dilation and the systole of the contraction, managed to persist only by virtue of the temporal interval, say temps interval layer constituted by the no-thing of silence, or, as the case may be, the suspension of life. A cardiac rhythm is not binary, strong beat, weak beat, but ternary, strong beat, weak beat, silence. Nothing, therefore, ought to count at least as much as the beat and perhaps even more, for without the nothing there would be no beat. 659 The ultimate meaning of the dialectical montages presented by Warburg should thus be conceived of in rhythmic terms. All things considered, the interval ought to be understood above all as an interval within time interval day temps. Seen from this perspective, Warburg's notion of experience reveals itself as a perpetual rhythmic dance, exalted in one place and collapsing in another, a dance around intervals whose temporal periods weave the structure, the perforated armature of our existence. The notion of the interior history of life, dear to Binswanger and taken up by Warburg, is based entirely on this discontinuous temporal texture that other phenomenological psychiatrists have sought to express as precisely as possible, as have other psychoanalysts of succeeding generations. 660 But Warburg had already touched on the essential point with his leitmotif par excellence, his central epistemological model. If an Amazoni Atlas calls for an iconology of the interval, that is first of all because the Nachleben itself presupposes a theory of time which takes into account the intervals within it, or, to put it more clearly, a theory which recognizes that time itself is constituted of intervals. The interval structures the Nachleben from the inside. It is, in fact, everything which occurs between the nach, the after or the according to, and its Leben, this past vivacity vivre to which it grants a delayed, and different, existence. It is what links two disjointed moments of time and makes one the memory of the other. It is what relates a fossil body to a living body of the past, i.e., a vestige that has resurfaced, to the organism still buried in the earth. Figure 66. It is what occurs between an unconscious gesture of today and a ritualized gesture of times gone by. Figures 30-31. Between a Renaissance gesture of triumph and an ancient gesture of dying. Figure 44. Between a suffering Magdalene and a sexually aroused Maenad. Figure 54-55. Between a young Florentine serving girl and a forgotten goddess of Roman religion. Figures 67-70. The interval enters into every Warburgian object. It is the ephemeral intermezzo of a Florentine festival or the zone in grisaille that separates two painted historiae in a Renaissance painting. 661 It is the memory-laden breeze that opens up each fold in a sculptured robe. Figures 21-22. It is the energy that transforms a purely graphic effort into a symbol of the cosmos. Figures 34-35. It is the contortion that agitates, as if from within, the cruel embrace of man and animal in the desperate gestures of the Laocoon or the hieratic dance of a Native American priest. Figures 36-37. It is the network of affinities that makes it possible to join conceptually in a single ensemble a celestial constellation and an anatomical figure. Figure 83. It is, already in Warburg's earliest studies, the subbed movement that separates an imperturbable Venus from her own emotionally charged tresses. In short, the interval, in such a context, designates the entire work of the symptom as something that is affected by time. And here we mean affected at time in its two meanings, emotional and gnosiological. What is wounded is affected, but so, too, is what is touched or known. The interval is what renders time impure, perforated, multiple, residual. It is the interface of the different strata of a thick archaeological layer. It is the milieu of phantom movements. It is the amplitude of the dynamograms, the separation of the polarities, the game of latencies and crises. It is the opening created by the seismic faults, the fractures in history. It is that abyss that the historian must agree to examine, even if his reason might suffer as a result. It is the dislocation created by genealogical ruptures or proliferations. It is the contretemps, the grain of difference in the mechanism of repetitions. It is the hiatus of the anachronisms, the latticework of the lapses of memory. It is what gives the primitive its paradoxical topicality. It is what alternately intricates and separates the threads, or the serpents, of the skein of time. It is the path that an impression, Verprägung, travels toward its incarnation, Verkörperung, Verleibung. It is the gap that separates a symbol from its symptom. It is the material of repressions and the rhythm of after-effects. It is the eye of the whirlpool, of the vortices of time. Now, it is indeed there, in the grey interval of things, in the eye of the hurricane, that Warburg asks the historian to stand firm or, at the very least, to fix his gaze. And not to be afraid, in this difficult situation, of either knowing, even if the corpus of an iconology of intervals is, in principle, limitious, or of not knowing, since the eye of the hurricane is, by definition, a place without self-consciousness. Epilogue off Pearl Fisher. Is this really a wise method for art history to adopt? If one takes these words in their usual or utilitarian sense, then certainly not. If Warburg had few followers, if he did not even create a historical school on the model of a Wulfflin or a Panofsky 662, and that is the case despite the inexhaustible tool of his library, the obstinacy that marks great methods, and the dialectical perception of things that is the sign of great wisdom, it is because he remains, like all phantoms, difficult to follow. He continually strays into a no-man's land of questions, somewhere between depressive sparseness and manic proliferation. The Vermeer reached its climax in the part of the final manuscripts of 1929, entitled, precisely, Method, Methode. The word stands isolated on one page. The name of Nietzsche stands out on the following page. A third page evokes the Entschluss, flight, Flucht, and Destiny Schicksal. RJHTN. The following 20 pages remain blank. 663 The manic proliferation, on the other hand, is at work in the Mnemosyne Atlas, where new constellations of figures are constantly bursting forth, along with the possible relationships between these figures. Being the veritable atlas of imaginary and symbolic overdeterminations that it is, the Mnemosyne Atlas obviously provides no discourse on method, only the insane requirement to think each image in relationship to all the others, and to make this thinking itself produce other images, other relationships, and other problems, which have been occluded previously but are, perhaps, no less important. Warburg's science without a name, because it is a science of fundamental problems posed by fecund singularities, exceptions, intervals, symptoms, and the unthought-of aspects of history, thus appears to be without limits, just like the interminable, unendlich, analysis to which Freud, 10 years later, was also to resort. 664 But let there be no mistake about it, Warburg's scholarly demands do not owe their kind of madness or vertigo to the unhappy history of his individual ego, but rather to the marvelous lucidity of the latter with respect to the trans-individual history of the objects he studied with such passion, namely images. From this point of view, the mad scholar, Warburg, and the scientist of the mad, Freud, were advancing along the very same terrain, uneven, rhizome-like, without boundaries, of the drama of the soul, the seelendrama that the author of the Mnemosyne Atlas talked so much about. This was a drama which constantly broadened out from symbols into symptoms, from culturally produced images into obscure dream images, from territories into migrations, from formations into deformations, from historical novelties into surviving aftermaths, etc. But how does one orient oneself in this space? It is impossible to determine the coordinates of such a space. One must therefore take the risk of plunging right into it, as Warburg did, to the point of losing his reason for a time. One needs to plunge into it, empathetically, as one plunges into an ocean without known limits, and find oneself in the deepest waters, as, already, one finds oneself in the middle of a dark space when getting too close to the screens of the Mnemosyne Atlas, i.e., In the Warburg Library, trans. To make this comparison is to claim that Warburg was a researcher of an entirely different sort than the detective or headhunter he has so often been depicted as being. He was, rather, I would say, the kind of researcher one could compare to a pearl fisher. Let us imagine the scene: a pearl fisher plunges into the sea. At this moment, he doubtless still imagines he is the detective of the sea. In the dark depths he seeks his treasures as if they were puzzles to be solved. One day he finds a pearl. He immediately brings it up to the surface, brandishing it like a trophy. Happy and proud, he savors his triumph. Having stolen its treasure from the sea, he thinks he has understood everything, for his trophy is meaning, the meaning of the sea that is supposedly contained in one of its minor parts, the pearl. He thinks he is done with the abysses. He returns home and places the pearl in a showcase, after taking care to make a card, which he assumes to be definitive, for his catalogue. He does not yet suspect that, beyond the puzzle, lies a mystery of an entirely different kind. One day, much later, and by chance, he realizes, in total bewilderment, that he had never really looked at his pearl. While dreamily contemplating it on that day, he suddenly recognizes it for what it is. It is none other than the eye of his dead father, according to the unforgettable prediction sung by Ariel in Shakespeare's The Tempest. Full fathom 5 thy father lies. Of his bones are coral made. Those are pearls that were his eyes. Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. 665. The question, the anxiety, the schism, the search for time gone by, enters the mind of the pearl fisher and begins to obsess him. He thus decides to plunge in again. Descending slowly toward the depths, among the algae, the medusas, and the growing darkness, he understands three things. First, that the sea's treasures continue to proliferate and are infinite in number. Not only has his drowned father left him other marvels than the single pearl found at the start, for example, the coral of his bones, and so many other little things which have become strange treasures. Beyond that, there are also, dispersed pell-mell along the sea floor, all the corals and all the pearls of all the generations of ancestors, both close and distant. Innumerable fathers lie in innumerable treasures at the bottom of the sea. Covered with algae and impurities for centuries, this heritage waits to be recognized, gathered up, and thought about. The fisher then understands, and this is the second point, that what he is plunging into is not meaning but time. All the beings of times past have been shipwrecked. Everything has become corrupted, of course, but everything is still there, transformed into memory, that is to say, into something which is no longer made of the same material nor has the same meaning as before. A new treasure is created on each occasion. A new treasure is created by every metamorphosed former time au revoir. Finally, our hero understands the most important thing: it is the very milieu in which he swims, the sea, the murky, maternal water, everything which is not hardened treasure, the between the two of things, the invisible flux which passes between the pearls and the corals, which, with time, has transformed his father's eyes into pearls and his bones into corals. It is the interval, the material of time, here flowing, there stagnant, which is responsible for all the metamorphoses which turn a dead eye into a surviving treasure. At the moment when he understands this, the pearl fisher is gripped by an overwhelming desire to remain there forever and to turn the organic milieu in which he is swimming into the object of his quest. In other words, it is not the meaning of the treasures themselves that he is seeking, but rather the leaven of the fluxes which have made them possible. He is well aware of the madness of such a desire. In order to know completely this milieu of life, of survival, one would have to live in it and thus drown in it, thereby losing one's life in it. In this parable, which, as the reader will have grasped, inverts the model of the Vassarian Renaissances or resurrections, figure I, one can perhaps recognize the magnitude of Warburg's insane requirement for knowing something, and his tragic lucidity in the face of the dialectical relationships linking the time of history with the time of the survivals. This thinking delves into the depths of the past, but not in order to resuscitate it the way it was and to contribute to the renewal of extinct ages. What guides this thinking is the conviction that although the living is subject to the ruin of the time, the process of decay is at the same time a process of crystallization, that in the depth of the sea, into which sinks and is dissolved what was once alive, some things suffer a sea change and survive in new crystallized forms and shapes that remain immune to the elements, as though they waited only for the pearl diver who one day will come down to them and bring them up into the world of the living, as thought fragments, as something rich and strange, and perhaps as everlasting phenomena. 666. The objects of Warburgian knowledge therefore appear less like outmoded objects from the past than like phenomena, in other words original phenomena observed in the form taken by their survivals. They are always in motion and, like certain marine animals, diffuse round about themselves a trail of ink, a cloud of darkness which makes it difficult to take their exact measure or to examine them at one's leisure. They are without precise limits, and they project their dark energy into the surroundings, as far as into our own interiors. Calcified phantasms, crystallized fictions, corals of memory, they are, in the murky waters of time, eminently phantasmal. The objects of Warburgian history, images, are thus not entirely objects. To reduce them to that status is to deny their life, that is to say, their capacity to metamorphose and to move about in a milieu in which their own substance actually participates, and that Pierre Fadita has so aptly named the indistinct breath of the image. 667 This breath is simultaneously image and time. Warburg expressed this notion, a few months before his death, in his assertion that the history of images is to be understood as a ghost story for grown-ups, Gespenstergeschichte für Erwachsene. 668 This last proposition, put forth by someone who already thought of himself as a revenant, figure 93, evokes, and indeed extends, to others which are obviously close to it. The first one, from Nietzsche, asserts that a truly historical rendition would be ghostly speech before ghosts. 669 The second, from Freud, affirms a status for psychoanalysis, one that is still denigrated, as a scientific fairy tale, a status which was subsequently to find its theoretical foundations in the notion of metapsychology. 670 In a letter to his wife written from Kreuzlingen in December 1923, Warburg, too, evoked the objects of his research in terms of a fairy tale derived from reality, Einzobermarken aus der Wirklichkeit, but the ghosts he studied, even though they were themes drawn from such a fairy tale, march and motive, were nevertheless capable of sweeping through an entire cultural history, so that Perseus, his chosen example at the time, could contain, solely within himself, by his very nature as a mythic figure confronted with Medusa, the sum of European intellectual history. 671 The characters in fairy tales, like ghosts, always display a certain penchant for melancholy. They can never manage to die. Beings who are essentially serviforce, they wander like Dybbukes, somewhere between an immemorial knowledge of things which have happened in the past and a tragic, prophetic knowledge of things which will happen in the future. At the deepest point of his mental suffering, Warburg, at Kreuzlingen, compulsively ate small pieces of chocolate under the impression that by doing so he could avoid, temporarily at least, eating his own children. 672 This is undoubtedly because he thought he was Kronos, and was thrashing about in the throes of the terrifying idea that he himself was time. Happy is he who does not outlive his fame, wrote Freud at a period in which the very survival of his work, and thus the chances of his own immortality, still seemed very doubtful to him. 673 45 years later, and very close to death but knowing that he was now destined to survive himself, he wrote to his friend Arnold Zweig a magnificent letter in which two slips twist the story dictated by his mind. He clearly wanted to write, Ho will, Weird, be the stronger this time, D small, one naturally cannot foresee. This was an evocation, of course, of his battle against his illness. But what he actually wrote was, who in the past, Damals, will have been word, contraction of Wirt, will be, and of Wurde, would have been, the stronger, one naturally cannot foresee. 67 For the sentence is faulty from the point of view of history, and his logic, but is it not perfectly justified from the point of view of survival, and of the unconscious desire which supports it? Can one ever foresee what, from the past, is destined to survive and to haunt us in the future? On the day of his death, October 26, 1929, Abbe Warburg made a similar slip. Ironically, as fate would have it, the slip was a symptom of survival and the irony was twofold. It was not he who made it, but nature herself. On that day, in fact, Warburg noticed that the apple tree in the garden, which was sick and had been dry and gray for a long time, everyone thought it was dead, had suddenly turned green again, revived, and, even more surprisingly given the season, was putting forth buds. The very last words that Warburg hastily penned in his diary were written about his surviving tree, but it is clear that it was really a question of his own genealogy or lineage. Ho will sing the paean, the song of thanksgiving in praise of the fruit tree who flowers so late? Wer mir den paean, den Gesang des Danks, zum Lob des so spat blühenden Obstbaums? 67 In this respect, Warburg's work is like that apple tree. Many of its branches have long appeared to be dead, in particular those branches of theoretical knowledge, ambitious, difficult, and maybe even dangerous, that are gathered at the back of the top floor of the London Library. This is the only dust-covered place there, a measure of the lack of interest in them on the part of art historians for the last 60 years at least. It is quite possible, however, that those branches will suddenly put forth new buds in a season when no one is expecting it. Such is the magic of libraries, that of Warburg's especially. Everything lies in repose like pearls and corals on the bookshelves, but nothing there ever dies completely. Everything waits to be recognized and reread one day for the new use it may serve. Every library experiences its eclipses, but, as long as it is not completely burned down, as Warburg's nearly was in 1933, and, for that reason, was clandestinely transported to London, it can yield the most unexpected fruits on what seem to be its most withered branches. In 1927, Warburg gave a speech on the occasion of the reopening of the German Institute of Art History in Florence. In it he recalled, melancholically, that period of the First World War during which, its stores having been closed, no fisher could any longer discover even the most minor pearl there. During this same period, as we know, Warburg, who was mentally ill, could no longer immerse himself in his own library. Then, speaking in a tone which evoked the poems of Hans Bethke as set to music by Gustav Mahler, he spoke of that constant symphony of farewells that is life itself, Abschiedssymphonie des Lebens. The library is an instrument, to be used in this symphony, an instrument that no one, in his view, has the right to claim the ownership of. Coming from a man who had spent his life establishing a private library, the remark naturally takes on a particular inflection. One does not own such an instrument, rather, one plays it. It facilitates the essential musicality, Musikalität, of all research, and, a fortiori, of all research bearing on time. 676 Nietzschean in this regard, too, Warburg's gay science is a musical science of the polyrhythms and symphonies of time that images enable us to hear. I imagine Warburg entering every morning into the maze of the bookshelves with the feeling of the fisher who plunges into the depths. Each time it is as if the ocean's currents have regained their power over everything and have entirely redistributed, even if only by slightly displacing them, the pearls, the corals, and all the other possible treasures. That is no doubt why the speech he gave in Florence in 1927 is valid for every period of time, for every epoch, and even for every moment of research. Speaking in Italian, the language of his subject of predilection, Warburg concluded with the following statement. Si continua, coraggio, ricominciamo la lettera. To be continued to our next, courage, let's begin the reading again. Trans. 677. This was his way of saying that in every age, indeed in every moment, art history needs to be reread and begun.